Chapter 1004. Kill. Kill. Surrender and exchange. While the Japanese Empire's envoy was having dinner with the Honglu Temple's people, the Tang dynasty's soldiers continued to shout and kill on the battlefield before the sky turned dark. Tubo threw a lot of things again. His tent was completely gone, and his tools were also thrown on the ground. Zesikuz, who was running in front, wanted to turn back and kill his own people. Every time he fought, he threw a lot of things. If he ran back, where would he find tools? Without a tent, he would be cold at night. The tents were all made of leather and were very precious. He held back his anger and looked up at the sun. There was still some time before sunset. Why was it so slow? Change horses, a general in the army shouted. As the shout fell, more than 4,000 people jumped from their horses to the horses next to them. The horses that were no longer burdened seemed to be energized. Change horses. The winged knights, who had been wandering around and shooting arrows, also changed horses. They each rode 3 horses, while Tubo could only run on 2 horses. The other cavalrymen were done for. With only 1 horse, how far could they run if they ran at full speed? When they encountered those cavalrymen, the winged knights ignored them after a round of arrows and continued to chase the ones in front. The ones behind were left to the other Tang dynasty cavalrymen. The winged knights' horses were more tired. If the enemy's horses were tired, they would definitely charge at the winged knights. The winged knights dared to fight, and they could also fight with their lives on the line. However, in the current situation, they did not fight. They would run to the side and dodge. After all, their horses were tired. They could dodge while shooting arrows. The winged knights' horses were good. When they were chosen, they were good horses. Needless to say, they were fed and trained in Chang'an, whose horses could be fed with different ingredients at any time. Could they eat eggs? Normally, it was considered a luxury for a person to ride 2 horses. Usually, the other horse would have to carry something. Sometimes, when both horses were tired and the road was difficult to travel, the person would dismount. The trend of 3 horses really became popular during the Mongolian period. There were many horses, and the Malians would bring mares with milk to replenish their supplies. The winged knights did not wear heavy armor. They relied on their speed and archery skills to win. Their heavy armor made them unable to run. If he had extra weight to carry, he would bring more arrows. Guozhiyun didn't know that the winged knights were this strong in the wild. He estimated that 20 to 30,000 out of the 40,000 enemy troops would survive. 20,000 was more stable, and 30,000 was what he was looking forward to. In the end, it was the Tubo people who ran away on their 2 mounts. They were the odd few out of the 40,000. The people running away from Tubo finally got to see how powerful the Tang Emperor's private army was. It was mainly because they were difficult to deal with. If you charge at him, he will run, and then he will turn around and shoot. If the distance between the 2 parties is 100 paces, the arrow can travel 120 paces. Even if they were hit by an arrow, it would only be a flesh wound. The person who was chasing after the arrow had to bear a different fate. He was running towards the arrow and plunged right into it. Thus, as the chase went on, the pursuer fell. The winged knights didn't chase. They made good use of their weapons and shot arrows from a distance. They didn't necessarily have to hit the person, they could also hit the horse. The whole process of running and chasing was an elimination process. Whether the horse was good or not and whether the horse was good or not, it would determine who would be eliminated. At this moment, the only thing the Tubo people could look forward to was nightfall. They were basically all Tubo people, not people from other tribes. Only they were qualified to ride 2 mounts. Just like the people who had challenged them before, why did they stop? They were not afraid of death. They just didn't want to die when they couldn't kill the enemy. In summer, the days were long and the nights were short. Today was the 5th day of the summer solstice. The summer solstice was the day with the longest day of the year. Usually, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky would still be bright. Then, after 6 hours, the sky would be bright again. The winged knights were very patient. They were not boorish people. They played to their strengths. More horses, better bows, and better arrows. As for archery and horsemanship, both sides were basically the same. Swish, swish, swish. The winged knights baited the enemy, and the two sides exchanged arrows again. More than 40 Tubo people fell from their horses, but none of the winged knights were hurt. "Take my horse," someone in the Tubo team suddenly shouted. He glanced at the person next to him and urged his horse out. When he reached the outside, he suddenly jumped off his horse, rolled a few times on the ground, got up, and limped towards the winged knights behind him. He didn't have any more arrows. He didn't know that he would meet so many winged knights. He left his horse to the others, and swish. The winged knights shot an arrow into the man's chest when he was about 20 steps away. The horse swerved to the side. "I'm not dead yet." The man grabbed the arrow and rushed over again with his knife, blood gushing out of his mouth. "Take my horse." After another exchange of arrows, another Tubo person rushed out. "Take my remaining arrows and horse. I'm from the first gate." Someone handed over his last 2 arrows, but left his horse behind, because it couldn't make it. He stabbed the horses but with his knife, and the horse jumped out. An arrow came and hit him in the throat. His body swayed, and he fell on the horse's back with his eyes wide open. Boom! The horse rushed to the end of its life. Its front legs gave way, and it fell to the ground. Its stomach heaved slightly, but it could never stand up again. It was exhausted. Some people followed suit, and on the way to escape, more Tubo people followed suit. They used their own lives to give their companions a chance to escape. When there was only a glimmer of light left in the sky, the winged knights stopped chasing. There were less than 3,000 Tubo people left, and there was still about 45 minutes before nightfall. The winged knights didn't want to give up their horses. They took turns to ride 3 horses each, and now they couldn't take it anymore. If they continued to chase, some of their horses would die. They stopped, turned over and dismounted, and took out water bags to water and feed the horses. Some even took out knives and iodophor to bleed the horses. They also took a small handful of pepper and let man lick it. The horse rubbed its head affectionately against its master. Not many of their horses will survive. We'll continue to chase at dawn. Chinli flicked his wrist and looked at the Tubo people in the distance. "Can someone help me remove the arrow? I got an arrow in my back. It's a bit deep. There's a guy who's strong and uses a different bow." A winged knight came over and lay on the ground. There was indeed an arrow in his back. It had pierced through his leather armor when he was being chased. The bows they used were strong enough, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that some Tubo people were stronger and used stronger bows. Someone came over to help and cut open the leather armor to check. "It's okay. It's only an inch deep. You'll suffer for a few days." The person who saw took out a tool to help him remove the arrow. The arrow had a barb at the front. After the arrow pierced into the muscle contracted and clamped the arrow. It needed to be pulled and couldn't be pulled out directly. Not long after, the arrow was taken out. Under the light of the setting sun, the person who pulled the arrow out shook his head. "It's dirty and rusty. Come, let's test your sensitivity. I'll give you a tetanus shot." "Bah! Damn, I'll go back and ask Li Dongzhu for poison. I'll use it too." The person lying on the ground didn't have any anesthetic. He was in so much pain that he was biting grass to endure. The wound was almost an inch deep. There was no tetanus shot, the arrow was rusty, and there was no iodophor to clean it. "Thank you Li Dongzhu for providing us with exercise classes. You're all muscular. Otherwise, you would have been pierced through." The person next to him who was using a syringe to suck the medicine said with a smile. His heart wasn't heavy as long as the injured didn't die. Li Yi let them exercise. They had more muscles, and now they were useful. Chapter 1005. For athletes, they only needed to focus on one aspect. The same was true for swimming and sprinting. Long-distance running required aerobic endurance. The same was true for speed skating. The training of soldiers was not enough. They had to have everything. The disadvantage of having everything was that they were not proficient. The advantage was that they had a high chance of survival on the battlefield. When training slow and fast muscle fibers, they did not need to be absolutely outstanding in one aspect. They just needed to be able to train. Of course, people like Guozi were an exception. He was talking about normal people. The moment the injured soldier was hit by the arrow, his muscles would contract passively. Therefore, after the arrow penetrated the leather armor, it was blocked by the muscles. If it was someone without training, the arrow tip would have gone in. If the arrow went in, it would hurt the internal organs. It was different from muscle injury. Do you want to suture it? Give me an anesthetic. The person lying on the ground wanted to cry when he heard that it was an inch deep. It's less than an inch, almost an inch. You have to suture it. Someone had already taken out a needle and thread. The person next to him found some dry grass and lit it with a lighter. What do you mean? Lighting with grass? Isn't there alcohol? Give me a stick. I will bite my tongue. The person lying on the ground did not want to play. He wanted to go home. This group of people was too evil. Here, bite the arrow shaft. It's the one that pierced you. Someone handed it over. Changed to another one. It's our own arrow. I'm afraid there are germs on the shaft. It's too dry here. My lips are broken and will get infected. Wipe it with alcohol. Hey, give me a sip of alcohol. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms written by Li Dongzhu, Guan Yu scraped his bones and drank alcohol to treat his wounds. I drank a big mouthful. It won't hurt when it's numb. Oh, what's this? Dongzhu gave me an anesthetic needle. Qin Li came over. Actually, it's not necessary. I can stand it. The person lying on the ground felt embarrassed. He did it on purpose. He was injured and needed to be delicate. You are now in a state of excitement. Actually, your body is very tired. Too much pain can make you faint. Qin Li used a precious anesthetic needle. He was a little distressed. It was said that Dongzhu exchanged his life for it. But his brother really needed it. Not long after, the local anesthetic took effect. The most skilled person came over to suture the wound. Jokes aside, his brother was injured, so he had to be serious. What was lit was candles, beeswax. It was used as medicine, but since it was all wax, it could be made into candles. Beeswax candles could also be eaten. Several injured people were being treated. A fire was lit. The horses drank a little water, and the ones that had bled were trying to eat grass in the light. They knew that it was hard to eat grass in the dark, and they could not see clearly if the grass was tender or not. On the other side, Tubo's team realized that no one was chasing them, so they stopped and quickly bled their horses. Unfortunately, many of the horses had persisted in running until now. It was useless to bleed them out. Once they fell, they could not get up. Winged knights, don't let me catch you. You and I are sworn enemies. A soldier saw that his horse had died and roared with tears in his eyes. The others were furious, but at the same time, they did not want to recall their fear. Today, they had finally experienced the power of the winged knights. Everything was the best, and the most important thing was that these people were not inferior to them. With the same ability, but with different horses and bows, they were powerless to resist. They did not understand why the winged knights were as skilled as them when they had been trained in horsemanship and archery since they were young. Naturally, they did not know that there was a kind of training called science, and there was a kind of diet called nutrition. The winged knights were strong soldiers selected from the various House of Subjugation. Did the House of Subjugation not train from young? It was just that some of them did not have horses, and some did not have good bows. Of course. To be able to stand out and be selected, they must have strength. When they arrived at Chang'an, they received systematic training, especially the first 3,000 people. How many people in Tubo could eat meat for every meal? How many people could eat meat and scrambled cucumber with eggs for every meal? After eating, they could eat watermelon, cantaloupe, plum, steamed fruit, and how many more? They used swimming to train their body's explosive strength under anaerobic conditions. Did Tubo have so many rivers? If they pulled muscles during training, did Tubo have massage and acupuncture techniques? The Tubo soldiers grew up in an environment where they developed habits. Every detail of the winged knights was adjusted by someone, including how to correct the mistakes in archery. The same went for horses. Wild horses could never outrun farmed horses. Farmed horses ate better food. How could a grass-fed horse be the same as a grain-fed horse? A grain-fed horse could catch up with a grass-fed horse and then have someone use a harness or rope to catch the wild horse. The Tubo people thought of these details, but it was not something they should have thought about. They did not have Li. No one gave them systematic training, and they could not support the consumption of the troops. They only had hatred and fear in their hearts. The horses could not go on. Tomorrow, they knew that the most difficult thing to endure was tomorrow. If it were them, they would also chase them to the end. Who set the rule that the chase would last for a day? Everyone was familiar with horses. How could the winged knights not know that their horses could not go on? Commander, let's fight. Some people did not want to run anymore. If they had to die, so be it. How? Zasikus did not know who to complain about. If the other party was infantry and 100,000 people surrounded them, they would charge with their horses. Even if they died, they would kill as many as they could. The other party was cavalry. When you charged at him, he would run. He had many horses and was fast. He would not fight with you. If they could not die together, they would be killed no matter what. It was not worth it. Zasikus regretted it again. If he had known this would be the case, he would have led the troops to charge at the enemy's infantry. Set up camp. It's cold here at night. It's only warm in July. Guozhiyun moved forward with the main group. When it was dark, he gave the order not to look for the Tubo defeated troops who ran in other directions. The follicles were all infantry. When dozens of people ran, the Tang dynasty's infantry did not chase after them to save energy. The cavalry chased, but the number was limited. 10 cavalry chased after 50 infantry. When they chased, the 50 infantry ran in different directions. Some knelt down and surrendered. They could not kill those who surrendered. They could kill before, but they did not want to surrender. Now, they could exchange for their own people and become laborers. They could only stop and gather the surrendered soldiers. The others ran far away. If they chased again, the surrendered soldiers would run away again. Guozhiyun was familiar with this kind of situation. He could not chase after them and quickly rested. Everyone was busy setting up camp. Wang Juankui made some arrangements and came over. Li Yi is really powerful. Her Majesty is the most powerful. Li Yi is doing this for Her Majesty. Guozhiyun emphasized who he should praise. Last time, he was corrected by Wang Juankui. This time, he corrected her. Wang Juankui said that Li Yi was training the troops. The winged knights were really daring. When they were invited to fight, when they attacked, when they faced the enemy head-on, or when they faced the enemy's cavalry first. The mobilization of the winged knights boosted the morale of the troops. Her Majesty's private army was so strong. It's for Her Majesty, Wang Juankue admitted. The range of the skyscraper monkey, the flight of the hot air balloon, and the glider. It was too easy for Li Yi to attack the imperial city. From his Zhuangzi, the skyscraper monkey could blow up Xingqing Palace. It was pure nonsense to say that he had evil intentions. Guo Zhiyun looked around. Let's eat. The Yellow River area is easy to attack but not easy to defend. Attack is one line, and defense is one side. He found out that it was easy to occupy. It was difficult to occupy and keep occupying. Chapter 1006. As the wind blew, the night was indeed very cold. The winged knights took out hardtack biscuits and ate them while squeezing together. The person in charge of the night watch rode out and ran to a place more than 10 miles away from Tubo's camp. He found a small hill and watched from the horse. The winged knights wore 3 night vision devices, so they could see from 10 miles away. Qinli was worried that Tubo's people would want to fight to the death and attack the camp at night. If the enemy rushed over and his team heard the noise, it would be difficult to find them at night. Fortunately, the moon had already risen. It was not round. The moon on the 11th day of the 5th lunar month rose earlier than the moon on the 15th. It would be in the sky before midnight. There was no industrial pollution and the sky was clear. Under the moonlight, they could see the enemy's team a few miles away. There were so many horses, and Tubo could not afford to wrap the horses' hooves with cloth. The scout observed. Tubo's team had no fire and was eating under the moonlight. Raw horse meat, a horse that had died of exhaustion, was cut off and eaten. Tubo's people were indeed considering a night attack. They would take advantage of the darkness and charge once. If the winged knights ran, they would chase after them. If they did not run, they would fight with the winged knights. In that case, they would need to send a team back to tell Zanpu and the others what happened here. The most important thing was to ask Princess Jincheng to help write a letter asking for peace. They could not fight anymore. The land of 9 bens was the dowry given to Princess Jincheng by the Tang dynasty. They would ask Li Longji to see if they could get it back. On the battlefield, they also heard that another team was finished. Baggage was killed and many people from other tribes in the team surrendered. No wonder they did not hear any news from the other side for a long time. They had to tell the people behind. Zeisikas ate raw meat and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Rest well. Retreat at night. Spread out and tell the people in other places that the military forces of the Tang dynasty are coming. Let them prepare in advance. He chose not to fight head-on as he was afraid that he would die. The military forces of the Tang dynasty advanced quickly, and his own people did not have time to react. The others nodded and agreed with this idea. They discussed with each other how many teams would be split up and which teams would go where. They slept sitting up on the dead horses, which had not yet been taken from the meat. They could not lie down, for if they did, they would sleep too deeply. When the wind blew, they were so cold that they shivered. Some of them had been shot by arrows and had exhausted too much of their energy. When they fell asleep, they felt cold all over and had a fever. Coughing sounds could be heard from time to time. As he fell asleep, he would fall sideways and gradually lose consciousness. The others noticed the situation and moved over to take a look, but they didn't say anything. It was normal for people to die. They never felt that there was anything wrong with fighting the Tang dynasty. The people of the Tang dynasty lived a good life. If he couldn't produce such a good thing himself, he could only snatch it. As for exchanging it, why should he? If there was a chance to snatch it, wouldn't it be foolish to exchange it with something else? Look, although our people also suffered casualties when fighting against the Tang dynasty, we did loot a lot of things, including the people of the Tang dynasty. As long as we are alive, we still have to snatch. Being afraid of fighting is a shame. The winged knight's scouts on the hillside waited for a while, and another group of brothers came. They handed the night vision goggles to the people who came later and rode back. The moon slowly rose to the middle of the sky. It was already past midnight, but it was still not noon yet. The people of Tubo looked at the moon and got up one after another. Some of them didn't get up and left. They couldn't take them with them. Some of them had a serious fever and didn't care about what they said. They took all the horses that could run. The 2,691 people were divided into 10 teams of different numbers and started to run. Zeisiko's team had the largest number of people. When he ran, he looked back. They are running. Quick, go back and report. The person holding the night vision goggles shouted to the people behind him. 2 of them turned around and left. The others continued to watch. They were a team of 100 people. They are running away. The Tubo team is running away. 2 scouts ran back and shouted. Get up, blow the horn, chase. Qin was awakened. He rubbed his face with his hands and quickly woke up. The horn sounded. The winged knights got up one after another. The horses stopped sleeping and opened their eyes. Everyone got on their horses and rushed to the position of the scouts in front. Before Qin left, he took out a firework and lit it on the ground. 10 small fireworks sounded. Boom, boom. Beautiful light rain appeared, one after another. The scouts had already used a wooden stick to draw a map on the ground. They had roughly the number of people in each direction. Some of them were actually running in one direction first. After running for a distance, they slowly separated. At this time, they could tell. Divide into 10 teams and chase after them. Qin ordered. The other teams had 1,000 people. He brought less than 3,000 people to chase after Zeisiko's. The scouts of each team had to find the Tubo team first. They had to look for the footprints of the horses. A group of horses ran past. The ground was different from normal. You guys stay here. Before Qin's main force went out, he left behind 20 people with unwilling faces. The team left. The 20 people looked at the people and horses in the camp under the moonlight and hid in the distance. They heard people moaning. If that person suddenly rushed over and they didn't react fast enough, they would be injured or even unlucky enough to die. As soon as the fireworks rose into the sky, someone with a telescope saw it more than 50 miles away from where the winged knights were resting. At this distance, the fireworks were very small, even with binoculars. However, they could still tell that it was different from the stars. At this time, the stars were darker and were covered by the light of the moon. Over there, there's a situation. The lookout soldier who was watching shouted to the people next to him. This team was cavalry. They couldn't run anymore. At night, they strolled for a distance. When they saw the situation, some of them rode back and told the team behind them. The others all got up. There was a difference. The winged knights suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and would wake up in a short time. The cavalry was still a bit confused. They yawned and asked about the situation, looking for their horses. A full quarter of an hour had passed by the time the large group set off, and this was considered fast. The winged knights who were chasing in front controlled their speed. They could estimate the speed of the Tubo cavalry. The Tubo cavalry would sprint for a distance in the beginning and then inevitably slow down. Otherwise, there would be no horses to ride by the time dawn came. This wasn't the Tang dynasty's capital office. From Chang'an to other counties, they had to run in the middle of the night and reach the county in the morning. No, there were some counties in the capital office that couldn't be reached in half a night. Qin guessed the intentions of the Tubo people. While they could still run, they told the others and then joined forces. This showed that the enemy commander had a strategic mind. He didn't use the dark opportunity to fight with them. If he fought, other places would be suddenly attacked. Actually, Dong Zhu didn't want to fight. It would be best if everyone was peaceful and then trade with each other. But you guys insisted on fighting. Dong Zhu could only make some weapons. Qin Li muttered leisurely as he chased. He seemed to be gloating. Chapter 1007. When it was almost dawn, Guo Zhiyun got the information from the front. He led the infantry on the way, and some of the cavalry was used to hold the line. Another 40,000 infantry escorted the captives back and waited for Longyu Provincial Governor Zhang Zhongliang's reinforcements and baggage to arrive. There was no need for grass, but food and arrows had to be sent. Some of the arrows picked up from the battlefield had broken feathers, and some had broken shafts. They needed to be brought back for repair. They also took the weapons and armor of the captives back and changed them to their own. Eat. After eating, push forward. Don't run so far. Guo Zhiyun ordered. The people who came back told him that the winged knights had chased for more than 300 miles. A lot of horses and people will die in Tubo. Wang Juankue said with a smile. If we chase for the whole morning, we can reach Sisters Lake. Guo Zhiyun shook his head. His team couldn't keep up. Now the army of the Tang dynasty knew how to use leggings. With leggings, they could save a lot of energy. Leggings couldn't run that fast because the armor and weapons were heavy. Compressed biscuits are better. They have a lot of oil. Eat a few bites and drink some water and you'll be full. Wang Juankue talked about the things that the soldiers loved to eat the most, but were reluctant to eat the most: hardtack. She took a bowl, poured hot water, and put a piece of compressed biscuit in it. When it was done, she filled the bowl with a layer of oil. If there was no hot water, she would take a bite and slowly taste it. Then she drank some cold water. She felt comfortable all over. The price is also high. Guo Zhiyun also liked to eat compressed biscuits. Unlike Li Yi, he was tired of eating compressed biscuits. It was not as good as stir-fried food. He saw the things in the compressed biscuits. They were all good things. It would take a long time to press them so firmly. Breakfast was ready. The people who were on guard last night ate first. Battalion Commander Fan, the winged knights might have killed a lot of people in front. How long can they last? While waiting for Guo Zhiyun to eat, he asked Fan Fan, who didn't go with him. Fan Fan, who was in charge of 100 hang gliders, stayed. How long? Is General Guo asking us how long our men can continue the pursuit? Fan Fan was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Yes. Guo Zhiyun nodded. As long as the enemy can persevere, the winged knights can persevere. No one can compete with the winged knights in terms of stamina and willpower. Fan Fan smiled and gave such an answer. Isn't it just a chase? You guys run, we'll chase. Let's see who gets tired first. In this aspect, the winged knights had always looked down on others. No one could compare to them, and the training they received included quick rest and recovery. For example, when one was hungry and tired, most people would eat in big mouthfuls and wolf down their food. On the other hand, the rest of them chewed quickly, chewed it into pieces, and swallowed it with their saliva. This way, they could digest it quickly and replenish their strength in a short period of time. Moreover, he couldn't eat too much. If he ate too much, it would affect his thinking. He would feel sleepy, his judgment would be impaired, and his reactions would be slow. That would be troublesome. They will chase us all the way, and then they will meet the Tubo people from other places. The Tubo people usually form a unit of 1,000 people. Guo Zhiyun expressed his worry. He hoped that Tubo's horses would die of exhaustion. Based on the distance and speed, as well as the contact between the two sides, Tubo's horses would not be able to endure. Once Tubo's men led the winged knights to other places, the winged knights would have to face more enemies. Especially when they had just received news that Tubo had split up their forces. The winged knights had also split up their forces. Once their forces were split up and the enemy's numbers increased, the winged knights would be in danger. It's like this. Wang Juankui told Fan Fan the latest news. It's fine. Our men are not stupid. They know how to deal with it. Based on the current situation, I estimate that the Tubo people will be dealt with before they reach their destination. Fan Fan was not worried at all. How could his troops make such a mistake? Li Dongzhu had repeatedly emphasized to him and the others that they must be smart when fighting. They must not only fight with their lives, but they must also use their brains and play tricks. Furthermore, they would usually carry out all kinds of simulations of the battle. They had already thought of all the tricks they could think of. Is that so? Wang Juankui was still not at ease. If the winged knights were to die on the battlefield, His Majesty would definitely be angry. Let's eat. After eating, we will move forward. The battle report has already been sent to Chang'an. After Li Dongzhu sees it, he will think of a solution. Furthermore, the people from Shu County will be arriving soon. Fan Fan comforted the two provincial governors. He found that these two people were not bad. At least they were cautious. Li Dongzhu had said before that in a large-scale battle, one should not seek to achieve victory, but to avoid mistakes. As long as there was a confrontation on the battlefield, there would be many ways to cause trouble for the enemy. The people from Shu County that Fan Fan had mentioned were also eating at this time. The people from Shu County had also received the battle report. Previously, they knew that the Heshi provincial governor had taken over 2/3 of the Nine Ben's land. This meant that the local people were still providing logistical support. The merchants from Shu County were going all out. They paid extra money and asked people to tell the people on the road ahead that as long as they helped, they would be able to get all the goods in Shu County at half price for the next year. The merchants from all over Shu County had united and made a promise to the people at the same time. The people of Shu County were very loyal. Their promises were not ordinary. They knew that the people in front needed a lot of things. Now, they were helping the Tang dynasty. Furthermore, after they contributed, the imperial court would understand. More importantly, Li Dongzhu knew that just a little bit of technology and stuff from owner Li's hands was enough for him to use. If the battle was successful, he would also get the credit, right? In the future, when he went to Chang'an, he would have the face to look for Li Dongzhu. He might even be able to meet the Prime Minister and have a meal with him. Previously, the Salt Gang had a meal with the Prime Minister Bai Gu and they had a good chat. However, he did not know if he could meet the Emperor. If he could, it would be worth it even if he donated half of his wealth. Therefore, when there was a great reward, there would definitely be brave men. The people along the road went crazy. Their villages started to move, helping to repair the road and carry things. Even children in their teens ran back and forth to deliver water and food. At the same time, they passed on the news. The goods that were supposed to be delivered in a month would arrive in Huangshui County, where the Longyu provincial governor was located. Zhang Zhongliang received the news in advance. A large amount of goods would be delivered. It was said that the merchants of Shu County had jointly promised a great reward. Quick, go and welcome them. Go out and bring the goods back. Immediately send a batch of local goods to the front. The army has mobilized 30,000 people. Leave 10,000 behind. Zhang Zhongliang was not only negligent. Everyone was working hard. If there was a problem in his link, the emperor might be angry and chop off his head. No one in the imperial court would plead for him. Even if someone did plead for him, Li Yi would probably intervene. Li Yi was too terrifying. He could provide support from Chang'an, and every time he helped, he would hit the key point. Was this the strategy that could determine victory from 1,000 miles away? I can't have a problem with the whole thing. Li Yi must have considered me. He trusts me. I'll wait to go back to Chang'an and ask to see him. I'll see what he's like. As Zhang Zhongliang spoke, he went out to check on the situation. Chapter 1008. Zhangsun Ruoshi, please. On the third floor of Heavenly World. Several envoys from the Japanese Empire invited Changsun Wanyun, the secretary of Honglu Temple, for a meal. During the meal, Takagi Junichiro raised his wine cup. Please. Changsun Wanyun also raised his wine cup and drank. He looked at the pedestrians on the street through the glass window and smiled. Why is Zhangsun Ruoshi smiling? Shimodo Jinbei observed Changsun Wanyun's expression and immediately asked. The people have a good life, and I feel happy. It was not like this a few years ago. Look. Changsun Wanyun pointed at the people standing at the station below. What was it like a few years ago? Shimodo Jinbei asked. I heard that this track was only built this year. It was not so convenient to travel a few years ago. Fujiwara Ma-yang continued. As he spoke, a carriage came over. The people in the carriage got off first, and the people on the platform got on. There was envy in his eyes. He did not know when the same thing would be available in Pingcheng and Jingcheng in Japan. No, it's not a carriage. It's the clothes worn by people. Changsun Wanyun shook his head. He continued, at that time, many men were bare-chested, and many women were only wearing linen clothes. There were no dirty clothes inside, not to mention children running around naked. Now, women's clothes are beautiful, and men wear waistcoats. Children's clothes are the most beautiful. Look at the sandals, made of straw. The straw sandals he mentioned were like leather sandals. The straw sandals were wider, and children looked very cute when they wore them. In the past, not only were they poor, but many new things could not be seen. Is it the various styles given by Li Yi? Takagi Junichiro asked knowingly. Yes. He withdrew his gaze and took a bite of food. Today's meal cost more than 100 yuan. The price of things in Heavenly World was high. He ate lotus root slices. Chang'an was not ready for lotus root now. The earliest lotus root was in the south, and it would take more than 20 days. The lotus root in the north would only be available when the weather was cold. The Heavenly World had it now, or it could be said that it could be provided all year round. One plate costs 20 yuan. If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to eat it. There was also free soup in the celestial world. We only just found out that the Li family Zhuangzi needs honey, and we accidentally took some. I wonder if we can apologize to Li Dongzhu. Shimodo Jinbei took the opportunity to mention the purpose of inviting Changsun Wanyun. They could only invite Changsun Wanyun. They couldn't invite the deputy minister of Honglu Temple and the deputy minister of Honglu Temple. They were arrogant and disdained to invite them. Aya. Changsun Wanyun sighed, thought for a moment, and said, this meal is on me. Do you want to add anything? Ah. The four people from the Japanese Empire were stunned. They had spent 1,000 yuan to apply for a membership card. Why was he treating them? Zhangsun Ruoshi, we don't need you. We want to eat with you. Takagi Junichiro quickly stopped him. But I can't help you. I don't deserve it. Xiaoyun. Changsun Wanyun shook his head and shouted. Ah! Zhangsun Ruoshi. Xiaoyun responded almost instantly. The bead curtain moved, and she appeared in front of everyone. Her eyes moved, giving people the feeling that she was looking at them. They had to show off in front of her. Basically, people who had traveled far and wide would think the same when they saw her and Lu Wan. They were professionals. Of course, important officials like Yao Chong and Bai Gu didn't care. The younger officials couldn't bear it, except for Li Yi. This meal is. Changsun Wanyun wanted to say that it was on him, but his expression was still like, I don't have money, but you have to give me face. It's Zhangsun Ruoshi who wants to eat hot pot. Xiaoyun, do you think it's okay to eat hot pot on such a hot day? Takagi Junichiro didn't dare to let Changsun Wanyun pay for it. It's not okay. If you eat too much, you'll get heaty. Zhangsun Ruoshi, I know you're still young and your body isn't weak. Why do you need to eat that? Xiaoyun followed along and looked at Changsun Wanyun with her big eyes. She used the mascara and eyelash curler that Li Yi had invented to make her eyelashes flutter. In fact, Li Yi still had fake eyelashes that he hadn't used yet. He was going to show them to Bai Gu when Bai Gu came looking for him. Changsun Wanyun knew that it was all an act, but he still couldn't bear it. He could only smile bitterly. Li Dongzhu actually likes to eat hot pot. I heard that last time he looked for Bai Zaifu to eat hot pot, and he mentioned it. He said that he needed honey worth 20,000 CUN, which was his purchase price. He was very worried that he couldn't collect the honey. I'll go add a fruit platter. Li Dongzhu is the boss of Earthly Paradise. Xiaoyun looked around, slightly bowed, and gently lifted the bead curtain behind her and left. The four people from the Japanese Empire looked at Changsun Wanyun. They had heard that Li Yi wanted 20,000 CUN of honey, and that wasn't their purchase price. If they continued to collect, they'd actually spent 25,000 CUN of honey. They'd paid 25% more to collect it. 25,000 CUN to meet Li Yi. This price, they felt that it was expensive. In the past, they could find a princess and get a small official position for 30 CUN. Now that they wanted to meet Li Yi, 25,000 CUN. Of course, they didn't know the market price. If it was Li Yi's time, with Li Yi's position, he could meet the ministers, the prime minister, and the president at will. If you gave him 25 million, would he meet you? Changsun Wanyun looked at the four people calculating and said, but it's okay. Bai Zaifu said that the imperial court can collect a lot of honey from other places, at least 300,000 caddies. When the time comes, we can directly give it to Li Dongzhu. At that time, the Li family Zhuangzi will have enough. That's honey worth millions of CUN. Zhangsun Ruoshi, we have honey worth 25,000 CUN. I don't know if you can put in a good word for us. When Takagi Junichiro heard that Li Yi would soon have more honey, he became anxious. He put his hand in his sleeve and reached out to Changsun Wanyun. Changsun Wanyun's hand was also in his sleeve. The two people's sleeves touched and then retracted. Changsun Wanyun looked out of the window with a thoughtful expression. His other hand reached into his sleeve, took out a roll of exchange tickets, and slightly lowered his head to check. They were all large denomination coupons of 10 CUN. There were 20 of them. He looked out of the window with a worried expression. It's not easy for the people. Chang'an is expensive. Everyone is busy. I wonder what they want. It must be clothes. It's comfortable to wear clothes that fit. Zhangsun Ruoshi, let me look at your sleeves. Takagi Junichiro once again reached out his sleeve and touched Changsun Wanyun's sleeve. Yes, eating and wearing clothes are necessary. I will do your business well even if I have to risk my life. Changsun Wanyun looked at the money. 30 CUN, not bad, 500 CUN. If he handed it in himself, he could get 50 CUN, which was a 10% ratio. If he didn't hand it in, he would lose his position. If he did his business well, Li Dongzhu would give him an extra reward. Li Dongzhu wanted the honey to be made into pills for the people. Li Dongzhu couldn't eat honey all day. Honey was salty. Zhangsun Ruoshi, thank you. Let me toast you. Takagi Junichiro raised his wine cup, and the other three people from the Japanese Empire followed suit. Success. Chapter 1009. Those who plant lotuses are rich. Xiao Yi, how much money did you make from your lotuses? When the Japanese Empire invited Changsun Wanyun for a meal, Bai Gu went to the Li family Zhuangzi again. He wanted to ask if it was possible to plant lotuses in the water network and harvest lotus seeds, leaves, and roots. The lotuses in the big pond behind the drunken immortal residence in Lantian County. It didn't make any money. The lotus seeds aren't ripe yet. They still need half a month to mature. Li Yi knew which lotus Bai Gu was talking about. There were ponds and lotuses in Zhuangzi, but there weren't many of them. They were mainly for ornamental purposes. The drunken immortal residence was the most densely planted area. The Su family also planted lotuses. The lotus seeds would be harvested in half a month, and the roots would be harvested in 3 months. Lotus leaves can make money. Someone found a low-lying land and planted lotuses there. They plucked some leaves and sold them for money. The big and complete ones cost 10 yuan. The smaller ones cost 15 yuan. The smaller ones cost 20 yuan. There are so many leaves. In the past, they didn't need money. Now, everything depends on money. People's hearts. Bai Gu felt that the big leaves of lotuses shouldn't be sold. If people plucked them, then so be it. It was like planting watermelons and cantaloupes. If passers-by were thirsty, they could sit at a small table in front of the melon seller. The seller would treat them to a meal. But if they wanted to take it away, they had to pay for it. The purpose of doing this was to advertise and let the other party have a taste of the melons. The other reason was to take the moral high ground. If you steal my melons or play dirty tricks, then you are in the wrong. Old Bai, contracting the low-lying land costs money. Why didn't the government say it was free? The government. Li Yi said in the same tone. The land was specially reserved for planting lotuses. They hoped that their lives would improve. They didn't need to spend money to enjoy the beautiful scenery. It should be said now. After all, West Lake in June, the scenery. When Li Yi thought of this poem, he was stunned. He remembered that this poem wasn't about the scenery. It was a farewell poem. It was during the Southern Song dynasty. The capital was in Hangzhou. Yang Wanli wrote 2 farewell poems for Lin Zifang. Lin Zifang was an official in Hangzhou. One was, After All, the West Lake is in June. The other was, The moon is still waning in the West Lake, the lotus flowers swaying among the willows. Red fragrance world cool country, South Mountain but North Mountain. They all advised Lin Zifang not to go out and to stay in Hangzhou. After all, West Lake said that it was the middle of June in Hangzhou. The benefits were different from the surrounding areas. One could get in touch with the emperor from above. Only by being beside the emperor could one find a way out. Another one said that the moon was no longer round outside Hangzhou, and the lotus area was livelier than the willow forest. This side is Hongxiang, and that side is cool and refreshing. How can you go to North Mountain when there is a shortcut to South Mountain? Yang Wanli had written 2 farewell poems to persuade Lin Zifang to stay. At Li Yi's time, many people thought that after all, the West Lake in June was the poem of persuasion, while the West Lake in June was the real poem of farewell. Li Yi, on the other hand, thought that the 2 songs were the same. Neither of them was a sincere farewell. Shao Yi, Shao Yi. Bai Gu called out. He found that Li Yi was always absent-minded. After all, the scenery of West Lake in June is different from that of the 4 seasons. The lotus leaves that reach the sky are infinitely green, and the lotus flowers that reflect the sun are different. Li Yi heard someone calling out to him, so he read the poem out. Good, what a good, the lotus leaves that reach the sky are infinitely green, and the lotus flowers that reflect the sun are different. Li Longji suddenly said at the side. Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi with bright eyes and said proudly. Shao Yi is thinking of a poem. She came up with it in just a few breaths. Noble consort Lu praised. Where is West Lake? Li Dan wanted to know the place. Hangzhou, Wulin Water. Li Yi was depressed. Why did he say it out carelessly? West Lake in Hangzhou was now called Wulin Water. It was only called West Lake when it was Lao Bai's time. After that, Su Shi ran over and repaired it, saying it was called West Lake again. He repaired the Su Causeway. It should indeed be called West Lake. It's settled then. Empress Wang put her hand on the head of her son who was sitting beside her and said. It's settled. The little boy agreed. It's settled. Bai Gu was depressed. He came over to ask if lotus flowers could be planted in the water net, but then he heard a poem. Shao Yi, you said to plant, no. Li Yi interrupted Bai Gu without waiting for him to finish. He knew what Bai Gu meant. Why? Bai Gu wanted to make more money. Boats. Old Bai, the water net is used for irrigation and boats. What are you planting? Aren't there 2 ponds in Chang'an? Besides, it doesn't cost money to pick the leaves. Even if it doesn't cost money, you can't pluck with all your might. Lotus seeds won't grow after plucking them. Lotus seeds are now considered medicine and are under the control of the imperial court. Bai Gu looked at the others when he spoke. He felt depressed. In this group of people, everyone had a higher status than him. Eat. When the little boy who had a higher status than Bai Gu heard about lotus seeds, his saliva flowed down. He quickly wiped it with the big handkerchief in front of his chest. Princess Yongmu looked at her brother's chubby little face and couldn't help but reach out to hug him and press her face against his. Wen Tian, press against me. My face is quite tender now. Try it. Li Yi wanted to move closer. Aha! Li Longji and Bai Gu said at the same time. It's really tender. Li Yi stopped and touched his face with his hand, feeling very regretful. Let's eat. Noble consort Lu said with a smile. The dishes were served. The spring pancakes were a bunch of shredded and fried shredded so that they could be rolled up and eaten. 3 years ago, the Li family zhuangzi began to appear. Now, it was popular in many places. Originally, it was eaten on the first day of spring, but now, it could be eaten at any time. Stir-fried bean sprouts with dried tofu, stir-fried shredded pork with cowpeas, stir-fried eggs with shredded garlic or chives, stir-fried shredded pork with shredded pickles, stir-fried cabbage with shredded vermicelli. Everyone was rolling up. The little boy was anxious. Could it be that this was too difficult? He looked at Li Yi. What should he do? Help me roll it up. Li Yi reached out and picked up a pancake. Then, he used his chopsticks to pick up some vegetables and stuff them into his mouth. Then, he took a bite of the pancake. The little boy nodded. He understood. He also reached out to grab the pancake. Li Yi actually ate like this at that time. He didn't want to roll it up. If he rolled it up, he would have to take a big bite every time. He didn't eat hamburgers or sandwiches because he needed a big mouth. The spring pancakes now were the same as the spring pancakes when he first started. They were big, at least 1 foot in diameter. When the pancakes were baked, layers of dough were rolled together. As the pancakes were baked, they were peeled off. Later, they became very small. The pancake shop didn't bake the pancakes themselves. They bought them. The person who sold the pancakes was a boundless iron cylinder. The person who made the pancakes grabbed a ball of dough and wiped it on the flat surface. In a second, the pancakes were cooked. Then, they were peeled off and wiped again. Later, a machine was produced. It was even faster. The pancakes were very small and used in restaurants. When the pancakes were big, he would be full after eating a few mouthfuls. Who would he sell the vegetables to? Li Yi didn't sell them. The pancakes were bigger. The little boy grabbed them and gnawed along the edges. He couldn't reach the vegetables. He pointed with his chopsticks. This, that, it, what? Princess Yongmu helped him put the pancakes on the plate in front of him. The little boy ate happily. He wasn't picky about food. In the beginning, children weren't picky about food. They would eat anything as long as it was edible. For example, the little boy didn't like celery. It was too strenuous to chew. He was the only one who ate celery. Chapter 10:10. Report Jiu Chu Chu, 10 Horsemen. Urgent report. When Li Yi and the rest were eating, there was a sudden shout from outside. Come in. Li Yi looked up. The door opened, and the winged knights stepped aside. Someone was carried in from outside. Get out. Go to the hospital. Li Yi threw his chopsticks and ran out. The rest of the people stopped eating and looked at the door. When Li Yi saw the 10 soldiers with ugly expressions on their faces, he shouted, "Come out and give them oxygen." The palace maids and eunuchs who had stood up also ran out. At the same time, they carried 4 small oxygen cylinders. The oxygen cylinders were placed in a single room, ready to be used at any time. They connected the tubes and directly covered the non-commissioned officer's face with a cover to increase the pressure. The 10 of them could no longer stand and were carried by others. Li Yi didn't ask the person on the stretcher to put it down. He just stood there and breathed in the oxygen. He was afraid that if they were put down, the blood would rush up and they would faint. The 10 of them should have run here in a relatively upright position. So, he continued to give them oxygen in this position. 1 for each of your adrenal glands. Li Yi observed the non-commissioned officer and ordered. Princess Yongmu ran out. She was dragging a box. She knew that there were a lot of medicine here. Li Yi opened the box and took out 10 small glass bottles. His other hand picked up a big glass syringe. At the same time, his thumb and index finger held an abrasive disc. He stretched his left thumb forward and held the 10 small glass bottles with his other 4 index fingers. He held the syringe with his right hand and pinched the abrasive disc. He slid the abrasive disc across the bottle's neck. The 10 small bottles were slit at the same time. His right hand swung again and hit the thick part of the glass syringe. The top of the 10 small bottles all fell down. The syringe started to suck the fluid one by one. When he finished sucking the fluid from the 10 small bottles, he stabbed the non-commissioned officer into the syringe. He pulled the syringe out and inserted it into the second person. There was no disinfection process, and he did not change the syringe. It was just continuous operation. The rest of the people were dazzled. It was too fast. If someone had timed it, it would have taken Li Yi 39 seconds from the time he opened the box, took out the medicine, and injected it. If it were him, if someone were to pursue the matter, he would have violated many of the rules. 1 needle was used for multiple purposes. There was no disinfection, and the needle was inserted through the clothes. As for the small problem of using a syringe to inject the medicine bottle, that was not considered. The 10 non-commissioned officers' condition quickly improved after receiving a shot of epinephrine. His face turned from pale to rosy, and his breathing increased. Don't talk first. It won't take long. Did you run into a special situation and run for a while? Then I never had the time to recover. Li Yi saw that someone was looking over and was about to say something, so he quickly stopped them and continued to breathe in oxygen. He could tell that it was impossible for him to be so tired just by riding a horse. They must have run away on the road. For example, they encountered a flood or the road collapsed. In that case, they had to swim or abandon their horses to climb the mountain. The 10 of them nodded lightly, and some even stuck out their tongues. Thirsty? I'll give you a glucose and sodium chloride injection. The others helped and took out their arms from their clothes. Li Yi understood again. He changed to a bigger syringe and then took out the liquid in the big bottle. He took out a syringe and inserted it into the vein on the inner side of the upper arm. There was no rubber tube to strangle, so he manually pushed it. After 1 person was done, the needle was still not changed. He took out another syringe and injected it into the next person. This process could not be too fast, or the heart would not be able to take it. No matter how fast he retreated, he had to consider the body's condition first. After 1 syringe for each person, the 10 of them did not seem to be thirsty anymore. In fact, this was a psychological effect. They were still thirsty. Even if they drank 500 milliliters of water, their saliva would still be sticky because their bodies had not absorbed it yet. Li Yi did not care about their thirst. They would not die of thirst. After the injection, their bodies' water had been replenished. Li Longji and the others walked out and stood around to look. There was no need to move aside. They were breathing in oxygen, so there was no problem of air circulation. Bai Gu saw Shang beside him and stretched out his hand, indicating for him to hold it. The little guy looked at him, then ran to Princess Yongmu and raised his arm to hold her hand. Princess Yongmu simply picked him up. Li Tan looked on enviously. He had never been carried by his sister before. Their contact in the palace was brief. In his memory, he had never been carried by his father. Perhaps he had, but he had no impression of it. Then he walked to Li Yi's side. Li Yi looked at him and put his hand on his shoulder. Li Tan tried hard to stand straight. He suddenly felt that it was better than in the palace. Now, they were a family. They were indeed a family. Except for his biological mother, the whole family was here. Noble consort Lu picked up the spring pancake that Li Tan had rolled himself. She walked to her grandson and handed it to him. Eat first. You can't care about other things. Don't starve when you're growing. Li Tan's tears almost fell. He didn't have this treatment before. No, he did before. Then his face was injured. In the past, he didn't dare to go to Baifu Palace. Even though he was a child, he knew the situation. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the master of Baifu Palace to die. The people around him also told him that. But now, everyone was waiting for the master of Baifu Palace to live. The longer he lived, the better. Li Tan knew the reason. Someone wanted his grandfather and grandmother to live. That person was by his side. Every time he ate a pancake, everyone didn't eat it. How could he eat it? The non-commissioned officer felt uncomfortable while he ate mouthful after mouthful. Even if he couldn't become the crown prince, he couldn't eat the spring pancake. A non-commissioned officer stood up. He was in the best condition. Obviously, he had a good foundation. He looked at Li Yi. Li Yi nodded. If you have something to tell me, I'm Zhuangzi's Dongzhu. Bai Zaifu is also here. You don't have to worry about the others. I'm Bai Gu. Tell me. Bai Gu stood up. The non-commissioned officer was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded to show that he understood. He recalled that when he was being carried over, someone seemed to have told him to do whatever Li Dongzhu said. Don't talk too much. Take off his oxygen mask. Li Yi ordered. The palace maid Tao Hong smiled and took off the oxygen mask on his head. Let me take another breath. The non-commissioned officer felt different without the oxygen mask. He wanted to take more. It was more comfortable. Take a few deep breaths. Li Yi disagreed. He had almost recovered and didn't need oxygen. There were people who came down from the highlands. Now, the oxygen content in the air was higher than in the highlands. The non-commissioned officer was indeed obedient. He took 2 deep breaths. Thirsty. Li Yi passed the spring pancake that Li Tan was holding. Give him half a bowl of soup. Qing Songxiu turned around and brought a third of a bowl of soup over. The non-commissioned officer drank the soup and ate the pancake. He found that he was not so thirsty anymore. What's the reason? Bai Gu asked Li Yi. They are actually hungry. After eating something, they will automatically secrete saliva. At the same time, the food in the pancake is also moist. After drinking some soup, they will be fine. Take a bite of watermelon and eat the pancake. They will feel very comfortable eating the watermelon slowly. Li Yi explained. In fact, he could have just given them the watermelon. However, he felt that with so many people, it was not good for only one person to take the food. He might as well give it to the non-commissioned officer. Otherwise, what about Li Tan? Noble consort Lu should not have brought the pancake over. Chapter 10-11. Tubo Army, morning. After eating some food, the non-commissioned officer began to report the situation. If that's the case, what we lack the most is logistics and horses. The Heshi Jidushi captured many horses and can be sent to Juku. After Li Yi heard this, he put himself in their shoes and thought about it. They needed food and mobile troops. Yes, Li Dongzhu actually knows. The non-commissioned officer was very excited. He was most afraid of meeting an outsider. Baigu wanted to show that he was also an expert and said, the area is large and there are many grasslands. It is more convenient with horses. Li Yi turned his head and looked at Baigu in surprise. He hurriedly said to the soldier whose eyes were wide open, Prime Minister Baigu is joking. Prime Minister Baigu knows that there are many hills in the area, but as a whole, there aren't many ups and downs. There are many lakes and rivers, and most of them flow into the main stream of the Yellow River. There are many branches of the Yellow River that flow to the northwest. Now, the water and grass are abundant, mainly because the summer temperature is high and there is no shortage of water. There are many cavalry, and they can always find a suitable slope to charge. At the same time, they can help carry supplies. Yes. Baigu's face was not red. He stroked his beard and replied. That's right, Baizaifu is indeed amazing. The non-commissioned officer praised Baigu and at the same time admired Li Yi. As expected, Li Dongzhu knew everything. As for Baizaifu, he probably did not care about the small matters of the border because of the imperial court's matters. Eat a few mouthfuls of watermelon and rest. After you rest, eat again. There is no need to worry about the situation over there. The new supplies have been transferred from Hunan province. Some of them are on the way and can be connected to the logistics of the Shu lands. Li Yi explained the situation to the 10 people to prevent them from worrying. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The non-commissioned officer cupped his fist. It is us who are under your protection who should thank you. Without you, we would not have peace. Li Yi bowed. 10 soldiers were excitedly taken away to eat watermelon, replenish water and sugar, increase metabolism, and dilute stomach acid. Everyone sat down again. Baigu complained to Li Yi, didn't you say that there was a lot of grass in the area? Yes, yes. There was also a lot of grass on the mountain. There were also precious herbs such as fritillary, caterpillar fungus, roseroot, snow lotus, and so on. There were also many birds and animals such as leopards, deer, bears, wild sheep, wild donkeys, and pheasants. Didn't you see the map I drew? The big and small lakes are connected to each other. Oh, the locals call it wrong. Taihu Lake, they call it Tai Tai wrong. Li Yi explained the situation. He was not going to take the blame. Then, the local life must be very good. Baigu thought of a lot of meat, medicinal herbs on the mountain, farming by the lake, and sheep grazing. It's cold, and people's skin is not good. Sometimes the wind is very strong. Their handicraft skills are not good, and their smelting skills are even worse. That's why they want to snatch people from our Tang dynasty. Li Yi shook his head. The local life was not good. In fact, it was a problem of the ruling class. They knew that the Tang dynasty's skills were good, but they always wanted to snatch it. They simply could not settle down to study. How brave! The old people had no status, and they were still slaves. When he was in the same place, the economy was still developed. The people who ruled were different, so the standard of living could be improved. If you go there, can you live well in the local area? Baigu also thought of the problem of people. Go there alone. Then I have to find a tribe and get the right to rule. Otherwise, I can't do it alone. Li Yi thought for a while and shook his head. He could go there now, but not when he just came to the Tang dynasty. He had to go to the territory of the Tang dynasty and then enter Chang'an. Or he could temporarily become a small official in the provincial governor's place to earn some life. He felt that he could manage a village with hundreds of people or a county with thousands of people. In a year, even if he could not become rich, his income could at least double. I'm talking about taking over the place. You can take care of it, aha. Li Longji coughed. You can command from afar. Ask someone else to take care of it. Bai Gu quickly changed his words. Yes, Shao Yi cannot go. Old Bai, this is a good idea. If I command other places, the local officials will not be satisfied. But I have a way to take over a new place. Li Yi was careful. The source of the Yellow River was a large area, and there were not many people in his time. Ordinary people could go there for a holiday, but they could not withstand the climate. There was indeed economic development, but it depended on who it was compared to. The local tourism industry was a pillar industry. Most of the industries served the surrounding areas, and it was under the premise that there were national roads and provincial roads. It was easy to take over a place, but difficult to defend it. Who would be willing to stay there? If there was no grass elsewhere, they could go there to graze the sheep. After they finished grazing, there would be grass in their own place, and they would drive the sheep back. If they wanted more people to stay there, the local area must have a corresponding attraction. Even if they followed orders and were stationed there, they were the main labor force. If they had family members, it would be troublesome to set up a few provincial governors. The people who went there were responsible for guarding the border, and they would face danger at all times. Tubo would frequently attack and harass them. They were all people of the Tang dynasty. Why did the people there have to suffer more than others? Li Yi thought, lowered his head to eat, and pondered about how to arrange it. Once the place was taken, it would be impossible for Tubo to take it back. Li Tan also ate silently. He found that he was very useless and could not help. In the things he learned before, there was nothing about the Nine Ben's land, and he did not come into contact with the specific people's livelihood and military. He had to learn well from Li Yi. Maybe in the future, he could be like his uncle and organize a few teams to help. The little guy was happy all day and never thought about adult things. His worry was that he could not continue to play when it was time to eat, and he had to lie down when it was time to sleep. After dinner, Bai Gu said goodbye and left. Li Yi went back to the study to write and draw. Now he had to think about the local affairs. Li Longji did not disturb him, and chatted with his family. The place has not been taken yet, and Shao Yi has to be busy. It's not easy. Noble consort Lu looked distressed. If other people could come up with some ideas, they would not let Shao Yi work alone. Li Dan was dissatisfied with the ministers. In his opinion, there were so many of them. Even if they did not ask to be like Li Yi, they could not ask to have 10% of Li Yi's ability. Empress Wang said, other than not collecting rent and asking the local people to build roads, they would not give any other ideas. Yes. Princess Yongmu stood on Li Yi's side. Li Lang will directly tell the local people what to do, and the local people just need to follow. San Lang, ask the ministers tomorrow morning. Noble consort Lu was dissatisfied. All the ministers asked how to manage the source of the Yellow River, and there was no one. Li Longji nodded and did not say anything. During dinner, Li Yi brought a stack of papers over and placed it on the table. Third brother, let's do this for now. The soldiers can familiarize themselves with the terrain. Good. Li Longji nodded. Look, there was an idea. The next morning, Li Longji went to work at dawn. The ministers in the court were discussing the matters of Juku and the West. They were going to set up new jidushi in the areas that had been taken. They were going to send people there, where to get them, and what they needed. After much discussion, they decided to push Guo Zhiyun and Zhang Zhongliang forward, and then arrange for new jidushi. The local area is worse than Longyu and Heshi. Do any of you have any good ideas? Li Longji asked, and everyone was almost done talking. He wanted to see if there were any capable people. Chapter 10-12. After Li Longji asked his question, the officials looked at each other but didn't step forward. They weren't stupid. They knew that there was a trap waiting for them. If their ideas didn't work, wouldn't it make them look incompetent? Ministry of War. Li Longji looked at Su Yi. The military commanders were under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. The soldiers under the military commanders usually worked in the fields and didn't pay rent. When there was a war, they went out to fight. Since there was a new military commander position, the Ministry of War naturally had to take the lead. Su Yi took a deep breath and gave the assistant minister a look. The assistant minister wanted to cry, but he had to admit that he was the one doing the hard work. Su Yi had only been the Minister of War for a short period of time and was still the Prime Minister. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Your Majesty, I think we should look for a lake and start farming. What should we plant? Li Longji nodded and asked again. Rice. The assistant minister replied. Plant rice there. Li Longji lowered his voice. No, not the current rice. It's a new type of rice. The one that Li Yi planted. The assistant minister realized that the situation wasn't good and changed his words. Plant a new type of rice? Li Longji's voice was still very soft. No, plant wheat. The assistant minister's forehead was sweating. Plant wheat? Li Longji smiled. Plant barley. Yes, barley. Where can barley grow? I know. Barley is good. The assistant minister finally thought of a crop. Li Longji waved his hand and gestured for him to step back. He then looked at the Ministry of War's doctor. The Ministry of War's doctor looked up at Li Longji and stepped forward. Raise sheep. Raise sheep now. And then? Li Longji nodded. Raise sheep after we occupy it, then bring back the sheepskin to sell. The doctor closed his eyes as he finished speaking. All right, what about the Ministry of Revenue? In the end, it's the people's livelihood. Tell the Ministry of Revenue. Li Longji looked at Bai Gu. There was no need for Bai Gu to take a look. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue came out on his own. Plant greenhouses. Li Yi has a way to plant greenhouses locally. Ask him for the location of the coal mine. We are asking you. Li Longji was so angry that he laughed. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm looking for Li Yi. The assistant minister said confidently. Step down. Good, at least you don't speak nonsense. Li Longji was no longer angry. The other party wasn't wrong. He was looking for Li Yi. The Ministry of Revenue's doctor also stepped forward himself. To make dried fish, use a net to catch it. Li Yi's newly made fishing net is easy to use. If there's a lot, use a ship to transport a batch. Disembark at the shore where there is less fish and take the official road to deliver it to the local people. As long as there is a profit, you can operate it. Good. Li Longji nodded. Your Majesty, did Dr. Li come up with a good plan? Bai Gu didn't want to say anything. Your Majesty is eating and sleeping. How could Xiaoyi not come up with a good idea? Yes. Li Longji replied. The officials perked up. Wait, where exactly are they lacking? What ideas does Li Yi have? Plant canola. You can eat the leaves and extract oil. Oil, no matter where it is a good thing. Plant broad beans. Soybeans can be grown locally, but the yield is too low. Broad beans are better and can be used as a staple food. Greenhouses are not suitable for local use. There is coal, gold, silver, and copper mines. Li Longji introduced Li Yi's ideas. With Li Yi around, he wasn't worried about not being able to eat. He was just sad. Why didn't the officials have any ideas? The fish shouldn't have been made into dried fish and sold. There is a mine. Several people asked at the same time. After that, the fish will be made into fish floss. The floss will consume a lot of fish meat. The local fish is very good. At the same time, the Li family Zhuangzi will send a rotating pressure cooker. It can be used to boil water and make braised meat. Highland barley rice is not good, but Highland barley noodles are still good. You should know how to beat, remove the husk, and grind the noodles. Cows and sheep must be raised, especially sheep, goats, and yaks. Their wool can be used to make felt, sweaters, and cashmere clothes. In addition, you can plant medicinal herbs and teach the locals how to concoct medicinal herbs. You can transport the finished products to various places or Changpan. Li Longji listed out a bunch of useful methods. The officials also knew how to knit sweaters. Everyone understood how to operate it. Yes, it was actually quite simple. There was indeed fish floss, and the price was not low. As for the pressure cooker, what was that? Song Jing suddenly said, "Your Majesty, it is not suitable for the current situation." The officials were stunned. Yes, it was so good, but what about the early stages? Therefore, in the early stages, you will need to hunt, gather herbs, and check the terrain. The fishing net was sent out on a fast horse last night. The soldiers will eat fish first. Fat fish are best eaten by frying. Once the oil comes out, add a bit of salt, and it can be a staple food for a short time. Li Longji said that some people did not eat in the morning and were now hungry. You may go and do your work. Li Longji said and turned to leave. Everyone looked at each other and returned to their offices. They were relieved. As long as they occupied it, they could make money. The commoners would only be willing to go if there was money to be made. Otherwise, more than 100,000 people would not be able to afford to keep relying on things sent in from outside. Your Majesty has changed. Su Yi returned to the Political Affairs Hall and muttered gloomily. You have a method, but you don't take it out and insist on testing us. If we had the ability, would Li Yi still have a foothold? Otherwise, why would you go to the Li family Zhuangzi? The Empress and the little fellow were also there. Wasn't it because no matter what trouble they encountered, Li Yi could solve it for them? It's because our position is too high and we can't sink down. We have never considered how the commoners live. Bai Gu found the problem from himself. Song Jing was another consideration. It's precisely because we don't understand that we don't give out ideas blindly. We only care about building roads and irrigation. The commoners will think about it themselves. As for Li Yi, compared to him, he knows more, so he gives more ideas and thinks of more ways. His actions have to be worthy of his position. Doesn't he know what his position is? Whoever he says to get rid of, he will get rid of. Song Jing had other considerations. What's wrong with Li Yi giving ideas? You can even mobilize the winged knights. If we want to deal with the county magistrates of the capital, we need to find a reason first and then tell His Majesty or find someone to impeach. What about you? If you want to deal with them, it's just a matter of a sentence. Sometimes you even ask us to cooperate with you. What did we say? What right do you have? Isn't it because you can give the best solution to any problem at any time and place? That makes sense. Bai Gu reacted. Yes, Xiao Yi, you should do it. Let's go to his house for lunch. Call more people. Su Yi decided. Okay. Bai Gu and Song Jing said tacitly. Go and sell the honey we received earlier and make a profit. Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi still didn't know that someone was forming a group to eat for free. He thought that the envoys from the Japanese Empire wanted to give 20,000 cubes of honey as a gift. It just so happened that Zhuangzi had some. He could sell it to them. If he sold it to them for a high price, he could return it later and make a profit. Dongzhu, I have already made arrangements. Find someone else to help. It has nothing to do with us, Zhuangzi. Songdo was laughing like a chicken that ate a fox. He was the kind of chicken that gave a New Year greetings to a weasel. Chapter 10:13. Over there. Quick, shoot the arrows. You think you can hide in the cave? Smoke. On the battlefield at the source of the Yellow River, the winged knights found the Tibetan army that was running away to report the news. The Tubo people realized that they were being chased and wanted to launch a sneak attack, so they hid behind the hills. However, when the winged knights saw the hills, they sent people to the other hills to check the situation. They had binoculars. Some people saw that they couldn't run away, so they hid in the caves. The winged knights didn't go in either. They found dry grass and wet grass, lit a fire and smoked it. Xiahou Jing was a temporary commander of 1,000 people. He chased the enemy to the river. The river was more than 700 feet wide. The 100 Tubo people knew that they were no match for the 1,000 winged knights. As long as they crossed the river and ran for another 40 miles, they would meet the local tribes. Not only could they pass on the message, they could even counterattack the winged knights. Seeing the winged knights getting closer and closer, the leader shouted, "Ride the horses," and the 100 people rode their horses down the river. The winged knights chased after the Tubo people and fired a rain of arrows. More than 20 of them were shot down, and the ones in front gradually disappeared. Dismount, reduce the weight of the horses, and prepare to swim. Xiahou Jing saw the situation and gave the order. He saw that the depth of the river was obviously higher than the height of the horses. When the horses swam, they would also choke on the water and would not live for long. The distance was too long, and the horses were already very tired. The winged knights dismounted and took off his clothes as fast as possible. He was only wearing his boxers. He casually packed his things and hugged them in front of his chest. He called for the horses and rushed into the water first. The horses also had some intelligence. They knew that they had to keep up with their masters. They also saw the horses in front of them and understood that they didn't have to carry people. It was much easier. The men and horses entered the water together. The horses were not carrying any weight, so they swam very fast. When they reached the front, they even looked back at their masters. The winged knights swam with all their might. Over 200 meters, the bag weighed a lot, and now it was on his head. He supported it with one hand and used the other hand to help his legs paddle. They swam upstream about 50 meters away from the Tubo people and set off after them. However, they were good swimmers and had been trained to swim. They gradually caught up and began to overtake him. The Tubo people were at the bottom of the river. Seeing that the winged knights could swim by themselves, they felt helpless. The winged knights were too strong. The private army of the Tang emperors seemed to know everything. This included the poisonous mushrooms and plants that he saw when he was escaping. He threw them on the road, hoping that the winged knights' horses would be poisoned. However, looking at the number of people and horses, it was clear that the winged knights recognized them and did not allow the horses to touch them. Now, the winged knights also knew that it would hurt the horses if they swam. How could they be so good at swimming? If he had known earlier, he would have practiced swimming more. Who's going to help me carry the bag? I'll shoot it with my bow. It's less than 200 feet. As the winged knights swam, they suddenly realized that they could shoot arrows from this distance. I'll do it. I'll do it. Two people swam over and each stretched out a hand to help their brother carry the bag. The person who shouted took the bow from above, knocked an arrow, and stepped on the water to reveal a line of height. Ha! He shouted and instantly drew the bow. As his body sank, the arrow flew out. Ah! Someone was shot. Come, come, come. Brothers, let's do it together. The others saw this and called for others to cooperate. Everyone formed teams of 4 while swimming. 2 people helped carry the bag, one was responsible for shooting the arrows, and the other was responsible for delivering the arrows. If the feathers of the arrows were wet, it would affect their flight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few seconds, a rain of arrows appeared. The winged knights shot together with their horses. They did not care who they shot. Go with the current, quick. More than 30 Tubo people were shot down. The leader shouted, and they rushed down with the current and crossed the river when they were far away. Let's go with the current too, someone shouted. Go ashore, quickly go ashore. What are you chasing? Are you stupid? Xiahou Jing shouted. Tubo went with the current, and the horses could not withstand it. Now that they were the first to go ashore, what about Tubo's team? They had already swum 2/3 of the way back. Are you sure the horses can still carry you so far? Can the horses continue to run if they swim up? Come, bring some bows and arrows back. Brothers, help me carry the bag and swim to the front. Bring the horses too. I'll swim back later. The person who shot the arrow first had an idea again. He called dozens of people and swam back with bows and arrows. They wanted to go back to block. Go back first and see if the enemy would turn back. They turned back on the shore and shot a few arrows each. It was like shooting a fixed target. Their horses also had to turn back. The winged knights next to them grabbed the reins, and the horses understood. Xiahou Jing's team went ashore first. They threw down their bags, got on their horses with bows and arrows, and chased downstream. Tubo's people were really panicking this time. There was nowhere to hide. They were in the water, about 200 feet away from the front and 400 feet away from the back. Even if they swam to the middle, it was less than 100 steps. The only thing they could rely on was the water. Once they sank into the water, the arrows would lose their power. Although the enemy's arrows might not be accurate at 70 or 80 steps, there were many of them. If one arrow could not hit, they could shoot a few more. The only thing they could do was to bring the horses and swim faster, hoping that they would deviate. They would deviate to the back. This way, the people who came ashore would not be able to catch up with them. As they swam, the horses could not take it anymore. One after another, after their heads entered the water, they could no longer raise their heads. Their bodies began to fall horizontally, bobbing up and down with the water. The people held the horses' corpses and paddled with all their might. The people on the shore in front kept shooting arrows. One after another, they were shot. Once they were shot, they would not recover. The only part of their body that could be above the water was their upper body. Usually, when they saw the arrows coming, their heads would sink. It was impossible for people who did not know how to swim to sink as soon as they lowered their heads. If they felt that their heads were in the water, they would hide. In fact, the back of their heads, necks, and backs were very close to the water. If they were hit by an arrow, they would choke on water. In addition to the pain, there was only one result. After a quarter of an hour, the people who returned to the shore did not shoot any arrows. They sat down to rest. The enemy was dead. What should they do next? Should they go over or return with the team? At this time, the people on the opposite shore shouted, "Take a break and swim over. The horses can't swim anymore today." "Take a break," they shouted back. Got it, they thought it through. Indeed, the Tubo people did not cherish the horses. They had to protect them well. It's a pity that so many horses drowned. The first person who shot the arrows felt sorry for the horses. What can we do? If the Tubo people also knew how to swim, it would be difficult for us to catch up. Thank you to Li Dongzhu for letting us train in the Ba River when we have nothing to do. The person next to him gasped. After swimming in the water and running on the shore, it was tiring. However, he was glad that Li Dongzhu had trained him and the others to know everything. Usually, he did not feel that it was a big deal. Today was the critical moment. Look, if you were good in the water, you could bully others. Chapter 10:14. In addition to Xiahou Jing's team, which easily defeated the enemy's team because they knew how to swim, the other teams also used various methods to annihilate the teams they were chasing. Qin Li led the main force and killed hundreds of people. Zeisiko's team had the most people. Once someone found that they or their horses were about to die, they would turn around and charge. They would rather die than surrender. They were Zeisiko's bodyguards. Each of them was from the Alpha clan. At least 3 generations of people had died in battle. In their generation, no one had died in battle. Anyway, they couldn't run away, so they helped their descendants. Otherwise, if they surrendered and the news spread, the Alpha clan's reputation would be ruined. The Tang dynasty was not so strict with soldiers now. Sometimes, when they were outnumbered and alone, they did not want to resist when they were caught. If it was a general, it was a different matter. If they were caught, they would die. If they were afraid of death and said that they would work for the enemy, their family would die. In fact, sometimes Tubo could also be caught. Military forces of the Tang dynasty were too many. If they surrounded him, they could catch him. Even the enemy's chief general could be caught. Of course, the captured generals were not caught in a one-on-one battle. What was a general? Asking for a one-on-one battle? Guo Zhiyun was good at one-on-one battles. He was good at this. If it was Zhang Shaosong, he would not do it. He was a jinshi, and he played with strategy. Guo Ziyi was good at fighting. In history, he did not fight one-on-one because the enemy's chief general did not fight with him. Qin Li, who was chasing Zeisiko's now, was also good at fighting. In terms of combat power, he was not as good as many of his brothers in the team. He was good in other aspects, especially in things like sand table deduction, calculation, and hot air balloon control. The sand table that Li Yi invented wasn't something that only one person could talk about while the others acted as the judges. It was also not 2 people standing next to a sand table and talking to each other to see who could suppress the other party. Usually, there were 3 sand tables of the same size. The 2 people fighting each faced a sand table, and the other sand table was placed in the evaluation area. A group of people was responsible for the evaluation. Both sides only knew the approximate number of troops the other side had, then they would send out their troops, scout how far they had traveled, and observe the terrain. How should the main force be deployed? How should the flag be planted on the sand table? Sometimes, when one side was still deploying scouts and positions, someone would run over and plant a small flag of the enemy behind him. He told him that the enemy was here. He didn't know how they came, but they were here. The person who made the assessment knew that the entire army was mobilized and started to circle around from the side. By the time this person came to his senses, he realized that it was the scouts behind him who had encountered the enemy. At the same time, he did not know how many enemies there were and was about to send more scouts to investigate when the enemy began to attack. Li Yi's method was actually used in some combat games, and it was shady. For example, Red Alert, Age of Empires, StarCraft, Warcraft, Homeland, Star Wars, and other real-time strategy games. Otherwise, who would listen to you? Isn't that Zhao Kuo? Although Zhao Kuo had some skills, he was just unlucky. Qin Li's performance in the sand table was good, but it didn't mean that he had won many times. What he was best at was being steady. He could always think of loopholes and deploy his troops to take advantage of them. Just like in boxing, he rarely won by knocking down his opponent. Most of the time, he won by points. Everyone's evaluation of him was that he was excellent. His side didn't suffer any losses, and he won by surprise. If it was too risky, his brothers would be sent to their deaths. He was steady, which was why he was sent. If Guo Ziyi was sent, it would no longer be a problem of stability. That would be a great achievement. How steady was he? The enemy split up to lure him, but he didn't care at all. Many people even surrounded a person wearing Zeisiko's clothes and ran to the side, but he still didn't care. He wasn't chasing after someone. When he came over, he had looked at the map and could guess where Zeisiko's was going. You ran to the side. Even if it was really you, would you be faster than me? I promise I'll get there before you. Sure enough, not long after, when those people saw that the winged knights didn't chase after them, they urged their horses to speed up and return. As they ran back and forth, some horses fell. Zeisiko's, who had run away, was now afraid. He clearly had the courage to fight to the death before, but now he was afraid. He had personally experienced how terrifying the winged knights were. Their archery and riding skills were no worse than his, who had been practicing since childhood. He had woken up in the middle of the night to prepare in advance, but the winged knights had discovered the situation and immediately chased after him. He and the others ate casually on horseback, and the winged knights did the same. Sending troops to lure them didn't work, and some people risked their lives to charge, but the winged knights' formation didn't change at all. Seeing that one person on his side couldn't even reach 2 horses, the winged knights still rode 3 horses each. Was the private army of the Tang emperors really that strong? They didn't advance rashly, they didn't fall for tricks, they didn't rush, and they didn't give up. They had 30,000 soldiers. No wonder some of the aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty didn't say anything when their interests were taken over, let alone secretly resist. It wasn't that those aristocratic families didn't want to, but they didn't dare. Li Yi was still Li Yi. According to the information Bo Qiao sent back, Li Yi was the first to train 3,000 winged knights for the Tang emperors. After that, the other winged knights followed suit and trained bit by bit, and that was how they became the powerful soldiers of the Tang emperors. Zeisiko's thought about it and realized that he couldn't run anymore. It wasn't that the horses couldn't run anymore, but he felt that he couldn't go on anymore. Riding a horse was not like sitting in a car. Even driving a car was tiring, let alone riding a bumpy horse. The consecutive defeats had taken a toll on his spirit, especially when he fainted before the battle, was chased after, and then got up in the middle of the night to run again. His subordinates were getting fewer and fewer, and his horses were also gone. The winged knights should be the main force chasing after him. With so many winged knights, they should have split up to chase after his subordinates. Would they be caught? Would they be able to report back? Did he make a mistake in his command again? All kinds of negative emotions were suppressed. Zeisiko's felt that stars were appearing in front of his eyes one after another, and he couldn't breathe. If Li Yi was here and knew about his situation, he would shake his head and say that he didn't have the qualities of a leader. How far was this? During the 25,000 li long march, there were pursuers behind and interceptions in front. He had to run so far and kill the enemy while running. What kind of pressure was he under? Ordinary people would have committed suicide long ago because their mental fortitude was not good enough. But he wasn't. He persevered, ran, fought, and finally rushed out and joined forces in victory. Zeisiko's mental fortitude was obviously not good enough. His whole body was cold, and his hands and feet were numb. He was only relying on inertia to maintain the posture of riding a horse. His instincts since he was young kept him on the horse. In fact, he had a fever, caused by both physical and psychological reasons. Many people had the same symptoms as him. His bodyguards were also human, and they had never endured such a difficult time. Many of the winged knights chasing after him were also tired, but a few of them had determined eyes. These few people were part of the former 3,000 people. They had been led by Li Yi to play, and they had endured the moment when they wanted to die. Chapter 10-15. Map. While the winged knights were chasing the last of the Tibetan army, the Tang dynasty's army was advancing. The hot air balloons were released when the wind was blowing. They floated for a distance before landing. However, they did not keep the balloons but kept them in a propped-up state. The cavalry returned to the troops. They took care of the dead Tubo horses and Tubo people. The horses were skinned, the meat cut and the people buried. Horse meat could be eaten. The texture and taste were not very good. However, if seasoning was added, normal people would not be able to taste it. Horse skin was good stuff. It could be used to make tents, leather clothes, leather shoes and medicine. Things made from horse skin could be eaten at critical times. All animal skins were fine. For example, people would eat them when climbing snow mountains or crossing grasslands. Guo Zhiyun was also having a hard time rushing. He wanted a map and prepared to deploy the military camp. There could be a distance between the military camps. It would be best if they were within sight. If the place was too big, they could be further away to ensure that Feng Yan could see them. Guo Zhiyun unfolded the map and looked at the contour lines. There were circles and a standard river beside them. This map had just been revised. The hot air balloon soldiers saw it from the sky. They compared it and corrected the areas that Li Yi had drawn. The winged knights had gone up to the sky to observe and then revised it. They now knew how to draw maps, including various observations in the sky, on the mountains and on the ground. They also measured the approximate length, width and height. Li Yi. Guo Zhiyun looked at the map and suddenly said Li Yi's name. After that, he did not want to say anything else. He realized that Li Yi could no longer be described as powerful. He could not even be described as a human. This was because when there was a lack of manpower, Li Yi always had better things to take out. Wang Juankui looked at the map and shook his head. I always feel that the winged knights' lives are more valuable than ours. We can also learn. Did the winged knights know this when they were born? They only learned it after meeting Li Yi. Guo Zhiyun was unwilling to admit it. In fact, he did think that Wang Juankui was right. The winged knights could write and calculate. When the winged knights ran to a place, they would come back and ask them about the situation. They would tell you what the mountains looked like, what the rivers were like, and what the valleys were like. He also gave the height of the mountains, the width of the rivers, and the depth of the valleys. Then, he drew a rough map and marked it. Every single one of the winged knights could reach this level, and if they were asked what kind of formation and tactics they should use, he would also be able to answer. How could they be ordinary soldiers? All of them were generals. The Tang dynasty lacked good generals, so every Jidushi and commander-in-chief had to consider carefully. Give him power, the power to integrate the military and the government. The winged knights said that they were starting to learn administration. In other words, after they learned well, the generals at the border would only be responsible for one side of the border and would not have the overall authority. If they were dissatisfied, the imperial court could just remove them and send a few winged knights to replace them. How strong was Li Yi to be able to teach a random person to such an extent? Sigh. Guo Zhiyun sighed and pointed at the location on the map. Mark these places first. They are suitable for building military bases. They are easy to defend and hard to attack. At the same time, they have a water source. Wang Juankui took a piece of white paper and placed it on top of it. Then, he drew a few simple lines and circles according to the situation on the map. After he finished drawing, he looked at Fan Fan who was standing next to him. What do you think? Fan Fan took the pen and marked the distance on the lines and the height of the circles. Commander Fan, are you familiar with drawing maps? Wang Juankui asked casually. I am from the first batch of winged knights, Dongzhu. No, that damned Li Yi. He didn't treat us as humans at all. He always played with us. Everyone hates him. Fan Fan suddenly became agitated. He looked like he had suffered a great deal. Wang Juankui seemed to understand. It's a pity that you don't have the chance to face him. Otherwise, you can take revenge. Face him. Fan Fan's face suddenly turned white. He shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. We don't want to face Dongzhu. We can't beat him. His Majesty asked you to kill Li Yi. You didn't do it. Guo Zhiyun was curious. Why were they so scared? Impossible. His Majesty asked us to kill Li Yi. He must want to kill us. You don't know how powerful Dongzhu is. Forget it. I can't tell you. Fan Fan was still very agitated. He suddenly calmed down and shut up. This involved secrets. He knew Li Yi's fighting ability. If they fought, he could fight with Li Yi. He could even take advantage of him. If they fought with weapons on the battlefield, Li Yi could kill all of his winged knights. Otherwise, why would His Majesty leave the city gates open and line up a row of tents from Xingxing Palace to Li family Zhuangzi's gate? If there was danger, His Majesty could escape. He could rush out of the city gates and reach Li family Zhuangzi. The danger would be resolved. No army would be able to break in. No matter how many went, they would all die. Wang Juankui provoked him. Oh, I know. You are afraid of Li Yi. Yes, who isn't afraid of the winged knights? Even Officer Guo is afraid. However, Dongzhu said to send us out. His Majesty suddenly said that we are not allowed to go out. We will not go out. Fan Fan puffed out his chest. He was still loyal to the emperor. This was also what Li Yi said. He said that his orders were second to His Majesty's. Who ordered Qin Li and the others to come here this time? Guo Zhiyun suddenly asked. I asked. His Majesty said that His Majesty personally gave the order. Otherwise, Dongzhu would come here personally. Qin Li said that His Majesty did not allow Dongzhu to leave Chang'an. Fan Fan did not hide this matter. The winged knights knew that Li Yi was stopped when he wanted to go out. Wang Juankui rubbed her face. It hurt a little. The wind was strong, and it was dry. What does Li Yi want? What does he want? If Dongzhu came, the situation would not be like this. Sister Lake would have been occupied. Zazicus can dodge the hot air balloons and skyscraping monkeys. If the distance is long enough, he can run. If Dongzhu wants to kill him, he will be killed if he runs. Fan Fan guaranteed that if Li Yi wanted to kill someone, it would be too easy. Wang Juankui was not convinced. I'm rebelling now. I'm rebelling with Jidushi Guo. What can Li Yi do? It depends on when the news is sent. It's morning now. If you rebel, someone will send the news to Chang'an in 16 hours. If you don't live for 8 hours, no, you won't even live for 6 hours. Dongzhu will come here personally to kill you. After he kills all the generals who betrayed you and makes the others obedient again, Dongzhu will go back. He still has things to do in Zhuangzi. Fan Fan gave such an answer. He was sure that Li Yi had sent a lot of things here. If the generals here rebelled, Li Yi would be very angry. I don't believe it. Wang Juankui said with a stiff neck. She really did not believe it. In 16 hours, the news would be sent back quickly. In 6 hours, Li Yi could come and kill her. Could Li Yi fly? If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. Anyway, I'm an honest person. My family's life is good. Fan Fan shrugged. He did not want to prove anything. Zhang Zhongliang's logistics supplies will be here soon. This year's goal is to occupy the entire Yellow River Basin. Guo Zhiyun also did not believe it. He changed the topic and talked about business. What was the use of talking about something that did not exist? Chapter 10:16. Put in more effort, there's rice, carry it well. At Longyu provincial governor's place, a group of soldiers went north to welcome them. Early in the morning, they saw people driving and pushing carts. There were even people carrying bags. From the looks of it, it was obvious that they had been on the road for a long time. They were also on the road at night. Some people had burn marks on their hair. When the people who were working saw the army coming, they did not stand on ceremony and directly handed the goods to the other party. The soldiers first took the things they were carrying, then the carts. The wheelbarrow had a belt that was hung around the neck and pushed with both hands. The skilled people pushed things that were a few hundred kilograms and dared to walk on the plank road on the cliff. When the road conditions were good, it was easy to run. In front, there was a river that was more than 20 feet wide. There were people ferrying non-commissioned officer on the river. There were small boats, bamboo rafts, and poles. Quick, carry the things over and put them on. A soldier carrying a bag of rice was about to put the bag on the bamboo raft. No, it's wet, go find a boat and put it on the boat. The person holding the raft pointed to the top of the raft. How much can the boat put? The soldier held the bag in time. A person who looked like a general looked at the water. How deep is the water? The person holding the raft said, it hasn't rained for 2 days, it's more than 4 feet deep. You guys can ride horses and let the horses help carry it. Brothers, remove the boards on the cart and follow me into the water. This is a gift for us. The young general called out and went to the cart to unload the things. He carried the boards and went into the water. When the others saw this, they understood what to do and went to look for boards. Bamboo raft, connect the bamboo raft and use your shoulders to carry it. The young general saw the bamboo raft again. The people holding the bamboo raft hurriedly lined it up. The people holding the bamboo raft could only carry people and the wheelbarrow. When they went into the water, the people on the other side saw it and followed. Not long after, a pontoon bridge appeared. Cross the bridge. The young general wiped the water off his face and shouted. Get on the bridge, walk steadily, don't step on people. The others hurriedly pushed the cart, wheelbarrow, and carried the things up. Good soldiers. I don't want to be paid to deliver things to such soldiers. When the people from Shu County saw the soldiers carrying a bridge on their shoulders, they also shouted loudly. That's right, don't. Let's wait for them to win the war and raise more sheep. We'll eat cheap mutton. Someone at the side added. You can't not want it. Some people are still counting on you to support their families. If you don't want it, how can others want it? The people from the Salt clan disagreed. Chop wood, chop bamboo, continue to build the bridge. Bring the rope, tie it up with the rope. There was a general on the opposite shore who felt sorry for his soldiers. Why isn't there a bridge? The commoners who had rushed over were puzzled. There were roads on both sides, and it wouldn't take much effort to build a bridge over a 200-foot-long river. Yes, 7 or 8 miles downstream. There are mountains on both sides, and there is a bridge there, the soldier in the water replied. Why don't you do it on the main road? If the enemy attacks and we can't defend the bridge, we can go over and guard the bridge. We can wait for the enemy to enter the water on the shore. There's no need to attack halfway. Just focus on shooting arrows. The person manning the ferry gave the answer. They knew the situation. Oh. Then you can even earn money as a ferryman. The commoner added. We fish for a living, so we don't need money to ferry people. Otherwise, where would we get so many boats and platoons? Fishing. If someone wants to cross the river and doesn't want to take a detour, we will bring them to the 2 sides. Sometimes they will buy our fish and shrimp. The person manning the first platoon had just returned from delivering goods and denied that they were using the ferry to earn money. There weren't many people coming and going here. Some people drove carriages and could only walk on the bridge. With so many people on the river, if they relied on the ferry to make a living, they would all starve to death. Right now, they were even volunteering. They heard that the army at the front had almost taken over the 9 bends. The further the army went, the more stable it was at the back. They had strategic depth. Usually, the fish and shrimp they caught would be sent to Longyu provincial governor to be sold, or exchanged for some eggs or woven cloth that other people saved. The people on both sides of the river were chopping trees in the mountains to make temporary wooden and bamboo rafts. These rafts wouldn't be used for long. If they weren't soaked in tung oil, they would rot in the water. Longyu provincial governor's soldiers were working, but the provincial governor wasn't there. Zhang Zhongliang had set out with people yesterday to deliver things to the front and provide military support. The front line was moving forward. If the front line was ambushed and ran back, he could still provide protection for the front line. When the sky was bright and it was almost noon, he rushed to the military stronghold. His 30,000 soldiers continued to reinforce the stronghold while watching the captives and cutting the grass. The captives couldn't be idle. They bent down to cut the grass and weave grass curtains. The cut grass was piled up and covered with grass curtains to prevent the grass from drying quickly. Take a break. Those who are in the area prepare to transport things. Those who come later will take over the work here. Zhang Zhongliang asked about the situation and ordered the troops to rotate. The rest was mainly for horses and animals to pull the carriages. There was no need for people. Everyone ate. After an hour, Zhang Zhongliang continued to lead the troops forward. There were tents in the troops. Stop. Rest the horses and eat. Qin Li led the troops to chase and kill several hundred enemies. At this time, Zeisiko's only had less than 500 people left. One after another, horses fell down. One after another, people turned around to die. Zeisiko's had a fever and was dizzy. He was cold. His whole body was cold. When he breathed, he felt hot. He wanted to stop, wear a thick leather coat, and drink hot soup around the fire. As he ran, he looked back and found that the people chasing him had disappeared. He quickly ordered, "Stop. Rest the horses. We can't run anymore. If we continue, we can only run with our legs." The group of horses stopped. Some of the horses stood there and swayed. With a bang, they fell down. The soldiers hurried over to take a look. The first person who saw it shook his head, took out a knife, and cut the horse's neck. Blood splattered. The horse twitched a few times and stopped moving. The others cut the horse and cut off a large piece of meat to give to the others. The others cut it into small pieces and stuffed it into their mouths. Zeisiko's trembled as he ate a piece of meat. He clenched his fists and chewed desperately. It seemed that this was the only way to make him feel better. His soldiers could see that he was sick, but there was nothing they could do. They peeled off the horse's skin and wrapped him up. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. Some people looked back. Their eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. They had never fought such a difficult battle. The enemy didn't even give them a chance to fight to the death. Moreover, they wouldn't let go no matter what. On Qin Li's side, everyone was eating hardtack and drinking water. "Boss, we can finish them all if we continue chasing, right?" Someone put down his water bag and licked his dry lips. His dry lips weren't because of the lack of water. It was because of the weather. The wind was blowing. He felt a burning pain on his face. They were all small wounds. "We can't kill them all. Unless we're willing to pay the price of casualties, we'll give up after a while. They're almost there." Qin Li shook his head. He knew that they wouldn't be able to kill all of the enemies without casualties. They would reach their destination after a few more miles. If they chased and killed, the enemy would run for their lives. Eventually, dozens of cavalry would arrive. Then, they would organize cavalry and charge at his team. His horse couldn't outrun a well-trained horse. He planned to give chase with all his strength and continue to exhaust the enemy's horses and men. Then, he quickly retreated. Chapter 10:17. Charge! Kill them all! Kill them all! Qinli estimated the time and saw that it was about time. He organized his team and charged towards Zeisika's team. This time, everyone rested for a full 4 hours. The winged knights were in good condition and the horses were in good condition. They had recovered most of their strength in 4 hours. Seeing the cavalry on the horizon and hearing the battle cries, Zeisika once again got on his horse. Everyone quickly ran. They were very close to their destination. The feathered forest flying mounts were very fast, and they wouldn't stop until they got rid of everyone. Tubo's people were also running with all their might. As they ran, their horses fell one after another. They were mainly short of water. When they ran past small lakes and rivers, the winged knights would speed up and not give Tubo's people time to fill their tanks with water. Then, the team behind the winged knights would fill their tanks with water and catch up with the people in front to share. There was a bit of water in the raw horse meat, but it was far from enough. After running for more than 10 miles, Zeisika's team had less than 300 people left. The rest were all dead. Now, there were more than 200 people. They were prepared to give up their horses and dismount themselves. They would let the others ride 2 more horses and run back to report. At this moment, the pursuit stopped. They heard many people of the feathered forest flying cavalry shouting. "Leader, what's wrong? Leader, wake up!" A faint voice could be heard. Everyone was shocked. Something happened to their leader. Dead? That's great. Quick, quick! Zeisika was afraid that there would be more people coming to kill them, so he urged his people to run. After they ran far away, Qinli and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They turned their horses around and ran back. They were not playing anymore. The winged knights wanted to run faster and meet up with the rest of the team. They were only 40 miles away from Tubo's team. If the other party organized more people to kill them, their team would definitely suffer casualties. The winged knights did not want to die. It would be great if they were alive. If it had been any other unit, they would have done everything in their power to stop Zeisika. It would be considered a great achievement. Qinli didn't want it. No matter how much credit his team had, it was all thanks to the winged knights. It was impossible for him to become a general elsewhere. Of course, if they caught someone, they would be rewarded for their efforts. Then, they would be promoted, awarded, and even promoted. Even so, he didn't want it. If he sacrificed a portion of his brothers in exchange for the promotion of his brothers, Dong Zhu would be angry. When he went back and explained the process, he still wanted to be promoted. He had waited for 4 hours before chasing after them because he was looking at the sun. Now that the sky was long, it would take a while for the sky to darken. He wanted to wait until it was dark when Zeisika and the others arrived. If the people there wanted to chase after them, it would be difficult to find traces at night. Zeisika was confused by the fever. He didn't know that the winged knights were acting and was looking for a reason to stop chasing. Otherwise, if he knew the situation and reacted, he would send 1 man and 4 riders to call for reinforcements and kill them before the sky turned dark. A distance of 40 miles could be covered in at most 45 minutes if the horses and men were in good condition. Now, the people were weak and the horses were tired, but they were still persevering. They still had to send out scouts to check the area ahead and around 10 miles in case the winged knights took a detour. In the end, after more than 2 hours, they finally saw their own people. The scouts arrived first, and a group of people on horses came to welcome them. There was only a trace of afterglow left in the sun. Zeisika saw his own people. The dim sunlight made him feel a little warm, at least visually. He bathed in the light of the setting sun and felt that he was floating. He wasn't cold, and he didn't feel uncomfortable. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said to the people coming over, "Quick, quick!" Without waiting for him to finish his words, he fell head first. There was already someone standing on the ground next to him. He quickly caught him and fell down with him. The commander has been feverish. Now, it's even hotter. Quick, give the commander some water. Do you have medicine? Water, warm water, use warm water to wipe the commander's body. That's what the newspapers of the Tang dynasty said. The bodyguard shouted. Everyone hurriedly carried Zeisiku's back onto the horse. Someone helped him ride back. The lanterns made of goat oil were lit. Someone from the Tubo side took out a medical book. This person was from the Tang dynasty and had been kidnapped. He was hesitating. He was hesitating whether to treat Zeisiku's. If he treated him, Zeisiku's would still be the commander. If he didn't treat him, Zeisiku's probably wouldn't live to see the sun rise. He used to be a doctor, but he was captured. His family was captured. Because he knew how to treat illnesses, his family lived a good life, unlike other slaves. Then, Tubo's envoys in the Tang dynasty tried to get a few medical books. Tubo's medical books were spread everywhere and treated as treasures. Also, the life tips introduced in the newspapers were also popular. Everyone was willing to learn. There were many medicinal herbs here. Among them, rhubarb, cotinopsis, gentian, and astragalus could all be used to treat fever. No, astragalus couldn't. Zeisiku's was suffering from an external infection. It was best to use qiangsheng. There were many qiangsheng in the local area. He had some in his pharmacy. Don't even think about poisoning the commander. If he dies, I'll kill your family. A knife was placed on the man's neck. I'm thinking about the prescription. I'm not thinking about anything else. He defended himself. Hurry up. The other party ignored him and urged. Okay, I'll try my best. Wet a cloth with cold water and put it on his forehead and armpits. Wipe the rest of his body with warm water. He said as he went to get the medicine. His family's lives were more important. He was very curious. Why was the commander in such a sorry state? What had he experienced? He boiled the medicine and brought it over. After it cooled down, he fed it to Zeisiku's with a small spoon. Someone had to help Zeisiku's up. Otherwise, he would choke to death. After feeding him 10 spoonfuls, Zeisiku's opened his eyes slightly. With water, he became more awake. Then, he felt uncomfortable in his stomach. His head tilted and he began to vomit. Quick, pour warm water. If you continue vomiting, what did you eat? The doctor instructed. Zeisiku's still wanted to faint, but he gritted his teeth and drank a bowl of water. He continued to vomit. This time, he felt much better. He looked at people and his vision was blurry. Drink the medicine. If you feel uncomfortable, vomit again. I boiled more medicine. The doctor handed him a bowl of medicine. Zeisiku's drank. He wanted to live. Gulp, gulp, wah wah, gulp, gulp, gulp. He repeated this a few times. His body temperature actually decreased because of the vomiting and the cold towel under his armpits and on his forehead. He did it again. He stopped vomiting. Wrap it up and keep it warm. Is it tiring to breathe? If it is tiring to breathe, I will prescribe another medicine for you. The doctor asked someone to wrap Zeisiku's in something and then asked the other party. Go and prescribe medicine. Quick, if there is any problem, you have to prescribe medicine. Otherwise, I will kill your whole family. The bodyguard put the knife to the doctor's neck again. Yes, I will go now. The doctor was helpless and turned to leave. He probably would not be able to sleep tonight. The bodyguard continued to follow him all the way to his house. His house was the current medical center. Dr. Guan, this is. The doctor's wife was in the medical center. When she saw her husband return, she asked and stopped. The bodyguard was too anxious just now and did not notice that there was a woman with him. He took a closer look. Her beauty was not bad. He chuckled. The doctor's face sank. Do you want your leader to die? The local soldier saw this and quickly stopped the bodyguard. He did not care about Zeisiku's life or death. He cared about the doctor. Chapter 10:18. The soldiers of the local tribe valued the doctor. If it was someone else who was abducted and had a beautiful woman, they would have been bullied long ago. This person was no good. He knew how to treat illnesses, and his request was that his family should not be wronged. In the beginning, he could treat many illnesses. Some of them were not cured, so it was not his fault. Many of them were cured, and everyone felt that he was very useful. Sometimes, they would even kill sheep and send mutton to his house. Later on, there were a few medical books. Amazing. Diseases that could not be cured could be cured. With such a person, even if you were Zeisiku's personal guard, you would not be able to cure him. Not to mention you, even Zeisiku's could not. We are counting on him to live. The personal guard looked at the locals, then looked at the doctor. He glared at him, but did not do anything else. The doctor did not provoke him. He asked his wife to fetch some medicine. The local soldier said to the personal guard, Dr. Guan Lin saved many of our people. We have more than 1,000 people, and we are counting on him. I didn't do anything. The personal guard instantly understood the doctor's position. This was a large tribe with more than 1,000 people. There were also women, children, old people, and slaves. If they wanted to fight, they could gather 5,000 soldiers. With so many people, there was only one miracle doctor. Zeisiku's leaned against the wall. He was still cold, but he was much more awake. He asked, who was that person? The abducted person was a doctor from the Tang dynasty. He was not as good as the doctors of the Tang dynasty, but he could treat illnesses. He cured many people. Later on, he obtained medical books. He learned from medical books and newspapers, and his skills grew. Unfortunately, he did not have enough medical books. They were all sent back from the Tang dynasty. Commander, do you have more? The local Qianhu answered. He valued Guan Lin as much as he did. He had fallen ill twice. The first time was due to typhoid, and the second time was when his leg was bitten while hunting. The typhoid healed faster. He did not pay attention to the bite at first, but later on, he could not take it anymore. Guan Lin helped her cut her flesh, applied medicine, and gave her medicine. For half a month, he was constantly at war with the King of Hell. Finally, after 20 days, he began to recover. He knew that without Guan Lin, he would have died long ago. Since then, he had specially set aside a piece of land for Guan Lin's family and built a house there. Guan Lin's family, whether it was grazing the goats or growing the food, all belonged to Guan Lin. His family had even built a heated brick bed. Many people found it useful and followed suit. Whoever was cured would be given a bundle of firewood, and those with a bit of status would be given meat. He told Zeisiku's all this because he was worried that Zeisiku's would suffer losses in the war and would want to vent his anger by killing the people of the Tang dynasty. Don't kill him, absolutely don't kill him. When the captives were exchanged, the higher-ups requested that the captives be exchanged for something else, while the captives themselves had to hand over the other members of the Tang dynasty, and this family would stay. Sigh. Zeisiku's sighed. He didn't want to kill anyone. He sighed with emotion. Even though the doctors in the Tang dynasty were not powerful, the doctors in Tubo were not. The doctors learned a few medical books written by Li Yi and became so skilled. What about the other doctors in the Tang dynasty? No, how good are Li Yi's medical skills? Can Li Yi cure my illness in one night? Zeisiku's was guessing. At the same time, he envied the emperors of the Tang dynasty and the people of the Tang dynasty. When the local Qianhu was sick, they treated the doctors as divine doctors. When the Tang emperors were not feeling well, they promised to summon Li Yi to the palace for treatment. He saw that he was on the verge of death, but a young physician in the Great Tang was able to wake him up. Was Li Yi able to save even the dead? I can't catch Li Yi. Li Yi is protected by the winged knights. The Qianhu was helpless. You are the commander-in-chief, and I can't bring Li Yi to see you. The winged knights. Yes, the ones who are chasing me are the winged knights. Hurry, go after them. I understand. They know that I'm going somewhere, so they stopped. Zasikus was awake. He remembered what he wanted to say when he saw the afterglow of the setting sun. The Qianhu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I've already sent them. The others told me the situation. It's already dark. Even if the moon is full, we still don't dare to chase too far. Good plan, really good plan, winged knights. Zasikus shivered again. He was cold from the inside out. Before, he only heard that the winged knights were powerful. When he read about them in the newspaper, he thought that the Tang emperors were just scaring people, the aristocratic families and big clans. After the battle, he felt terrified. The winged knights were indeed powerful. Now he found that the winged knights were smart. They had calculated everything. They rested for 4 hours to wait for the sun to set. When they called out the leader, it was for him to hear. The winged knights had clearly won, but they still wanted to confuse the enemy at the critical moment. Who was that leader? A talented general. He still had lingering fears when he thought about it. Hurry, tell my people. Don't tell them about the battle with the winged knights. Zasikus thought of the key problem again. I've already told them. Everyone knows. The Qianhu was still helpless. You always think about it after the fact. Is it too late? Just as the Qianhu said, his people were spreading the news about the winged knights. We have encountered a strong enemy this time. Who would have thought that the Tang emperors would send out their private army, the winged knights? First, they asked for a battle. The soldier was pulled to the door by the local soldiers to talk. The soldiers gave him some meat floss, venison, that they had hunted. He wanted to dispel the soldiers' thoughts. Otherwise, for the sake of his tribe, he could only kill the soldier with a sneak attack. While eating the meat floss, the soldier told him how powerful the winged knights were. If they were not powerful, he would lose, and it would be even more humiliating. He made the enemy seem strong. There was a reason why he lost. If he won in the future, it would make him seem stronger. After Guan Lin's wife got the medicine, she eavesdropped. The more she heard, the happier she became. So the emperor of the Tang dynasty had sent out his private army. The winged knights were so strong. If they won the battle, they could kill a lot of enemies in the pursuit. If they asked for a battle, they would fight bare-chested without any armor. One arrow would leave a big hole. For the country, the wings are as flourishing as the forest. The winged knights of the forest are solemn and respectful. Guan Lin's wife whispered. She was also literate. When she talked with the women in the tribe, she taught them some knowledge. In order to survive, she had to build a good relationship with others. At this moment, she began to look forward to the winged knights' attack here. The Tang dynasty's army was advancing. She had to quickly tell her man to prepare to hide when the Tang dynasty's army came. She did not want to be killed. He had to dig faster, deeper, and deeper. She became excited as she thought about it. Digging was because her family had their own land, so she secretly dug in the house. She dug a tunnel very far away and even designed some fake roads. At first, her family wanted to use the tunnel to escape. They wanted to dig from the place where they lived to the mountain. When they came out of the mountain, they would think of a way to escape together. But now, it did not seem to be necessary. She would wait for the military forces of the Tang dynasty to arrive and hide. When the military forces of the Tang dynasty won, she would come out. It was easier than running by herself. The premise was that she would not be caught and killed by the Tubo people. That would be too humiliating. It was the final moment of victory. Chapter 10:19. The moon rose to the top of the sky in the middle of the night. It was the 15th day. The 1,000-odd cavalrymen who went after the winged knights didn't find anything. They were relieved. To be honest, they didn't want to fight the winged knights. Fighting the other soldiers of the Tang dynasty had already caused a lot of casualties. Fighting the winged knights, the outcome was still uncertain. Who would want to face the elites of the other country without being prepared? Let's go back and tell them. The winged knights fled at the sight of the wind. They were worried about Commander Zeisiko's safety and didn't dare to chase after him for a long distance in case they fell into the enemy's trap. Yes, that's it. There's nothing wrong with it. So they rode back. They had to tell each other clearly in case anyone spilled the beans. Guan Lin endured his sleepiness and decocted some medicine for Zeisiko's. It was a medicine to lower the temperature. The effect wasn't very good. The temperature of the water was low, so it needed to be boiled for a while to remove the contents of the medicine. Zeisiko's slept for a while, but he still had a fever. Not to mention Guan Lin, even if it was given to Li Yi. Li Yi could really lower the temperature in a short time. As long as Li Yi was willing to increase the dosage of the medicine and use physical methods, there was no way the temperature couldn't be lowered. But it was useless. It would rebound and develop resistance. Zeisiko's gulped down the medicine. After a while, he felt that he was almost cured. In fact, he still had a fever. He drank a lot of water, sweated and urinated, and his metabolism was fast. His symptoms weren't completely reversed. He had a normal routine at night and his body was resting. The fever was caused by the body's immune system. At night, the body's biological clock allowed the body to rest. The immune system would lower the body's temperature. At dawn, the immune system would continue to work, and the temperature would rise again. So many people with a fever would wake up in the middle of the night to take medicine and measure their temperature. Oh, it's down. That's great. But the next morning, why did it rise again? Guan Lin felt that he had achieved the treatment effect. He was thinking about what to feed the patient. If he kept taking medicine, his body would collapse. Drink more water tonight. Drink some ginger sugar water and then cover yourself with your hands to sweat. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll have egg drop soup. It's made with 2 eggs and some vegetables. No milk. Guan Lin asked if she could drink milk when she had a fever. I'm drinking Chinese medicine. Do you think I can drink milk? Egg drop soup and porridge were fine, but some traditional Chinese medicines required egg drop soup to be taken. Okay. Zeisiko's had already sweated profusely once. He was covered and then wiped his body with warm water. Now that he had covered it again, he felt that he could survive. No matter how uncomfortable it was now, it was still better than being chased. Then I'll go back to sleep. If I collapse from exhaustion, who will treat the commander-in-chief? Guan Lin looked at his bodyguard. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Zeisiko's rarely thanked the people from the Tang dynasty who had been captured. There was no other way. There were so many people, but only one person could treat his illness. Instead of using the life and death of his family to force him, it was better to be friendly. Guan Lin excused himself and returned home. His parents, wife, and 2 sons were all there. His eldest son was 11 years old and his youngest son was 5 years old. They were both learning medicine from him. Go to sleep. It's fine now. Guan Lin took his wife back to his room. His eldest son also took his younger son back to their room. The 2 children fell asleep quickly, but Guan Lin and his wife did not sleep. They held hands and lay there with their eyes open, listening to the movements outside. Yes, listening with their eyes open would affect their hearing, unless they were blind. There were no footsteps outside, nor any special breathing sounds. Guan Lin's wife held Guan Lin's hand 3 times in a row. The two quietly got up and went to the corner where the small water tank was placed under the moonlight. They moved the tank away and used their hands to gently dig at the ground. A wooden board was exposed. They lifted it up and went down one after another. When they reached the bottom, there was light. Guan Lin's mother was there. Your father is snoring up there. Are our people coming? Guan Lin's mother looked at Guan Lin and asked. Yes, it's coming. There were more than 70,000 soldiers, but less than 300 were killed. Some surrendered, and some died. I heard that more than 400 people were captured and killed in Huge Stone City. Guan Lin's wife was busy today. She went to chat with other women and got some information. It's best to know when the Tang dynasty will attack. Then your father and I will cook for them. They love our cooking. Guan Lin's mother smiled. Mom, no, let's hide together. Guan Lin was about to cry. He knew what his mother meant. Others thought he was a doctor, but in fact, his medical skills were passed down in his family. His father and mother's medical skills were amazing. Just like in Li Yi's novel, his mother was an ethnic minority who was good at poisoning. His father was a doctor who was good at detoxification. Just like that, the two of them met and groomed him. When they first came, someone wanted to marry the old lady's daughter-in-law. Then he went out to hunt, but he suddenly fell ill and died before he could come back. People who were good at medicine and poisons could cook delicious dishes. Even stews could be seasoned. The old man and the old lady were also willing to cook for others. If someone gave them something, they would cook for many people. During the harvest season, they could cook even more delicious food. Tubo people regarded the harvest season as the beginning of the year, not the first day of the Tang dynasty. Mom, there's no need. Let's hide together. I heard from them that when the military forces of the Tang dynasty fought, they would blow up a whole area. Guan Lin's wife tried to persuade them. Why should they poison others and seek death? She also knew how to use poison. She had learned it from her mother-in-law. Of course, their poison was basically useless against Li Yi. It was a slow-acting poison. As soon as the symptoms of poisoning appeared, they met Li Yi. Except for the pesticide and other chemical toxins, Li Yi could save them. Okay, I don't want to die. Let's dig again. Guan Lin's mother was not stubborn. She thought that when the military forces of the Tang dynasty attacked, they would not be able to take them down for a long time. Then her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson would be found hiding underground. If they attacked fast enough, she would not have to poison them. In a few years, her eldest grandson would get married and have children. Then, she would have 4 generations under the same roof. She could have her grandson or granddaughter. She was only in her 50s this year and was still healthy. The 3 of them continued to move forward. There was a ventilation system in this tunnel. The land where they grew vegetables had a shelf. Then, there was a hole at the edge of a stick next to the shelf. There were many forks in the tunnel, but only one of them was correct. After walking for a while, the 3 of them stopped. Guan Lin squatted down and pushed the wall at the bottom of the tunnel. The wall caved in. The 3 of them went in and pushed it back. Yes, this was the exit. After walking for a while, they found that the exit was connected. Then, they looked carefully and found that there was a door-like mark on the wall. If others saw it, they would think that there was a problem. Chapter 10:20. The 3 of them came in from a small hole in the ground. Under the light of the fire, there was a passage in front of them. If they walked along the passage, they would find 3 forks in the road. However, the 3 of them did not leave. They stood where they came from. There was a ladder beside them. Guan Lin climbed up the ladder. He dragged a spot and went up. His mother and daughter-in-law followed him. After they went up, it was a narrow place. They could only climb. After about 100 steps, they stopped, even though there was still room for them to climb. Guan Lin used one hand to push the wall beside him. The wall sank in. He climbed again. He went in and slid down. This time, it was the real passage that led to the mountains. The three of them ran to the place and started to dig. They dug at the side. After they went up, they could reach the forest. However, when they dug at the side, there was already a room beside them. It was right in front of the exit. They still had to push to get in. This room had not been dug out to lead to other places, but it was big enough. At the same time, there was a small hidden ventilation hole. Who would have thought that a tunnel would be so complicated? The real exits were all blind spots. Moreover, the last exit was a hidden place. Even if the pursuers really reached the exit, they would think that they ran out from there. As for the footprints, the ground was made of grass, not mud. The soil here was easier to dig. It was soft. If they changed to a harder place, they would probably have other ways. This tunnel was designed by Guan Lin's mother and daughter-in-law. They were good at using poison. They were different from normal people. Dig this in 2 days. It's the same trunk. There are layers of obstacles. If they want to chase, they won't be able to find it in 10 days or half a month. Let's just wait. Guan Lin's mother did not want to die. She continued to dig with her son and daughter-in-law. The path ahead was dug by the older children. They hollowed out the middle of a big tree. The bark was still there. The tree was still growing. The adults could not get in. Now that it was widened, they could get in 2 days. If Li Yi saw it now, he would think that it was the will of East Germany. East Germany was East Germany. There was a Berlin Wall between East Germany and West Germany. The East Germans used countless methods to get to West Germany. For example, when the railings at the checkpoint were higher, they modified their cars and crawled under the railings. Later, when the railings were lowered and the railings were not strong enough, they drove a truck to crash into them. The last one was not possible because the metal used for the checkpoint was too strong. The East Germans also knew how to climb over walls. They could climb up with just a handhold. The East German government pulled the electric grid. Then jump from a building. Next to the Berlin Wall is a building. Jump from the roof. West Germany will catch you with quilts and other things. East Germany tore down the house next to it to prevent people from going there. People from East Germany who wanted to go over started to dig tunnels. In a short while, many people went over. The East German government opened up trenches and filled them with water. Dig, and water will enter. Just when the East German government thought that the East Germans had no other way, a hot air balloon took off. It was a hot air balloon created by some neighbors in East Germany after they had discussed with each other and taught themselves aerodynamics and materials science. Now, Guan Lin and his men were doing the same thing in order to return to the Tang dynasty. They were not boorish. They were intellectuals. They could endure. Their goal was to complete their mission as long as their children could return. They had never complained about the Tang dynasty, because the Tang dynasty had always been fighting. It was just that they had never fought against the Tang dynasty before. It was not that the Tang dynasty had compromised. Especially now, Li Yi's Tang dynasty had been attacking them all the time. They had even reached the doorstep of the tribe they had captured. How could they say that the Tang dynasty did not work hard? Who had not lost a battle before? His Majesty had even sent his private army here. The private army had only appeared a few years ago, much later than when they had been captured. Moreover, His Majesty's private army, the Winged Knights, was really powerful. They had beaten the Tubo commander Zasikus so badly that he had lost his garrison and had chased him all the way here. The three of them whispered and continued to expand the exit. They were going to hide in the tree with their family of 6 when the military forces of the Tang dynasty attacked. Qin Li did not know that there was a family of captured Tang dynasty people in the place they had left before. Otherwise, he would have taken measures. They were special forces. It was easy to rescue a family. He would find a way to bring them out and then run away together. Of course, he would not choose to kidnap Zasikus. It was useless. The Tubo people would not compromise. They could exchange after the battle. During the battle, Zasikus would rather die than let others exchange him. He led the team and ran away from the enemy. He knew that the brothers he had brought with him could wipe out that tribe regardless of the cost of casualties. They could kill Tashi Kyuj and even capture some of them. He also knew that Dong Zhu would not praise them. They could have waited and more firearms would have been sent over. Why did they have to risk their lives? Were lives so worthless? How much did it cost to raise you? What kind of treatment did your family get? They trained officers. A group of officers risked their lives for a tactical goal. Did you go to capture Tubo Zanpu? It's about time. Let's stop. Qin Li did not know if there was a large force chasing behind them. He did not send any scouts to look back. Not to mention the back, there were no scouts left or right. The horse's physical strength was at its limit. They could not carry out large-scale reconnaissance on the battlefield. Everyone stopped. The first thing to do was to take off the refined materials from the horses and put them on the ground. The horses did not need to look at them to eat. They just needed to smell them. The familiar smell was what he liked to eat. Sure enough, his master did not forget. Listen to the ground. Qin Li panted. He was nervous. He was afraid that his brothers would be hurt. The people he brought out should be brought back alive. Dong Zhu emphasized over and over again that the Tang dynasty had a strong foundation. They could take it slowly. They did not need so many martyrs. The Tang dynasty was rich. The Li family Zhuangzi was rich. They could make a lot of money at any time. In fact, there were not many things used in war. The raw materials were cheap, so there was no need to exchange lives for war results. Qin Li remembered that to ask people to listen in the ground now, it was to insert an empty bamboo tube into the ground and have a small hole on it to listen for sounds. In addition, night vision devices were also used to prevent the enemy from moving slowly. After everything was arranged, Qin Li ordered, light the fire and feed the horses rock sugar and pepper. Everyone took out the rock sugar and pepper. They did not eat the rock sugar. They were reluctant to eat it. Now, they held it in their palms and fed it to the horses. The horses loved to eat candy, just like children. There were only 2 small pieces of rock sugar. The horses were satisfied and rubbed their heads against their masters. When they put the pepper in their palms and fed it to the horses snorted and made a sound. It was like a cat that ate catmint and a dog that got a large piece of meat bone. Horses also had emotions. It was like tiring a horse to death and letting it receive tourists. The horse's state was actually not good. The cavalry's horses always raised their heads and walked gracefully. The horses that ate good food had big eyes that seemed to be able to talk. The masters helped them brush their hair and scratch their itches. It was worth it. It was all worth it to come so far. The next time they met the enemy's horse, they would directly bite it. If the master was still as good as he was now, they could even bite people. Chapter 1021. Li Dongzhu, thank you for your invitation. On May 16, the Li family Zhuangzi and the people from the Japanese Empire arrived. There were only 4 people from the Japanese Empire. When they crossed the bridge, they searched their bodies. Before they saw Li Yi, they went to take a shower and changed into the clothes provided by Zhuangzi. At noon, they saw Li Yi at the dining table. The honey worth 25,000 yuan was delivered. There were 3 people accompanying him. Minister Tian Qingyuan of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Minister Lu Tong of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, and Secretary Sun Wanyun. The 3 of them were very happy. They helped Li Yi make money, and they also made money at the same time. The people from the Japanese Empire gave 500 yuan to Changsun Wanyun, 1,000 yuan to Lu Tong, and 1,500 yuan to Tian Qingyuan. The 3 of them each got 1/10 of the honey, which was not a small income. When they arrived at Zhuangzi, there would be a gift. It must be very valuable. The main thing is to thank you for giving me the honey that is needed for the medicine. You are reluctant to eat it, but you know that the people need it, so you donated it to show the friendship of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi did not say, "wa," at this time. The Japanese Empire did not know about it in the past. Later, they found that the word, "wa," was not a good name, so they changed it to Japan. It meant that the sun shone on the place before the Tang dynasty. Let's eat. There are many people in the manor, and life is not easy. Therefore, the dishes for you are a bit shabby. Li Yi asked everyone to sit down. He made a big rotating round table. The table was piled with plates, and each plate was filled with many dishes. There were chicken, duck, fish, sheep, cattle, rabbits, and turtles. In the middle of the table was a stewed goose. The 4 people from the Japanese Empire were very happy. Look, Li Yi valued them. Otherwise, he would not have taken out so many dishes. Some of the dishes could not be seen in the earthly paradise. I am honored to meet you all. Please. Li Yi first held a small wine cup. It was white wine. Drinking wine was popular nowadays, but Li Yi always felt that it was not right to drink wine without eating steak. The taste of the wine would suppress the taste of the dishes. Drinking rice wine was better than drinking wine. Li Yi said as he downed a cup of wine. It was a cup worth 3 coins. After drinking, he frowned and pursed his lips. He waited for the wine to go down before opening his mouth and exhaling the smell of alcohol. Please. The other 7 followed suit. The people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies knew the situation and did the same thing as Li Yi. The 4 people from the Japanese Empire had never tasted such strong alcohol before. The moment they took a sip, they sucked in a deep breath. Cough, cough, cough. They quickly turned their heads and coughed. Their faces instantly turned red, and they felt as if their throats were stuffed with cotton. This wine is too strong. Try not to breathe in when you drink it. Li Yi reminded him. He had forgotten to mention it before. Good wine. Takagi Junichiro praised first. Fortunately, he didn't know where it was. Next, the table turned. Everyone chatted and flattered each other. After chatting for a while, Shinbei Shimoto suddenly said to Li Yi, "Li Dongzhu, the honey you sent to Zhuangzi is beneficial to the people of the Tang dynasty. It's really great. I wonder. Li Dongzhu, do you have a way to make the lives of the people of Japan better?" Ah. Oh, okay. But I'm not familiar with your country. The Tang dynasty has new rice. Why don't I give you a few thousand kilograms of rice seeds? You can take them back and plant them. Li Yi showed a troubled expression. He thought of something good, rice seeds. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. I heard that the rice seeds can be harvested in 2 months. The people of Japan will thank Li Dongzhu. Fujiwara Ma Yang added. After thanking him, he hesitated and said, "But the people of Japan lack houses to live in." That, easy. I'll teach you how to make a kiln. You can send the method back. Use the bricks to build houses and use the tiles to block the rain. Li Yi readily agreed and raised his wine cup. Everyone drank a cup. Abita Nakamaro couldn't help but say, Li Dongzhu, we've seen cement blocks with iron chains in Pujin. That's not bad. They had always been thinking about the price. After thinking about it, they felt that it was expensive and difficult to transport. Buying cement from the Tang dynasty and building their own castles required too much manpower. The boats were small and couldn't transport much at a time. The recipe for making cement was the most important. They could send it back and make it in their own place. You're talking about concrete with cobblestones? This. Li Yi dragged out the word. Sigh. He sighed again. To tell you the truth, concrete is controlled and used for military purposes. The Tang dynasty doesn't allow it to be spread outside. Yes. Changsun Wanyun testified. Yes, how could cement be leaked? But you can buy the finished product. For the sake of the friendship between the two countries, I'll sell it to you at the cost. Li Yi compromised and sold the cement at the cost. Japan is not an enemy of the Tang dynasty. It's on the other side of the sea, and transportation is inconvenient. Is there any other way? Abita Nakamaro asked with a bitter face. Way. Li Yi repeated and glanced at the three people from Honglu Temple. Li Dongzhu, I drank too much water this morning. I want to go take care of it. Tian Qingyuan smiled embarrassedly. I know where it is. I'll take you there. Changsun Wanyun went to pull Tian Qingyuan. My face doesn't feel well. I'll go wash it. Lu Tong found an excuse and followed. Without the palace maids and eunuchs, there were only 5 people left in the room. Li Yi put his hand in his pocket and touched the gun. Everyone, I can't give you the recipe. But I can take you to see the process of making cement. How about 50,000 coins? Shinichi Shimoto directly offered. I'll give you 100,000 coins of ready-made cement. Take it back and don't mention it again. Li Yi retorted. Takagi Junichiro next to him knew how rich the Li family Zhuangzi was. He smiled and tried to smooth things over. It's 50,000 coins in Japan. 50,000 coins is equivalent to 500,000 silver coins. Yes, 500,000 silver coins in Japan. Abita Nakamaro gritted his teeth and agreed. Did you bring it? Li Yi estimated that it was possible. Japanese Empire's current silver coins were 5 or 6 grams per coin. It was about 500,002. 5 tons. So much silver coins, did you bring it? It could be exchanged for 130,000 or 140,000 coins in Tang Dynasty's money. In Tang Dynasty, 1 tael of silver was not exchanged for 1 tael of silver. If 1 tael of silver was exchanged for 1 tael of silver, then 5 tons of silver could only be exchanged for 60,600 taels of silver. 1 jin of silver was 660 grams. 1 jin of silver was 16 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for more than 2 taels of Tang Dynasty's money. This was the price of selling silver to make jewelry. Since Zhuangzi collected gold, silver and copper to issue exchange certificates, the value of silver was actually higher. We don't have that kind of money. Replace it with something else. We have it. Fujiwara Ma Yang shook his head. They did come with a lot of silver coins and silver ingots. If they couldn't take out 500,000 coins, other precious things would be enough. Li Yi hesitated for a moment. When the 4 people were worried, he nodded, give it to me. I'll take you to see it. At most, 10 people will change into our clothes. Remember, if you have cement in the future, you can say that you figured it out yourself. Okay, now. Li Dongzhu is waiting for us. Abita Nakamaro was not in the mood to eat. Even if the food was good, there were many things he had never seen before. The 4 people ran out and asked people to carry things to Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, they asked 6 craftsmen to look at it together. The three people from Honglu Temple turned around and came in. They sat down again and held their wine glasses. We didn't earn much. Alas. After all, the Tang Empire and the Wen nation are friendly neighbors, separated by only a strip of water. Li Yi shook his head and drank a cup of wine. Cheers. The three people drank with a smile on their faces. Chapter 1022. Cart after cart of things were sent to Li family Zhuangzi. The villagers were counting. Abe, Zhong, Maru, and the others did not come back to drink. They were talking to their men. They told the 6 of them to look carefully and not forget. They were in a good mood. It turned out that Li Yi was so easy to bribe. This time it was cement. Next time it would be gunpowder. A few 100,000 was not expensive. Even if it was 1,000,000, as long as they could get it, it was worth it. They did not bring enough money, so they sent people back to report. More money was sent from the country to buy the secret recipe. Gunpowder, hot air balloons, landing powder, kerosene lamps. It was not the way to deal with paraffin. As long as they got the recipe, they could get whatever oil they wanted. Li Dongzhu, there are a lot of leftovers. How should we deal with them? Tian Qingyuan looked at the big table of dishes and felt distressed. Everyone didn't eat much. The whole chickens and ducks are still there. Last time, those people in Grief Tian Square were dealt with. Some of them are dismissed. Li Yi raised the people of Grief Field Square. They did not eat the leftovers that were given to them. After checking the accounts, it was settled. They had embezzled more than 10 yuan. Grief Tian Square was the face of the imperial court and the favor of the emperor. Even if they embezzled more than 10 yuan, they would still be dealt with. Dongzhu, are you going to send it to Grief Tian Square? Changsun Wanyun asked even though she knew the answer. I made a lot and sent them together. The weather is hot. I think Grief Tian Square will give them cool food. There are not many meat dishes. Zhang family village no longer sends overnight dishes. They will send them that night. Li Yi explained the reason. People in Grief Tian Square always ate cool food. There was not much meat. People who went to Zhang family village to eat would consume less meat on a hot day. They would not order so many dishes. He made a lot of food and sent it over at night to nourish everyone. Buzhu's illness has been cured. Lu Tong mentioned the situation of another person. After Buzhu went through a lot of pain, he suddenly realized something. There was nothing to be troubled about. He could only ask for peace. There was no other way except for peace. Then he would persuade Tubo to fight others and accumulate strength. When he was strong enough, he would fight the Tang dynasty. Li Yi smiled. He's probably thinking that if Zanpu humbles himself and Princess Jincheng writes a letter to plead for leniency, the Tang dynasty will agree to a truce. It was like that in the past. Lu Tong did not understand the situation at the front lines. He felt depressed that the enemy would stop fighting once they asked for peace. Whether we make peace or not depends on the morale and logistical supplies of the military forces of the Tang dynasty. We're clearly holding on, but the enemy wants peace, so we have no choice but to agree. Li Yi had righted the name of the Tang dynasty. If he could fight, how could he not? The soldiers at the front were having a hard time fighting. When they heard that Tubo wanted to make peace, they did not want to fight anymore. Tubo's strategy had always been pretty good. He was able to negotiate peace with the Arabs and fight the Tang dynasty together. There was also the Tujue, Tukashi, and Tubo. This included the southwest barbarians. Their diplomatic strategies were formidable. What about now? Lu Tong asked. Now, we'll wait until we occupy the source of the Yellow River. We'll defend and develop agriculture and animal husbandry. Li Yi had already made up his mind. After spending so much effort, would it be a waste of money if he didn't take advantage of it? We won't keep fighting. Once we occupy the Yellow River Basin, we'll guard this place and rear a lot of cattle and sheep. Later on, we'll buy them at a high price. Guo Zhiyun shouted as they marched. The messengers went out to pass on the message to the various troops. The soldiers were tired of fighting. After fighting for a long time, their morale was low. First, it was clear that it would be over soon. Everyone would fight and live a good life. The infantry was about to reach the location where the winged knights had first chased out. The soldiers were very tired from running. When it was time to eat, the troops at the front finally saw the cavalry. The cavalry sent out scouts to tell the vanguard how far they were. The winged knights were cooking. They came back one after another. Only Qin Li's troops were missing. Tubo's troops in all directions had been wiped out. They took out square barrels of greased canvas and propped open the shelf. Then, they used their military kettles to cook horse meat and wild vegetables. The pressure was low, so it took a while to cook. After cooking a box, they immediately poured it into the barrels and covered the barrels. After doing this many times, the barrels were filled with food. After adding a little salt, the taste would be there. The Heshi Jidushi's cavalry watched and helped feed the horses. They were envious and surprised. The winged knights' kettles were good, and the winged knights could cook. They smelled good. Those who came later, come here and eat. The winged knights' men called out to the infantry who ran closer. The infantry were exhausted. They didn't have horses, so they tied their legs and ran. Now that they arrived, exhaustion overwhelmed them. They put down their things one by one and sat to the side to catch their breath. Their formation couldn't be messed up. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have cared. They would eat first and talk later. At this moment, they felt that they couldn't lose face. The winged knights were watching. They took out their military kettles. They were different from the winged knights' kettles. The winged knights used copper kettles. The Li family Zhuangzi made them. The others used iron kettles. The Ministry of Works and the Military Ordnance Supervisor made them, and the Workers' Alliance helped. The iron kettles didn't have any anti-embroidery measures. Li Yi couldn't galvanize or tin plating them. Li Yi couldn't do any of those methods. He could barely do it. Hot-dipped tin plating could be done in the laboratory, but it couldn't be done in industrial production. In order to prevent the kettles from rusting, the soldiers would smear the outside with fat. They would pour liquid oil into the kettles and shake it a little before pouring it out. This way, the kettles wouldn't rust. Their kettles looked oily. They placed them in a canvas kettle bag. There was a layer of oil inside the canvas. They didn't wash it and used it to protect the kettles. For the frontline soldiers, it was good enough to have a kettle. It was also multifunctional. It was better than leather bags. Leather bags couldn't be heated and couldn't be used as utensils. They had to prepare extra bowls for meals. The troops at the back arrived one after another. The troops at the front had rested and went to eat. The rice they brought was fried rice. They grabbed a few handfuls and soaked it in water. Qin Li didn't come back. Guo Zhiyun arrived and used his binoculars to look for Qin Li. Qin Li was the most important troop. He didn't come back. We killed the other 9 troops. We didn't take any prisoners. Those who were injured were killed. A winged knight replied. This group of Tubo soldiers didn't surrender. They couldn't capture any prisoners. They didn't want to capture those who were injured. Even if they were captured, they still had to treat them. If the other party fought with their lives on the line, they would become a burden. It should be fine. Guo Zhiyun wasn't at ease and could only comfort himself. The soldiers queued up to receive the stew. After eating a mouthful of the stew, they felt much better. The temperature today was about 16 to 17 degrees Celsius. The wind was weaker, so it wasn't too cold. Guo Zhiyun took his iron kettle and scooped half of the stew. He grabbed some rice and soaked it in water. He ate the same food as the other soldiers. He had a copper kettle, but he didn't use it. Everyone else had iron kettles. If he took a copper kettle, it would only show his status. He didn't want that kind of meaningless status. He was the provincial governor. Who wouldn't listen to him? Have you all eaten? Guo Zhiyun smelled the stew and asked the winged knights. This time, we will eat it. I cooked it for everyone before. I cooked it 3 times. Everyone can eat about half a bowl. When the winged knights cooked the stew, it was almost full. When the others ate, they scooped half of the stew. There were nearly 10,000 of them. The provincial governor's cavalry also cooked the stew. This time, they cooked the stew until it was almost full. They poured out half of the stew and scooped more for those who didn't have enough. Chapter 1023. The soldiers of the Heshi Jidushi ate and continued to build the stronghold. There was still some time before the sky turned dark. They took the opportunity to build another line of defense to provide support for the following troops. The winged knights raised the hot air balloon and looked around to see when Qin Li's team would return. They were not worried. Qin Li was calm. He would rather not have any military achievements than take risks. Qin Li led the team to rush back. They had traveled too far. They were in a hurry and had to take care of the horses on the way back. They ate some food on the horses. When the horses were resting and eating grass, they picked up mushrooms, wild vegetables, and medicinal herbs. One of them carried a thin booklet with him. There were pictures printed on it, introducing mushrooms and medicinal herbs. They were not allowed to touch the things that were not on the picture. Before they left, the Li family Zhuangzi gave them the booklet. Li Yi picked the common local things, which could be eaten and which could only be eaten when cooked. I found a clump of roseroot. Dig it out and bring it back. Li Dongzhu knows how to use it. I saw fritillary. Dig it out. It's the right month now. The Tubo people don't know how to live. There are so many good medicinal herbs, but they don't pick them. If Dongzhu didn't give us the booklet, we wouldn't know that there are treasures everywhere. In the future, as long as the locals dig, their lives will be better. If they want to plant it, they will dig it out. Plant it yourself. This is caterpillar fungus. Li Dongzhu said that it can be used to stew it. He doesn't know if it's good for treatment. The Li family Zhuangzi's skincare products are suitable for local use. When the wind blows on the face, it's all dry. It hurts to talk. The leaves like celery and coriander are chuanxiong. We have to dig them out. Li Dongzhu is too good. He is in Changpan. He knows what is here. Qin Li brought people to look for things when the horses were resting. They picked the mushrooms that were introduced in the pictures. When they were harvesting, they were not so tired. They recovered from the tense state of fighting. The sentries on the mountain looked around with binoculars. They also wanted to dig. Some of the horses were eating when they realized that their masters were squatting on the mountain doing something. They trotted over and tilted their heads to look. Medicinal herbs. Li Dongzhu named the medicinal herbs. Take them back. If Li Dongzhu is happy, he might give you a few more pieces of candy to eat. Go and eat grass. The soldier who was digging explained the situation to the horse and continued digging. When the horse saw its master digging, it used its hooves to dig at the side. When it dug out something, it put its mouth on it, sniffed it with its nose, and smacked it on its nose. Ah! You dug up Cotinopsis palacula. It should be from autumn. Not bad. Okay, go back and tell Li Dongzhu that it was you who dug it up. He will reward you with candy. Just as the soldier was about to say that it wasn't time yet, he realized that it was really thick. Those that had been wild for many years were still better than those that were planted, even if the season was not right. The horse looked at it again and felt bored. It turned around and continued to look for grass to eat. When the horses were almost fully recovered, Qinli and his men hurried back. Zeisiku's condition had improved a little, but his fever had not completely subsided. His cough was not that bad. The Qianhu killed a yak and roasted it for him. Guan Lin's family was given a leg of the yak. The family was very happy. After the last tunnel was dug, they only needed to wait for the soldiers of the Tang dynasty to come and then they would immediately go in. Now, they stored food and water. The food was fried and smoked and sent in first. Some herbs with a strong smell were also placed in the tunnel. They were worried that the Tubo people would find them by following the smell of the herbs. Now, the tunnel was full of the smell of herbs. The Tubo people would not be able to distinguish them. As for the water, it was boiled and poured into the water bags. Some of it was sent over. If no one came in 2 days, a new batch of water bags would be sent over. Commander, we have chased them for hundreds of miles. We only saw traces, but we did not find the winged knights. The Qianhu reported while Zeisiku's was eating roasted meat. Zeisiku's stopped, looked at him, and shook his head slightly. No need to search anymore. Contact other places and prepare for battle. He could see that the other side did not want to use the Qianhu people to hunt down the winged knights. It was his people's fault for talking too fast and making the winged knights sound so scary. Besides, even if they found them, it would be useless. There were nearly 3,000 winged knights. The horses should have recovered by now. It was impossible for a Qianhu to mobilize more than 5,000 people to kill 3,000 winged knights. Even if they all rushed up, it was not certain who would kill who. Previously, the winged knights' horses were tired. Once the horses were no longer a problem, how could the winged knights hunt them down? At that time, he had a lot of people. We have sent people. They should be migrating and joining us. We are not afraid of the Tang dynasty. The Qianhu's words were obviously not confident. The Tang dynasty had hot air balloons, explosives, and skyscraping monkeys. The commander's personal guards said that the hot air balloons flew in the sky and could not be hit. When the explosives were detonated, the horses would be frightened. When the skyscraping monkeys fell to the ground, a large number of people would die. In the face of weapons that they had never seen before, how could they fight a war? The enemy was floating in the sky and using telescopes that could see very far. The scouts were under the enemy's eyes. The Qianhu thought, stood up and went outside. He looked at the clouds in the sky and was worried. Fu Qian, look at the arrows of the winged knights. A person from his tribe brought 2 arrows over. The arrows that were inserted in the bodies of people were now removed. Fu Qian was the name of the Qianhu's officer. Fu was the Fu of the governor. Qian was the Qian of the Qianhu. The local was actually called Dongben, and the commander's transliteration was Maben. The Qianhu took the arrows and observed the arrowheads. The arrowheads were made of good iron. There was no curve in the shaft and the feathers were neat. His first thought was that they were rich. The Tang dynasty was really rich. His tribe did not have such a good shaft and tail feathers, not to mention the arrowheads. There must be a lot of inferior products to make this kind of arrow shaft. The feathers, how many birds did they have to choose from? No, the Tang dynasty could raise geese. This was goose feathers. He did not know that the arrows made by the Li family Zhuangzi were made with new technology. Of course, the wood was good wood, hardwood. Then there was the lathe, and the poles came out of the lathe. The poles were easy to deform, unless they were dried. At this time, there was a mold, an iron mold. The arrow shaft was soaked in tung oil. It was heated in the mold and then cooled down. This was the shape. It was not shaved bit by bit with a knife and then discarded when it was found to be deformed. Or it was soaked in water and then pressed. The lathe was first split into wooden strips, and the wooden strips were inserted into the place where the rotary knife was. The Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Military Weapons, and the Ministry of Works all had second-generation individual lathes made by the mother lathe. They made more useful weapons for the Tang dynasty soldiers. They did not use bamboo arrows anymore. They all used wood. There was a way to solve the problem of tension and deformation. The Li family Zhuangzi's lathe was moving toward higher precision. As long as there was a mother lathe, the rest would be easy. This was the advantage of technology and industrialization. As long as the Tang dynasty had enough arrows, they could kill the enemy with arrows. The only thing the enemy could do was to pick up the Tang dynasty's arrows. It was very pitiful. Fuqian, there is no rust on the arrowheads. They are easy to cure. The soldiers said that the military forces of the Tang dynasty used wooden feathers. The arrowheads are rusty. The Qianhu subordinates sighed when they said this. Sometimes, they would also think of ways to fix the arrows. But the enemy had alcohol and knew how to suture. They dug out the arrows and washed the wounds. They were not afraid of rotting. They did not have alcohol. It was said that Zhanpu had alcohol, but it was burned later. Chapter 10:24. The Qianhu held the arrow in a daze and looked up at the clouds floating in the sky again. He didn't understand the word technology, but he knew that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were very powerful. The Tang dynasty had good tea leaves, good ironware, and exquisite silk. They also had armor and mo swords, and so many fertile lands. Now that more powerful weapons had appeared, what would happen to his tubo in the future? The war was coming. The Tang dynasty had sent 2 Jidushi soldiers and more than 10,000 winged knights. Commander Zeisiku's only brought less than 300 men back. We don't have enough soldiers to defeat the army of the Tang dynasty. The Qianhu said what was on his mind, but he was shocked and quickly looked around. His soldiers looked up at the clouds as if they didn't hear anything. Let's go to Guan Lin's house. The Qianhu didn't know why, but he suddenly wanted to talk to someone from the Tang dynasty. Now there was only one family in the tribe. They used to have a lot of people who were robbed and traded back during the exchange. Guan Lin's family was making yak legs. There were a lot of tendons on the legs, so they shaved them off and mixed them with some herbal powder. The rest of the meat was fried and eaten. They had a frying pan, which was secretly made by the captured Tang people in the past. It was made in their medicine shop. The man was a blacksmith. When he was caught, his children were not with him. His wife went to his son's place to take care of his grandson. He was delivering farming tools to others and was surrounded. He said that he knew how to farm, so he was caught to farm. He did know how to farm. When he got sick, he was cured by Guan Lin. He saw that Guan Lin's house didn't have any good iron tools, so he secretly made a few frying pans with a small hammer. Guan Lin's family needed to get herbs, so there would be a commotion. The sound of his hammering was heard, so Guan Lin's family had a frying pan. Because of the pressure of the plateau, they were mostly roasted and eaten raw. When the Qianhu arrived, the family of 6 was eating. They were not nervous at all when they saw the Qianhu. At first, they were afraid when someone came. They were always worried that the tunnel would be discovered. I followed the smell, the Qianhu said with a smile to Guan Lin's family who stood up to greet him. Just now, the person who delivered the arrow to him was carrying a rabbit and a pheasant, which he shot to death with the arrow. The 2 of them took a detour and were about to catch a pheasant when they encountered a rabbit. The 2 of them used the arrows of the Yulin flying cavalry. Each of them shot 1 arrow and hit the target. Fu Qian, let's eat together. Guan Lin appeared to be very respectful. He was still hoping that the other party would let down his guard. The old lady and Guan Lin's wife brought the children to clean up the rabbits and chickens. One yak leg was not enough for more people. Qianhu was not polite. Old people and women should go to work. He sat down with the people around him and skillfully picked up his chopsticks. After eating 2 mouthfuls of meat, he asked Guan Lin, "The soldiers of the Tang dynasty are coming. What do you think?" "My family ran away with Fu Qian. When I returned to the Tang dynasty, I was just a young doctor. My life couldn't be compared to here. My family here ate well and dressed well." Guan Lin hurriedly stated his reason for not wanting to go back. "Run? Do you think we can't defeat the army of the Tang dynasty?" Qianhu glared at him. Guan Lin nodded. "No, we can't." He lowered his voice again. "That guy, how many tens of thousands of people were there?" He was the main force in the front line. After being defeated by the Tang dynasty, there were less than 300 of them left. He even fell sick and lost his weapons and horses. The morale of the Tang dynasty is at its peak. When our people heard about the power of the winged knights, I saw that a few of them were worried. Unless we tell Zhangpu to let Princess Jincheng write a letter, otherwise. Otherwise what? Qianhu was unwilling to admit that his side's morale was low, but he did not refute. Otherwise, if I were a general of the Tang dynasty, I would let the cavalry kill cattle and sheep. While setting up a frontal formation, I would also attack and harass the enemy. 2 armies of more than 200,000 people can't be defeated in one day. The Tang dynasty also has hot air balloons to replace scouts. Guan Lin put himself in the shoes of a general of the Tang dynasty and killed cattle and sheep. In fact, this was his plan. When the soldiers of the Tang dynasty attacked, he would hide well and come out to present his plan to the generals of the Tang dynasty. Qianhu stared at Guan Lin in surprise. For the first time, this doctor actually understood war. Yes, he was afraid of being attacked. Once the cattle and sheep were killed, the military forces of the Tang dynasty would withdraw. When winter came, how would his tribe survive? The weather was at its hottest, suitable for shearing yaks and sheep. The shorn hair could be made into tents and clothes to prepare for winter. At the same time, the grass was the best in this season. The cattle and sheep would be able to give birth to calves. In more than a month, the highland barley would be harvested. It was not suitable for war now. He did not know why Tubo chose this time to attack Huge Stone City. Qianhu complained that the timing of the attack was not right. Indeed, in history, Tubo attacked in the 6th month of the lunar calendar. Because the weather was warm and there was a leap month last year, the highland barley was harvested in the 6th month of the lunar calendar. When there was food, they went out to fight. In the 7th month, Guozhiyun led his troops to the war. At that time, there was no shortage of food, but the main force was defeated. Now, due to the situation, they were forced to attack in advance. With the supply of food and fodder at the rear, the military forces of the Tang dynasty followed closely. What was destroyed was agriculture and animal husbandry, the foundation of survival in Tubo. Qianhu closed his eyes and thought for a while. In your opinion, the Tang dynasty wants to fight to a conclusion? The Yellow River Basin. The Tang dynasty wants to occupy the Yellow River Basin, the sister lake. Guan Lin actually analyzed the purpose of the Tang dynasty. Good. When the time comes, your family will follow me. Qianhu looked at Guan Lin. He was not only a doctor, but also knew strategy. Bring my family's medicine. In case someone is injured, I can treat him. Guan Lin reminded him again of his identity as a doctor. Yes, bring it. What else do you need to bring? Prepare everything. Qianhu nodded. Guan Lin and his father understood that the Tubo people did not want to fight. Very good. When the army of the Tang dynasty came, they would tell this important information to the generals of the Tang dynasty. They did not want to live in Tubo. They wanted to go back. What did they eat here? What did they say? When they went back, they could treat other people's illnesses and ask for more medical books and more medicinal materials. Qianhu had made up his mind. It was not that he did not want to fight, but as long as there was a slight chance of winning, he would choose to stay. How could he and the other tribes fight when the main force of the commander was reduced to such a number? He began to eat the meat. When he was full, he wiped his mouth, patted Guan Lin's shoulder, and left with his people. Guan Lin's wife, mother, and child came back with the meat. Guan Lin, how was it? His wife asked softly. Tubo is scared. The weapons of the Tang dynasty are too strong. Guan Lin smiled. His father gave the fried meat to his child first. I want to see Li Dongzhu. Learn more medical books and show him the prescription that your mother and I developed. See if it works. Father, isn't that the skill passed down in our family? Guan Lin asked. He knew several secret prescriptions. It's passed down to the country and the world. I heard that Li Dongzhu wrote hundreds of medical books. We have benefited a lot from the copies we got. Li Dongzhu is a great doctor. Guan Lin's father sighed. He did not want to keep the secret prescriptions. As long as the soldiers of the Tang dynasty really came, he was willing to contribute. Chapter 1025. The soldiers at the border were fighting, but the people of Chang were living a peaceful life. It was dark. The temperature difference in Chang was not as big as the temperature difference in Jukuchu and. It was hot and stuffy today. The people could not sleep. There was no curfew, so they all came out for a stroll. Diesel lamps were hung on the streets of Chang'an. The lights were not very bright, but they shone on people's hearts. There was a non-commissioned officer standing under each diesel lamp. They did not know which guard they were, but they took turns. Under such circumstances, there was no theft, robbery, or child abduction. Ding ling ling, a bicycle was moving forward slowly with the crisp sound of a bell. There was a kerosene lamp on one side of the bicycle and a thermos bottle on the other. The person riding the bicycle was humming a tune and looked relaxed. When the people heard the bell, they all turned their heads and moved to the side. Shopkeeper Liang, where are you going? Some people knew him and quickly greeted him to prove that they could talk to him. It's hot. I can't stay at home. I'm going to the pig farm, shopkeeper Liang replied naturally. He did it on purpose. He could not go during the day. He could not use his own horse carriage. There was no hot water in the pig farm. He had to choose this time. Only then would the three major items of wealth be of use. The people were envious, but they did not hate the rich. Shopkeeper Liang knew that the people who provided roadside houses and cooperated with the people of other places to raise pigs. They had money, but they were willing to give it away. When they went out of the city, the water or soup they drank would be filled with their money. Bicycles were popular in Chang'an now. There was even a young and beautiful woman sitting on the back seat. Under such circumstances, only the big horse carriage with the Qiangong step bed could compete with them. If there was anything that could compete or surpass them, it would be clatter. 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 Clatter of horse hooves could be heard as a carriage pulled by 4 horses appeared. There was a big red cross on both sides of the carriage. It flickered in the flashing lights. Hello, Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu is out. Hello, Dongzhu. Get out of the way. Bahui Li family Zhuangzi Dongzhu is going out. When Li Yi's ambulance appeared, there was no need to shout or ring the bell. The people all made way for it to pass. This time, he didn't even feel envious. He felt that it was very normal, as if Li Yi should be like this. In the hearts of the commoners, Li Yi was a symbol, like a mascot. Li Yi didn't poke his head out of the car to wave. The car didn't occupy the middle of the road, so it walked at a moderate pace. 100 winged knights followed behind them. The driver was Guozi, who had an assault rifle strapped to his chest and a bow beside him. Wen Tian, what's the situation with that child? Why didn't you send him over? Li Yi asked Princess Yongmu, who was sitting opposite him. Xiaolan said from the side, didn't I tell you? She suddenly stopped talking and didn't play with the other children. She was always in a daze. She used to be fine. When did it happen? Do the child's parents know what's going on? Li Yi couldn't determine what illness the child had. She was normal in other aspects. The most likely possibility was that she was frightened and suddenly became autistic. If that was the case, it would be much easier. It was very difficult to change the congenital aspect, but there were ways to do so. It could also be childhood depression. Otherwise, there should be reactions to other behaviors. For example, eating, sleeping, walking, and so on. It was a few days ago. She stopped talking on the 6th day of the new year. I even played with her during the day on the 5th day of the new year. Princess Yongmu recalled. Have you seen the imperial physician? Li Yi continued to understand the situation. Yes, I gave her calming soup. Then, the professor of curses came personally, but it didn't work. Princess Yongmu looked disappointed when she said that. She was willing to play with the children and teach them. The group of children was originally playing well, but suddenly one of them changed. Her mood was affected. The 5th day of the 5th month, the Dragon Boat Festival. Could it be that she was poisoned? Li Yi guessed again. Sometimes, people like to use folk remedies during the Dragon Boat Festival. If she ate something and was poisoned, it might also affect the nervous system. Li Lang, can you cure her? Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi expectantly and asked. She really couldn't think of any other way. The imperial physicians she found were the best, and there was more than one of them. The prescriptions and methods of the imperial physicians were not useful. She was only left with the last straw. If Li Yi also said that he couldn't cure her, then it would be over. It would be completely over. Yes. Li Yi was certain. It went against his principles. As a doctor, how could he dare to say that he could cure a certain disease? There would be problems with appendicitis surgery. Yes. Princess Yongmu's eyes lit up. She believed in Li Yi. If Li Yi said that he could, then he definitely could. Yes. Li Yi also acknowledged. He was a little guilty. He hadn't seen the patient yet, but he had already made a guarantee. What other things are there? Think about it. For example, does she cry? Does she wake up at night? Li Yi reminded. When I said that I would bring it to you, she cried. Xiaolan thought of a situation. Why would she cry? Li Yi was puzzled. Was there something wrong with him? Have you seen the bean worm? Has it grown bigger? Li Yi felt that it was too depressing in the carriage, so he changed the topic. Chapter 1026. Princess Yongmu looked at the bus through the window. There were many people on the bus, and she was happy. Li Lang, it's hot at night. With so many people coming out, the number of people riding the bus will increase as well. We can earn back the money spent on the bus in the middle of the night. The bus in the middle of the night will be subsidized by the imperial court. It won't be included in the profits of the bus in the day. Li Yi emphasized the difference between the two parties. When the bus leaves every 30 minutes, the additional wages and materials will be calculated. The money is given directly by the imperial court. Princess Yongmu was not clear about the details of the operation. It will be deducted from the profits. The Li family Zhuangzi's share must be given to us, and the rest to the Ministry of Revenue will be deducted from the imperial court. Isn't it because the imperial court earns more money? Xiaolan was puzzled. If we earn more, our profits will be deducted. In fact, the Ministry of Revenue should be responsible for collecting the full amount, and the other department should be subsidized. It's just that old Bai thinks it's troublesome. When the scale is bigger and we reach the local area, he will know. It's more troublesome if he can't figure it out. Li Yi was speechless at Bai Gu. Bai Gu was busy now. Fortunately, Bai Gu had Zhang Shua to keep an eye on things. Xiaolan rolled her eyes. She did not quite understand. Is it worth spending so much money just to get people to the pharmacy faster? The imperial court's money is to be spent. The bus can run empty, and the credibility of the people will not be lost. Now, the imperial court is saving lives and gaining recognition from the imperial court. In the future, the imperial court will issue a trustworthy currency, and the people will still recognize it. A country without a stable currency will not be able to rule for long. Li Yi believed that not every sum of money spent would result in a profit in the end. Money was spent as long as there were benefits. Benefits were not just money. If the imperial court prioritized making money, it could only mean two things. One was that the international competition was fierce. The external environment was like this, and the imperial court followed suit. The other was that the domestic revenue had decreased, and they could not achieve their goals. The good thing was that the people would think of ways to improve social production technology and productivity in order to earn more money. The bad thing was that the people only had money in their eyes. As long as they could earn money, they could laugh at the poor. The most important thing for the Chinese people was their tradition. If they lost this tradition, it would be difficult to get it back. He had memorized poems and ancient prose since he was young, and he even had to take exams. In the end, he couldn't understand a simple essay. Whose tragedy was that? In fact, the Tang dynasty did not have good control over the local areas. They also used force to suppress them. The local clans were higher than the local yamen. If the yamen wanted to sentence someone to death, they had to report it up the hierarchy and finally report it to the Ministry of Justice. When the local family sentenced a person to death, they would immediately announce it and execute it. There was no need to report it to the government. The government would tacitly approve of it. So when he looked at it, he realized that Golden Age only had a dozen death sentences in a year. These dozen or so people had passed through the Ministry of Justice. How many of them hadn't? Li Yi wanted to turn things around and change. He had the ability, and he did not have any selfish desire for profit. It was easy to make money in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi was lost in thought, and the carriage became quiet again. Princess Yongmu stretched out her hand and pushed Li Yi's frowning eyebrows aside. Li Lang, is it true that with credit currency, there won't be a situation where money is worthless? Li Yi's eyebrows relaxed. How is that possible? As long as the logistics are not fast enough, there will definitely be problems. What problems? Xiaolan couldn't figure it out herself, so she asked. For example, if I go to Yuezhou, there is Dongting Lake and the scenery is beautiful. I have money, and I can bring 1 million. Li Yi began to tell the two of them what he would do if he wanted to do something bad. At the same time, he would send many people to various places to buy pigs, both big and small. After spending hundreds of thousands of yuan, basically all the pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese in that area would be bought. After spending hundreds of thousands of yuan, it would not only be in Yuezhou, but also in several surrounding states. Then he would continue to raise the price to buy. Before new livestock and poultry could be shipped in, the price of such goods in several states had skyrocketed. More people wanted to raise them and sell them. The commoners did not know anything about economics, so they were easily tricked by others. Li Yi would sell the goods he had bought at a high price, and then secretly buy food. The commoners bought the livestock and poultry, hoping that they would raise the price and sell them to make money. Li Yi kept on speculating, and every day was more expensive than the day before. The commoners also raised the price to buy and sell with each other. When it was about time, Li Yi would sell all the goods he had bought before, and then turn around to buy food in large quantities. The entire area would immediately experience rapid inflation. Everything would increase in price. When the livestock and poultry from outside arrived, the commoners already had no money to buy them. The people who had bought the livestock and poultry before were crying and selling them at a lower price. There were also those who had borrowed money to buy them. They could not afford to pay back the money, so they gave their land and houses to others. The goods from outside could not be sold at all. Even the goods from these states were taken out, and the prices were getting lower and lower. Li Yi only needed to spread the word, the imperial court's money was worthless, and it was useless to take it. Everyone should hurry up and buy things, and things were more important at home. The commoners who had a little money would spend it, and the sellers would not accept paper money. At this time, Li Yi had earned a lot of money, and in the surrounding areas, who still accepted paper money, he would go and buy food like crazy. With the movement to reject paper money and truly feel that paper money was worthless, more and more people did not want paper money. Did it affect our credit? After Li Yi finished speaking, he asked the two of them with a smile. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan were already dumbfounded when they heard this. They admitted that Li Yi had no problem throwing out hundreds of thousands of yuan. It was not an armchair strategist. Li Yi was rich, and some of the prices in the capital office were actually controlled by the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi used the prices of goods in the southern part of the city to adjust the prices of goods in the capital office. This was the power to set prices. No wealthy merchant found any opportunity to promote something. If he dared to make a move, Li Yi could slap him to death without an administrative order. There would definitely be people who dared to buy pigs, and they would do their best to raise the price of pigs in the capital office. If Li Yi had a bit of conscience, he would say, the price of pork is too high, and it must be lowered. The other party would quickly stop and would rather lose some money to bring down the price of pork. If Li Yi was very angry, he would let the other party know that pigs could not be bought out. At the very least, the other party did not have enough money, and they could not sell the pigs. Li Lang, if there really were people who joined forces to do this, can you deal with it? Princess Yongmu was worried for her imperial father. The imperial court would definitely issue credit. At that time, if there were people causing trouble, what would they do? I'm not afraid, there are many methods. One is to arrest people and accuse them of hoarding and inflating prices. But I don't like to do that. Bullying people will make the imperial court look incompetent. Another is to transfer things from the side. They would rather lose money and quickly transfer things over. Then, every household will be given a daily quota of meat. The last one is even simpler. If they dare to spread news, I will also spread news. I will say in the newspaper that those things that were bought are harmful to the body. After Li Yi finished speaking, he laughed. He was not afraid of people spreading false news. He controlled the power of public opinion. Chapter 1027. Is that how newspapers are used? Princess Yongmu was suddenly enlightened. Why else would it be sold so cheaply and printed on one side? It's tiring to think about common sense all day long. Li Yi smiled. The previous efforts were for the critical moment later. The people were used to the contents of the newspapers and trusted them. Not only did they not lose out by buying newspapers, but they also gained a lot from them. They learned a lot from the newspapers, and there were stories as well. Newspapers are not only used to make money. Making money is a secondary goal. It is the wisdom of the people and the voice of the country. Li Yi's tone was solemn. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes with a blissful expression. Xiaolan also smiled sweetly. She had dreams. They arrived at the carriage. Many lights were hung where the Hu merchants were. There were even lookouts. There were 6 lookouts with people standing on them. Li Yi opened a secret compartment in the carriage and took out a stack of coupons. There were 1,100 coupons and they were all bundled together. He casually threw them out of the carriage and shouted, "I dropped some money. Let's not pick them up. The journey is more important." Thus, the group entered Zhuangzi. As soon as they left, someone ran out and saw the coupons on the ground. He roughly looked at them and estimated the amount. He shouted, "Li Dongzhu, tip 100 coins. 100 coins per coupon." "Okay." The surrounding people cheered. Li Yi's carriage entered Zhuangzi. A group of children were there. They did not go back. Some were too young and were already asleep. There were also children who came from further away. They lived in the school. There were 99 of them in total. They were just short of 100. If the neighbor's child did not go home, the boarding child naturally could not go home. They all knew that the beautiful big sister went to find someone to treat Xiaoqin. Even the imperial physician was useless. The big sister naturally invited Li Dongzhu. Other than Li Dongzhu, who else could do anything? Xiaoqin's grandparents and parents were all there. Her brother and sister-in-law were also there. If the situation was different, they would have already accepted their fate. A group of imperial physicians came. If they said they could not cure her, then it was over. No one could be blamed. This was fate. However, they knew who this young lady belonged to. She was Li Dongzhu's woman. She had gone to look for Li Dongzhu. There was still hope. When the group arrived, the winged knights held their bows and ran to their positions. Some of them even dismounted from their horses. With a few people working together, they climbed onto the roofs. The children and adults below didn't panic. When Li Dongzhu went out, this battle array was still considered small. "Change your clothes and go downstairs." Li Yi took off his loose robe and white coat and hung the stethoscope around his neck. In a carriage following behind them, the palace maids and eunuchs appeared, dressed in gorgeous palace attire. Their walking posture also changed, becoming dignified and orderly. The 8 maids in Zhuangzi who were taking care of the children stood up one after another. When the lineup was revealed, the children smiled and felt a sense of security. Xiaoqin, who had been in a daze and seemed to be thinking about something, was also stunned. When Li Yi got out of the car and saw the clothes that Li Yi was wearing, she suddenly burst into tears. Li Yi was also stunned. "What the hell? You cry when you see the white coat?" So he turned around and went back. When he came out again, he had changed into a silk shirt. Xiaoqin was stunned again and looked carefully. Li Yi smiled at her, and she lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Li Yi was not only handsome, but also had a unique temperament. He was a scholar. Moreover, as a doctor, he must show confidence when facing patients. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and thought of several situations in an instant. He walked over, squatted down, and pressed the stethoscope on the little girl's body. In the past, he felt that it was not good to listen to the back and let others massage it. But now, it didn't matter. He could listen to anyone, and no one would have any other ideas. The little girl was 7 years old this year, and her birthday was 6 years and 1 month. Li Yi listened through the clothes. The little girl was very curious and looked at Li Yi. "Qing Song, come here." Li Yi ordered. Qing Song glared at Purple Jade, who wanted to grab the box he was dragging, and stepped forward. Purple Jade shrugged and spread out its hands, meaning that it had no other intentions. Tao Hong also glared at it, and the cub quickly lowered its hands. He knew that he had made a mistake. Dong Zhu was treating the child seriously, and he should not have made such a joke. Qing Song opened the box, and Li Yi took out a small blood collection device from it. He wanted to collect blood from the ear. One was that he did not know the situation of the little girl's empty stomach, so he could not directly draw more venous blood. Ear blood was used for routine blood tests, just like the one on the finger. However, the child's finger had to come into contact with many things. If the child did not pay attention to hygiene, it would be infected, and it would always hurt. The ear would hurt for a while, and then it would not be sensitive. Li Yi wiped the little girl's earlobe with an alcohol swab. Then, he gently pressed the blood collection needle and inserted it into the little girl's earlobe. He didn't even need to squeeze, and the little girl's blood came out. He just needed to release the blood vessel and it was done. Xiao Qin only felt that her ear was hot, and then it hurt, and then it became numb. Does it hurt? Li Yi lowered his voice and asked in a magnetic voice. It doesn't hurt. The little girl shook her head naturally. After that, she showed a look of horror and appeared to be very flustered. Li Yi's eyes narrowed even more, and at the same time, he gritted his teeth. Don't talk. It's okay to make a sound occasionally. Some things can't be heard. I have something here that can shock them. Look. Li Yi lowered his voice and took out something from his pocket. It was a flying top that he had just exchanged for. The flying top with a bright light was turned on, and the light flashed. Li Yi looked as if he had thrown it out casually, and then the top flew out and flew back. The little girl's eyes stared at the top, and her mouth was slightly open. She felt that it was amazing. This thing could prevent her from being heard by others. The other children had the same expression. What kind of thing could shine and fly around? Once again, Li Yi successfully caught it and whispered to the little girl, with this thing, as long as you don't speak loudly, other things won't be able to hear you. It's amazing. Even the people in the temple and the monastery have acknowledged it. Is that so? The little girl touched it with her hand and asked softly. That's right. Look, you can speak now. What's the matter? Li Yi said confidently. The little girl shook her head, and a smile appeared on her face. Come, follow me into the car. My car is more powerful than this. Take it. Li Yi handed the flying top to the little girl. The little girl learned to hold it with her fingers, and was pulled into the car by Li Yi. When she got into the car, she was still a little nervous. When she saw Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan, she calmed down a lot. Let me tell you a story. There's a type of ghost that is most afraid of meeting me. Then, it will tell the person it wants to harm to run away and cry when they see me. That's the only way. Actually, Li Yi took the opportunity to tell the story, and gave an example of a person who didn't exist. What he meant was that when the ghost was scamming people, it would tell them what to do when they see something. To put it bluntly, this was a scam. It would ask people to transfer money to the ATM machine, and then the bank staff would refuse, even if the police asked. The little girl listened and suddenly said loudly, I am. A ghost told me that if I went to the Li family Zhuangzi, it would be over. It said that if I saw someone wearing a white robe, it would cry. That's right. Then who told you this ghost? Li Yi squeezed the words out from between his teeth. Chapter 1028. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan looked at each other. They were smart and immediately understood. Someone was deceiving Xiaoqin, telling her that she couldn't speak, couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi, and cried when she saw Li Yi. There were so many imperial physicians in the imperial medical department, but it was useless. This meant that Xiaoqin was still afraid and didn't believe it. If she didn't speak, no one could do anything to her. The imperial physician's diagnosis was correct. She was indeed frightened, but unfortunately, she wasn't used to taking medicine. The doctor's method was useful for adults, but it was useless for this child. Li Lang was still the best. First, he pricked her earlobe, then he asked the little girl when she was in pain. The little girl obviously didn't react, so she answered without thinking. Her answer meant that she could speak, so there was no need to test her blood. Who was it? If they caught him, they would make him suffer a fate worse than death. Princess Yongmu was so angry that she cried. Such a cute little girl was actually deceived to the point that she didn't even dare to speak. Sister, don't cry. The little girl raised her hand to wipe Princess Yongmu's tears. Hee hee. Li Yi laughed. He picked up the little girl and put her on his lap. Xiaoqin, tell me who it was. What did he tell you? He also hugged me like you, and then he told me. The little girl began to talk about the situation. On the 5th day of the 5th month, everyone was wearing a 5-colored rope, and she lost it. She didn't know how it fell. She was good at her studies, so Princess Yongmu gave her a few 1-coin exchange coupons. She wanted to buy another one to wear. When she met a peddler, the peddler took her to a place where there was no one and said that he could give her one. After that, he told her that she lost her 5-colored rope, she would encounter ghosts, she couldn't speak, she couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi, she had to cry when she saw people in white. Otherwise, she and her family would die. The little girl continued to talk. This time, the peddler told her that she was possessed by a ghost and couldn't speak. Li Yi also kissed the little girl's face. Don't be afraid, he's lying to you, he's lying. Men, go and find that peddler for me. Li Yi's expression changed. He tried his best to control his emotions, and his voice was a little shaky. Yes. The winged knights outside had also heard this, and after receiving their orders, they immediately rushed out and asked around. Wen Tian, check on her. Li Yi handed the little girl to Princess Yongmu and got off the car. He wasn't sure if the other party had done anything else, and he couldn't ask. Because some children were in good health, primary school students would have that kind of thing. Also, in the current Tang dynasty, some princesses got married at a very young age, such as the Princess of Jincheng, although she was not a real princess. A married princess was another matter. This matter was obviously not that simple. The other party even knew not to let the child go to the Li family Zhuangzi. Hiding from him. Why hide? The other party was afraid of him. Li Yi came to Xiaoqin's parents and said, "It's okay. The child is still young. Some things will not be forgotten, but there are better things. Send her to my place for a few days. The other children will also go there and attend classes. I'm happier there." Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The child's father, who had pretended not to know who Li Yi was, bowed. He wanted to kneel, but he knew that Li Yi didn't want people to kneel. It doesn't matter. In the future, try not to let Xiaoqin go out alone. I will tell the other older children to stay together. Li Yi didn't blame the child's parents. Couples also had to work, and the children were raised independently. Getting rid of the bad guys was more important than blaming the family. Only an incompetent person would find fault with the victim's behavior. For example, if a child committed suicide, an incompetent person wouldn't consider social and other factors. They would only blame the child for being too fragile and fragile. If a child was hurt, the first thing an incompetent person would think of was how the child's parents were wrong, and not the person who committed the crime. Li Yi wasn't that kind of person. He knew the actual situation of the child's parents, and he wanted to pursue the person who hurt the child. Why did he have to find fault with the victim? Shouldn't the person who should be dealt with be the perpetrator? The child's parents were also the victims. What was the country's will? Was it to blame the victim? Was it to ask the victim to change? That wasn't the country's will. That was the will of the weak. Only the weak would think that way. The country's will was to protect everyone's safety, and it would be merciless against crimes. People who lived at the bottom of society with the mentality of the weak had no right to blame the victim. Li Yi wasn't a weak person, and he never was. He now hoped that the little girl wouldn't be hurt further, and at the same time, he strengthened the security of the capital. The little girl's parents didn't know Li Yi's anger and thoughts, so they were relieved. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was the safest. Li Dongzhu, my Xiaoqin will get better, right? The little girl's father was most concerned about the child. I promise she will get better. It's not a problem. Li Yi nodded. He didn't ask the father to pay more attention to the child, because it was impossible. Couldn't the child go out and play by herself in a social environment? How bad was the social security to ask the child not to go out and play by herself? Thank you, Li Dongzhu. My family also raises worms. When the child grows up, I'll give you 5 kilograms. The child's mother said. Okay, remember to come here and ask if there are any problems. Li Yi didn't refuse. It was a kind gesture. The food the child ate in his zhuangzi couldn't be exchanged for 100 kilograms of bean worms. At this time, Princess Yongmu came out holding the little girl's hand. The little girl smiled happily and licked a lollipop in her hand. Li Lang, it's fine. Princess Yongmu said to Li Yi. Everyone, get ready. I'll go to Zhuangzi later and live there for half a month. Li Yi said to the children who were always concerned about Xiaoqin. Okay. That's great. I've always wanted to go to the Li family Zhuangzi. Is it the Li family Zhuangzi from Ba Shui? The beautiful big sister is Li Dongzhu's woman. I still want to marry the beautiful big sister when I grow up. You're only 7 years old. Do you know what it means to marry a wife? I know. She's only pretty. She coaxes me to sleep and I listen to her. It's impossible to coax you to sleep. She can only coax me to sleep. Li Yi suddenly interrupted. Li Dongzhu, I don't want to be friends with you. The child turned his head away angrily. I'll give you candy. It's better to eat candy than to coax you to sleep. Li Yi was in a good mood. How much candy? The child immediately compromised. Dad, Mom, a bad person lied to me. Xiaoqin ran to her parents and complained. The man picked up his daughter, give it to Li Dongzhu. He'll catch the bad person. The man saw the situation and heard Princess Yongmu's words. He instantly understood something. He was even angrier, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't even find the person. Chapter 1029. She turned around and ran to Li Yi's side, opening her arms to ask for a hug. Li Yi picked her up, and she put one hand on Li Yi's shoulder. She looked around and smiled. The other children smiled as well. Their little friend was fine. The maid and the children were packing up. They were going to move to the Li family Zhuangzi for half a month. Some of the parents who came with their children didn't object. No matter how rich the other party was, they wouldn't agree to it. Who knew if their children would be wronged? They didn't want to climb up the social ladder. They just wanted their children to grow up safely. If it was the Li family Zhuangzi, there wouldn't be a problem. If they couldn't even trust the Li family Zhuangzi, who else could they trust? After packing up, the featherwood flying cavalry who went to inquire about the news came back. Dongzhu. He's from the Japanese Empire's diplomatic mission. His name is Murayama Shuyong. He's a medical student. The winged knights whispered into Li Yi's ear. Did you catch him? Li Yi didn't think about the meaning of the Japanese Empire's name. He cared more about whether they caught him or not. We're going to catch him. The winged knights replied. Good. Tell them that they caught him and put him outside the Imperial Palace, facing Vermilion Bird Avenue. Li Yi said calmly. The winged knights turned around and left. They didn't care about the other party's identity. Other than His Majesty, there was no one the winged knights couldn't catch or kill. Of course, if Li Yi wanted the winged knights to kill some special people, the winged knights would ask Li Longji first. There was no rush. If there was a rush, wouldn't Li Dongzhu kill them himself? It wasn't like he hadn't killed people before. I'll go home and get the carriage. The parents with children noticed that there were more children and Li Yi's group had fewer carriages. I'll go and shout. Everyone who has a car can drive out and send the children to the Li family Zhuangzi to play. Xiao Qin, who was in Li Yi's arms, seemed a little worried. She whispered to Li Yi, if you meet a bad guy, can you beat him up? Let's fight together. I'll beat him until he doesn't dare to move, then you can fight. Li Yi suggested. The little girl hesitated for a moment before nodding her head vigorously. All right, don't let him move. No problem. If you move your leg, it'll be broken. Li Yi agreed. The little girl waved her small fist and said, I'll give you a discount if you make a move. Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. The little girl's smile was the happiest. Her parents, brother, and sister-in-law were relieved. They looked at Li Yi, not knowing what to say. Godly doctor, as expected of a godly doctor. So many imperial physicians came, but it was useless. Once Li Dongzhu arrived, the child got better. Not only was he a divine doctor, but he could also solve cases. Carriages after carriages were driven over, and the children boarded them. The adults who weren't driving the carriages watched the procession leave. They felt much more relaxed. For half a month, they didn't need to take care of the child. They left her in the care of the Li family Zhuangzi. The procession took a detour and passed by the imperial city. When they arrived at the imperial city, there were many people gathered there. A Japanese Empire official was tied up and standing there with his head lowered. There were also many Japanese Empire officials who were talking to the Winged Knights, the Honglu Temple, and the Four Quarters Embassy. Li Yi's procession arrived, and he carried the little girl out of the carriage. The commoners didn't need to be told and automatically retreated. At the same time, they looked at the people around them to see who looked like the bad guys. Li Dongzhu, we only just found out about this matter. It was Murayama Shizunaka himself. Takagi Junichiro saw Li Yi and hurried forward. That's your internal affairs. All I know is that there's a problem with the Japanese Empire's diplomatic mission. Li Yi interrupted him and walked forward with the little girl in his arms. We're willing to compensate. Shinbei Yamamoto quickly said. Bah! Li Yi replied with a pooey. Pooey. The little girl followed suit. Li Yi came in front of Murayama Shizunaka and sized him up. The little girl turned her head away and didn't dare to look at him. You're Murayama Shizunaka. Li Yi looked at him calmly. Yes. Murayama Shizunaka bowed. Loosen the ropes on him, Li Yi ordered. The commoners around them immediately became noisy. They thought that Li Yi was going to let him go. They just found out a little about the situation from the Japanese Empire. Now that they saw the little girl in Li Yi's arms, they were filled with righteous indignation. Murayama Shizunaka's body was untied. He smiled and said, Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Bang! Li Yi kicked his leg between the opponent's legs. Ah! Murayama Shizunaka covered his face with both hands and directly sat on the ground. Xiaoqin and I have an agreement. We'll beat you together. If you move your legs, we'll break your legs. If you move your hands, we'll break your hands. It's up to you. Come, Xiaoqin, come down and beat him. Li Yi said to Murayama Shizunaka and put down the little girl. The little girl was scared and hid behind Li Yi. Li Yi went over and kicked Murayama Shizunaka. Murayama Shizunaka covered his face with one hand and covered his vitals with the other. He didn't dare to move at all. The little girl looked at him and moved forward. She lifted her little leg and kicked. The more she kicked, the brighter her eyes became. I'll kick you and hit you. Bad guy, tell me, are you still going to bully me? I'll kick again. The little girl said as she moved her leg. Li Yi stood to the side and didn't move. He didn't want to beat someone who didn't dare to resist. He was doing this for the little girl. If the little girl couldn't beat him up herself, she would always have that thing in her heart. The one who tied the bell should untie it. He had to get back at where he suffered losses. Li Yi could guess Murayama Shizunaka's intention. Murayama Shizunaka studied medicine and studied curses. He learned some things and wanted to test them on children. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? If he was guilty, he had to be beheaded. However, Li Yi didn't want to behead him. If he beheaded him, wouldn't the little girl see it? If he didn't let her see, the little girl would feel that the matter was over. If she saw Murayama Shizunaka's head fall off and his blood spurt out, would the little girl remember that scene forever? The little girl was tired after kicking for a while. She stood to the side and carefully looked at Murayama Shizunaka. This person was scaring her. Following closely behind, a group of children rushed over and kicked each other. The youngest child was only 4 years old. He kicked out, but he didn't kick anyone. Instead, he sat on the ground. He was stunned. What was going on? Amidst the loud laughter around him, he got up and kicked again. The expressions of the Japanese Empire's envoys were ugly, but they didn't know what to say. If it was wrong for children to kick their own people, then what was wrong with their own people bullying other children? If you're tired, let's go home. Li Yi called out to the children. The weather was hot, and kicking people made them sweat. Don't catch a cold. Let's go home. The children responded. They pulled Xiaoqin's hand and ran back to the car. This time, Xiaoqin didn't sit in the same car as Li Yi. I need a result by noon tomorrow. 200,000 yuan, Murayama Shizunaka will live and then go to work. If there's one less coin, he will die and you will be expelled from the Tang dynasty. Li Yi said to the people of the Japanese Empire, got in the car and left. He planned to ask Murayama Shizunaka to go to the most dangerous place to cut open the mountain. It would end when he died. Wouldn't it be better if Murayama Shizunaka didn't die? It meant that the speed of road construction was faster. After cutting open this mountain, there would be another one. When he was free, he would take the little girl to have a look and explain to her how to build the road. At the same time, he would also take a look at the situation of the person who scared her. Who said that children didn't have psychological problems? Sometimes, it could even affect their whole life. Chapter 1030. Why don't you kill Takanaka Murayama? When the sky was bright again, Song Jing went to Li family Zhuangzi. He wanted to convict Takanaka Murayama of kidnapping children so that he could kill him. If he didn't convict Takanaka Murayama of rape, he would be imprisoned for more than a year for attempted rape. If he convicted Takanaka Murayama of seduction, he didn't want to kill people. He wanted to make people suffer and he could only be beaten 90 times. He wanted to kill Takanaka Murayama because he was from the Japanese Empire and he bullied the children of the Tang dynasty. I want Xiaoqin to see him when she has time and see how he works. If he dies, it has nothing to do with us. Li Yi told the truth. Killing people was not the purpose. Protecting children was the most important. You keep the 200,000 yuan for yourself. Song Jing thought about it and thought it was reasonable to dig the mountain and do the most dangerous work. Rebuild the roads and houses and change the appearance of Xiaoqin's village so that Xiaoqin can't find any familiar place. Li Yi gave away to spend money. 200,000 yuan was not enough. With a few thousand yuan, he could build all the houses in the village with 2 floors. He didn't want Xiaoqin to see the same environment again. It would have bad memories. I understand. You don't want to give the rest to Xiaoqin's family? Song Jing still had questions. No, I don't want to give it directly. Li Yi shook his head. He couldn't give the money directly to Xiaoqin's family. Xiaoqin's family would feel uncomfortable spending the money in exchange for their daughter's injury. How to give it? Song Jing thought about it again. Lottery. The whole village is guaranteed to win the prize. There's soap, scented soap, and so on. Li Yi said with a smile. Song Jing took a deep breath. He remembered that his Earthly Paradise membership card was won by lottery. As long as he reached in and took out a piece of paper, it was guaranteed to be a membership card. Later, it became an opportunity to exchange interest for lottery. Many people participated and saved money. Now Li Yi wanted to play the same trick again. I'm going to draw 2 cows for her family. Others will get a donkey and a cow. Or I'll use cement to build a pigsty and give a few pigs. Li Yi calculated. Those neighbors were good. If he only gave Xiaoqin's family, it would seem too fake. Giving all of them would let the villagers live a good life. Song Jing frowned. He was thinking about how to operate it. When he was drawing the lottery, the other person was holding a piece of paper in his hand. When he was drawing the lottery, the contents of the piece of paper were the same. There were so many villagers. They couldn't possibly take the paper and draw the blood themselves. They couldn't possibly draw 1 person a day, right? Perhaps he would do it once in the morning and once in the afternoon, or he would stop after doing it once. The others weren't stupid. After a while, he couldn't think. How to do it? Make a big box and put 1 person in it. Add a zipper to the cloth bag. When other people draw normally. When it's Xiaoqin's family's turn, change all the paper strips in the bag. Is this difficult? Do you think it'd do it? She could even control those kinds of bragging, not to mention putting a note on it. What if he suddenly lost control of the ball? There will always be a time when something goes wrong. Easy, cut off the live broadcast. Song Jing was silent. He realized that Li Yi was good at playing tricks. Li Yi said, there will still be a lot of money left. Continue to build the road. I don't want a single cent, fine. Song Jing had nothing else to say. He got up and went back to work. The Japanese Empire's diplomatic mission was selling things to raise money. Li Yi said 200,000 yuan and didn't want anything. Murayama Shu apologized. Because of him, the Japanese Empire's diplomatic mission was restricted. It was Isinba who told me to test the abilities of the imperial physicians of the Tang dynasty. I found the opportunity that day. Murayama Shu's head was lowered and his face was swollen. The only reason he wasn't beaten to death was because he had to work. The Japanese Empire's diplomatic mission knew that the child was fine. If it was someone from the Tang dynasty who did the same thing, they would be exiled at most. If they were willing to compensate, they believed that the child's family would agree. When it came to Li Yi's diplomatic mission, he said 200,000 yuan. Otherwise, the entire diplomatic mission would be expelled. The diplomatic mission didn't care about the life and death of Murayama Shu, but they knew that they couldn't be driven away. It wasn't easy for them to come here. If they returned to Japan, they would be sinners. Now, their activities were restricted. If they didn't dare to say that they were Japanese, they would be beaten easily. Tell the people of Honglu Temple. Abe Nakamaro didn't have any other good ideas. There is no evidence. Murayama Shu muttered again. What evidence do you need? Jinbei shook his head. Everyone ignored Murayama Shu and drove him out. Li Yi seems to like money. As long as you give him money, everything else will be easy. Takagi Junichiro suddenly said. He thought that Li Yi actually mentioned money for such a big matter. He felt that everything could be solved with money. Everyone thought about it and found that it was true. The technology to make cement cost more than 100,000 yuan. If something happened, it would cost 200,000 yuan. When they sent people back to send the technology to make cement, they would ask the country to send more money and things to the Tang dynasty. As long as they had good technology, they wouldn't be afraid of not making money. They had already seen the process of making cement. They also asked the Li family Zhuangzi people for some details. Now that they had sorted it out, they sent it back with other technologies that Takagi Junichiro had previously sorted out. In the Li family Zhuangzi, the children were playing happily. Xiao Qin seemed to have forgotten the fright she had received. She ran around like the other children and played house. The village was undergoing a major transformation. The original road was widened and the curved roads were turned into straight roads. The houses were quickly demolished by the Workers' Alliance. They were going to use cement to build a second floor. Of course, the concrete couldn't be cobblestones, especially if the second floor could be built on. Cobblestones had little friction and were easily not strong enough. They were changed to broken stones. The sand was naturally river sand. There was no need to worry about building a house with sea sand. The people continued to work. They didn't need to worry about building houses. They had temporary tents to stay in. The weather was hot now, so they wouldn't freeze. The tents were numbered. The things in the house were moved to the tents and covered with straw mats. The people from the Workers' Alliance would also put the wood next to the tents. When the new houses were built, they would be moved to the courtyard. The wood could be used to build 2 warehouses next to the houses to store sundries and other things. They still didn't know that there would be new members in the house. At noon, the Japanese Empire finally gathered the money and sent it to the Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, they sent 50 people back to their country to deliver the technology. Murayama Shushi was taken away to the most dangerous place for road construction. At night, the people from the Japanese Empire finally breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was resolved. At the same time, they explained to Li Yi that Murayama Shushi's actions were instigated by Tubo. As the sun rose, the paperboys began to shout for newspapers to be delivered. In the Four Quarters Embassy, the Japanese Empire's delegation ordered 10 newspapers. Fujiwara Ma-yang had one for himself. He opened it and read. He really wanted the printing technology of the newspaper so that he could use it in the country. It would be even better if he could print money. He looked at the first page of the newspaper. Usually, big news would be on the first page. Cement manufacturing technology announced. The opening of the kiln must abide by various rules. Fujiwara Ma-yang read the headline and was stunned. Chapter 1031. Ma-yang Fujiwara was in a daze for a long time. He felt so flustered that he wanted to cry. The other people from the Japanese Empire who received the newspaper also wanted to cry. They had spent a lot of money just to read the process. In the blink of an eye, Li Yi wrote the method in the newspaper. That money. If they had known this would happen, they would have waited a few days. Great, Li Yi has become stupid. He dares to disclose the cement technology. Tubo can make our own cement. In the residence of the Tubo people in Honglu Temple, Bohei was shouting excitedly. Isinba was also very happy at the beginning. He knew how fast the cement could be used to build roads and houses. There were so many people in Tubo. They could make cement and use it to build cities. When he continued to read and saw the introduction of coal, he was distressed again. Tubo had no coal. What could they use to burn cement? Wood? The cement kiln in the newspaper could not be burned with firewood. The structure of a firewood kiln was different. Bohei, Bohei, look back. Isinba said to Bohei, who was grinning. Ah. Ah. What do you think Li Yi is thinking? He dares to release the secret method of making cement. Let me see how he can do it. Bohei was still very happy. He continued to read and read. His smile gradually disappeared, and his brows began to knit together. After reading, he let out a long sound from his nose and clenched his fist, Li Yi. At the same time, many people were sighing. They were the envoys from various places. In fact, this included the envoys from the Japanese Empire. They learned that there was no coal. They could only use a lot of firewood. Takagi Junichiro knew the difference between coal and firewood. Coal could be burned for a long time, but firewood needed to be added constantly. Coal was better. If they used wood, they could only use a lot of dry and thick firewood or coarse charcoal. Instead of wasting so much effort to burn cement, it was better to burn bricks. Coal. Why don't we have coal in Japan? Abita Nakamaro was sad. Japan lacked coal. The Tang dynasty had so much coal, but Japan could not see it. He did not know that someone knew where there was a coal mine. Hokkaido. Now, it was not called Hokkaido, and at the same time, it was not under their jurisdiction. The local winter was very cold. Firewood can be burned, and even porcelain can be burned, let alone cement. Tell the other countries to pay tribute. Fujiwara Ma-yang thought of the emperor's order to tell the other countries to attack the cement. With cement, they could build the city walls and roads. At the very least, the roads in Pingcheng and the capital had to be repaired properly. He learned from the Chang and of the Tang dynasty, and then he learned from the entire Jingzhou government. At about the same time, the envoys from other places thought of the same idea. As long as they had enough manpower, what was there to be afraid of? The rich people in Chang'an were tempted by the newspaper. Would they allow themselves to burn it? As for coal, there was a lot of it. Apart from the coal that was specially given to the Li family Zhuangzi and the imperial court, the rest was sold. They bought it with money and sold it after the cement was burned. It was just that there were a lot of requirements, just like the requirements of the lime kiln. Masks must be worn and rapeseed oil must be kept on hand. When the dust entered the eyes, it needed to be washed with rapeseed oil. It was not allowed to be washed with water. Only after the eyes were washed clean with the oil could they be washed with a large amount of water. At the same time, the workers had to wear hats, tight clothes, gloves, and boots. They had to try their best not to let their skin come into contact with the dust for a long time. Otherwise, if they were caught, the government would arrest them, confiscate the kiln, and fine them. This was all cost. A set of clothes cost a lot. The key was that they were worn out and had to be changed. Masks were even more so. Gloves were always working. How long could they last? Finally released. Send people to the front line with the technology and money. Ask the front line to look for the coal mine provided by Shao Yi. Bai Gu was reading the newspaper in the political affairs hall. He knew it had started. In order to occupy the Yellow River Basin, the formula was announced. Everyone could burn it themselves. There was no need to keep it a secret. More rich people would invest in the construction of kilns. The people could also use cement. It was more convenient to use cement to build the steps on the mountain road than stone. If the stone was not big, it would break when stepped on. How could it be more convenient to transport big stones than cement? With the addition of small stones and sand, it would be strong and fast when mixed together. How does he know so many mines? Su Yi was still wondering where Li Yi's ability came from. Isn't it good that he knows? Bai Gu did not want to think about it at all. It was meaningless. He only needed to know that Li Yi was from the Tang dynasty and did not want to be the emperor. Yellow River Basin. Song Jing looked at the map on the wall and muttered. There was now a map on the wall from Longyu to Sister Lake. There was an introduction next to it. It said the local climate, the average altitude, plants, animals, the way of life of the local people, difficulties in life, and so on. This was added later. Bai Gu was embarrassed last time. He quickly learned from Li Yi and asked Li Yi to write a booklet and send it over. Li Yi even sent the map for the Winged Knights. It was pasted on the wall of the Political Affairs Hall. Everyone in the Political Affairs Hall must learn it. They must know the situation of the place where the war happened. They must not be ignorant. There was an introduction of coal, but he did not say where it was. He was afraid that someone would see it and spread it out. He would provide it when he occupied it. At that time, he could directly build a kiln from there and burn whatever he wanted. The Sichuan road is difficult to travel. Use cement. Bai Gu said another use. It's okay to go up and down the slope, but it's not necessary to use plank roads. But it can be used to make blocks and chains to build a suspension bridge. Sui thought of Pu Jindu's blocks and saved a lot of iron. The distance to build the bridge depended on the distance. If the distance was close, use a bow and arrow to shoot over the thin rope. One end of the thin rope was connected to a thicker rope, and the rope gradually became thicker. Then the bamboo tube was threaded on the thick rope and the iron chain was hung on the bamboo tube. When the bamboo tube was pulled, the iron chain was pulled over. One end was first fixed, and the other end was tightened with a winch and also fixed. If there was a river at the bottom, use a boat to send it over. If there was no river, walk over. Then climb the mountain or throw a rope from the opposite side to bring the rope up. It did not seem to be necessary now. There was a hot air balloon. When the wind was good, put the thin rope on the hot air balloon and fly over. I wonder if it is possible to use cement to build bridge piers. If it is possible, wait until the dry season of the Yellow River and build it in the river. Song Jing thought of the bridge. A suspension bridge was not as good as a bridge with piers. He thought that cement was the same. He did not know that if Li Yi wanted to build bridge piers, there would be other cement. Ask Xiao Yi if it can be built at Pu Jindu. Winter. Bai Go was prepared to give it a try. The distance was closer, the water was shallower, and then, he did not know what to do next. Under normal circumstances, he would use stones to pile up bridge piers one by one. Some places needed to be built when the water was dry, and some places needed to temporarily block the river. Build a pier to block a position. Then if he used cement, would he first make a pier and send it over by boat? How heavy would the pier be? How big would the boat be? Would he use a lot of hand gourds? Would it overturn? Bai Gu had a lot of questions about the bridge. He was not a professional, and if he wanted to build a bridge, he could only look for the Ministry of Works. He guessed that Li Yi would know how to build a bridge between them. Chapter 1032. If we can build a bridge over the Yellow River, it will be more convenient for us to travel back and forth. Zhang Zhongliang led the team to Guizhiyun. The tribe that Qinli chased after Zasikus was blocked by the Yellow River. At this time, they had to take a long detour from the south or use a raft to cross the river. Zhang Zhongliang talked to Guo Zhiyun. He had brought a lot of baggage with him. He was going to wait for the team to conquer the place in front of them and then build a fortification by the Yellow River. As for crossing the Yellow River, they had to think of another way. The Tubo people would definitely stop them on the other side. In this season, the Yellow River had a lot of water. Some of the tributaries were very urgent. We have boats. Let's defend along the Yellow River and wait for more boats from the imperial court to come. Guo Zhiyun had already thought of a way. They would wait for the imperial court and the boats behind them. They would build more rafts, bamboo rafts and wooden rafts. There was not enough time to build the boats. Once the boats were built, they would definitely be ready for use for a long time. The rafts could be used for a few months. When the time came, they would be used to build the stronghold. When I came out, the baggage army in front of the Shu lands was only a day's journey away from me. Zhang Zhongliang talked about the supplies from the Shu lands. He only had one comment. It was fast. Whether it was the people from Shu lands or the people along the way, they all fought with their lives. Every time the battle report was sent, they would be anxious. The soldiers in front were advancing and killing the enemy. If the supplies were sent late, the soldiers would starve and lose the battle. There would be no chance for regrets. Wang Juankue pursed her lips. When the place is secured, send a large number of sheep and livestock to the Shu lands first. The price must be cheap. Li Yi wants medicinal herbs. We will plant those that can be planted. We can't harvest all of them at once. Guo Zhiyun thought of Li Yi. Qin Li came back with his team. At the same time, he brought many medicinal herbs and wild animals. While the winged knights and the others waited, they went to look for medicinal herbs and mushrooms, saying that they would bring them to Li Dongzhu. Unfortunately, it was not the season to pick snow lotus. Otherwise, it would be better to bring snow lotus back. Snow lotus could be used as medicine. It was in Li Dongzhu's medical book, but it was not available anywhere else. The snow lotuses in Shu Di and Lanzhou were different from the snow lotuses here. The effect of the snow lotuses here was better. Li Dongzhu said that if there was a snow lotus, he could take it back and plant it himself. He had Taibai Mountain. When Guo Zhiyun heard this, he wanted to help. He knew that Li Yi would not rely on selling medicine to make money. He had also heard from the winged knights that the Li family Zhuangzi would normally give away cheap medicine. If the other party was in a special situation, better medicine could also be given. The number of people from the capital office who went to ask for medicine had decreased. Everyone's standard of living had improved, so they would spend their own money to buy medicine. When the number of foreigners increased, they would usually find someone to take a look at them after they fell sick. Then, they would take the prescription to the Li family Zhuangzi. Let's take over first. Rest today, we will move out tomorrow. Zhang Zhongliang rubbed his face. The wind was too strong, and it was uncomfortable. He had skincare cream, but he could not use it. He would use it secretly at night. If the other soldiers did not have it, he would use it directly. He brought a large number of resources and people with him. He wanted to cooperate with Guo Zhiyun to form an absolute advantage and scare away the Tubo people. The tactic was to destroy the enemy, and the strategy was to take over the land. There is no hurry. Chang and Express said that the Anxi provincial governor had a large number of horses. They will leave the other things behind, and the horses will be given to us. Wang Juankue was thinking about the captured Tubo troops. They had horses. The soldiers of Heshi and Longyu provincial governor knew how to ride horses. Even if they were infantry, they would find opportunities to practice. What if they caught a horse on the battlefield and did not know how to ride it? We must finish setting up the camp before winter. When it snows, it will be more difficult than Longyu. Zhang Zhongliang's troops were at the front. He did not like winter. The horses did not eat well. Before winter came, the soldiers had to cut grass in advance. When winter came, other than hay, there was also barley to feed the horses. The sheep could only be driven to places with grass. Otherwise, if the sheep could not eat grass, they would use their hooves to scratch the ice. Once their hooves were worn out, the sheep would die. The better thing now was that they knew how to make silage. The horses could be fed a little, and the sheep could eat a little more. In this way, winter was relatively easier to pass at crucial times. There was silage. Now, even Tubo, Tukashi, and Tujue knew how to make silage. It was written in the newspapers, and their people would send the newspapers back. Silage was not difficult to learn, and everyone started to use it. People in these places might be slow to learn other things, but when it came to breeding, they learned very hard. At the same time, Zeisiku's body was a little weak, but he no longer had a fever. The tribes next to him sent people over to ask about the situation and sent some things to the commander. After asking, they hurried back to report and see if their Fu Qian wanted to fight. There were too many enemies, and they also had powerful weapons. Just the winged knights alone numbered more than 10,000. The commander's men were reduced to less than 300, and the commander fled back. Zeisiku's only heard the reports of the other Qianhu. He did not know the specific situation. What he knew was that the Qianhu of the tribes was behind the Yellow River. The people of the Qianhu were preparing things to cross the river. It was a sheepskin raft. It was sewn without any gaps. When the wind blew, the raft was placed on it. This action was obviously to prepare to escape. This included packing up their belongings and organizing the livestock. Zeisiku's did not blame the Qianhu. The military forces of the Tang dynasty were too good at fighting. Weapons should not even exist in this world. The sky monkeys flew over from so far away and exploded. As long as the wind direction and speed were good, the hot air balloon would fly over and drop the explosives. The only tactic to fight the military forces of the Tang dynasty is to charge. Zeisiku's drank the medicine again and felt nauseous. The Qianhu listened and showed a helpless expression. Charging was easy to say. In reality, the one who charged first would be passive. The military forces of the Tang dynasty stood in formation and waited. If the formation was not messed up, they would still be blown up by the sky monkeys. Before they could break the enemy's weapon, they would be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, I did not get the recipe. The Qianhu wanted the explosives. The last hot air balloon was tricked. The Li family Zhuangzi had tight defenses. Buizhu and Isinba could not find a chance. Zeisiku's had no way to deal with this. If Tubo had the recipe, would he let others learn it? It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi was the village. As long as people knew the secret, they would be protected outside of Zhuangzi. They could also leave Zhuangzi. If his Tubo had the gunpowder technology, he would let the slaves do it. They would not be able to leave for the rest of their lives. Let's rely on the river as a natural barrier. The Qianhu finally said that they were going to escape. They would lead people to cross the river and settle down on the other side of the river. They would have their own people on the other side of the river. When the Tang dynasty's army wanted to cross the river, who cared if they were winged cavalry or not? Could they really fly all the way over? How many hot air balloons were there? Get ready. Zeisiku's knew that they could not fight anymore. His own people had reported the situation as soon as they arrived. They did not have enough troops and good weapons. If they continued to fight, they would only lose more soldiers. Chapter 1033. It's not in the mushroom album. The soldier from Hashijidushi saw that the winged knights had collected a lot of mushrooms to dry and reminded him of the album. Bring it back to Li Dongzhu and let Li Dongzhu analyze it. Even if Li Dongzhu hasn't seen it before, he will know if it's poisonous or not. The winged knights turned over the mushrooms on the straw mat. They should have been torn apart and dried quickly. He wanted to keep them intact. He knew how magical Li Yi was. He could tell if something was poisonous or not by just giving it to him. Isn't this one? Why are you drying it? The soldier saw the pine mushrooms. There were pine trees in the area, wild pine trees and pine mushrooms. It just so happened that the current month had fallen. He had eaten it before and felt that this type of mushroom was the best. Bring it back for Li Dongzhu to eat. Last time, Li Dongzhu collected a lot of mushrooms. He dried them and sent them to our family. Our family wrote a letter saying that they were delicious. Actually, we all know that our family doesn't care about what we eat. If we write a letter back, it means that we are still alive. The winged knights picked out the bad ones and prepared to use them for cooking. The good ones were to be dried and taken away. I think pine mushrooms are the best mushrooms. I heard that monkey head mushrooms are the best. Have you seen it before? The soldier understood. He didn't want to talk about death. Even if he had to die, he had to do it. Monkey head mushrooms can be grown. The Li family Zhuangzi and the imperial plantation planted a lot of them. The Zhang family village has also started to grow them. Li Dongzhu said that when the Zhang family village's technology matured, he would write about it in the newspaper and teach the people how to grow wood ears and mushrooms. When the time comes, the people will be able to earn more money. Everyone will have more wood ears and mushrooms to eat. There are not many vegetables in the winter, so it's not bad to fry wood ears or mushrooms. The winged knights didn't say that he had seen it before. He just wanted to prove it. It can be grown. Is it delicious? The soldier understood again. If it could be grown, it meant that he had seen it before. The best one is actually the yellow mud ball. It's called sticky mud ball. It needs to be peeled off and is not easy to clean. However, it's the freshest. Pine mushroom, monkey head, hazel mushroom, Botox mushroom, reticulum mushroom, each has its own flavor, but in terms of freshness, only the yellow mud ball is better. The winged knights spoke in a low voice, as if they were imparting a great secret to him. The soldier swallowed his saliva. I haven't eaten it before. What does it look like? Li Dongzhu said he can plant it, but he can't plant pine mushrooms. I'll go back and talk to Li Dongzhu. He'll send it to you. Winged knights also swallowed his saliva. He had only eaten it once. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect or if it was really delicious, but he felt that it was delicious. Okay, I believe you. I will definitely. The soldier was about to say that he would definitely wait for Li Dongzhu to deliver the mushrooms, but his mouth was covered. Don't talk nonsense. Dongzhu said that when fighting a war, don't talk about what will happen after the war. He also couldn't say that he would have a good meal or a good night's sleep after defeating the enemy. Dongzhu said that it's called raising the flag. Anyway, you can't say that. Do you understand? Winged knights covered the soldier's mouth and told him. Yes, yes. The soldier nodded. When he heard what the winged knights said, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. When the winged knights released his hand, the soldier spat a few times. The winged knights had mud on his hands. It was from cleaning up the mushrooms. He changed the topic. The booklet you brought is good. I'll remember it. When we go back, we'll leave it here. Our army will advance normally and use force to suppress the enemy. Don't throw away things that are easily obtained. There are a lot of things here, but not enough in Chang'an. We'll save them and buy them when more ships arrive. This is the importance of logistics. Dong Zhu will build roads whenever he has money. He's also researching all kinds of transportation. Winged Knights imparted his experience. There were now a lot of herbs and mushrooms. Mushrooms were not fried first, but some were poisonous if they were cooked directly. Therefore, no one ate them. Frying them required a pot and oil. Basically, the locals didn't eat mushrooms. Mushrooms were dried and light. When shipped back to Chang'an, they were expensive. The soldier nodded repeatedly. He wanted to tell his brothers about this situation so that they could collect things together to exchange for money. But he was worried. There are a lot of things. Is the price given by the people who bought them cheap? This pine mushroom is 6 yuan per caddy in Chang'an. Wet and dry ones are 50 yuan. If we collect them here, I estimate that it'll be 5 or 6 yuan per caddy. Winged Knights thought for a while and gave a number. It was 1/10. It was expensive to transport them, but if they sold them, there would be a profit. 5 yuan per caddy. The soldier didn't think it was too little. There were other mushrooms. 2 yuan per caddy was also fine. When his family came over, he could pick more than 10 caddies of mushrooms a day. It was more profitable than farming and raising sheep. He could pick them for a few months and it wouldn't affect the sheep. Winged Knights continued. But Dong Zhu will probably give you subsidies and take the initiative to increase the purchase price. Dong Zhu will use the profits to buy things for you. His Majesty also has money. His Majesty is more willing to give you his own money. His Majesty said that he is willing to use more money to make explosives and fire monkeys. He will send them over and use the money to attack the Tibetan army. Why? The soldier was even happier, but he was puzzled. Because you are guarding the border. Winged Knights gave a reason. If Li Dongzhu really sends them over, as long as I... The soldier was about to make an oath, but his mouth was covered again. He used his eyes to signal to the other party that he wouldn't say anything. It was too scary to call him a flag. The soldiers in other places and Winged Knights had similar conversations. Winged Knights told them about the current state of the capital and the lives of the people. The most mentioned words were Li Dongzhu, Li family Zhuangzi, and His Majesty. He also told them not to sell the herbs they hunted or collected to others at a low price. Li Dongzhu would accept them and give them a lot of money. Guo Zhiyun and the others also received the news. The Winged Knights communicated with the soldiers, and the morale of the army increased by a large margin. The soldiers had goals and expectations. Amazing, right? The Winged Knights actually have this ability. Their fighting ability is strong, and they can boost morale even more. Wang Juankue found that she had saved a lot of trouble. The Winged Knights are trained as generals. The governor of the border and the Jidushi have too much power. The imperial court knows about it, but there is nothing they can do. Li Yi has always been helping His Majesty resolve the internal instability. The aristocratic education has been suppressed by him. He wants to limit our power. He will only leave us with a little power, and the military and politics will be separated. Guo Zhiyun came from a big family. He felt it the most and knew many secrets. Li Yi first promoted farming tools, farming, and breeding methods. He then helped His Majesty train the soldiers. At the same time, he made friends with the Shu Di Salt Gang and helped His Majesty earn money. When the newspapers were sold at a loss, no one realized it. But after making money, he suddenly started teaching the people how to read. Hot air balloons and gunpowder appeared. The Winged Knights became an army. The local families saw it, but they could only watch. If they dared to cause trouble, they would be dealt with. If they wanted to join forces with others to force His Majesty to abdicate, they would only be exterminated. Now that the Winged Knights had risen, they should be sent to different places and rotated. This kind of logistical support is not only used to kill the enemy, but also to show us. Zhang Zhongliang understood. If the Jidushi dared to disobey, the winged knights would work with the current logistical support to destroy them. Chapter 1034. As the sky darkened, everyone started to eat. They ate grilled fish and fried mushroom soup with rice. There was a small river beside them, and the winged knights fished. He found earthworms in the soil, twisted the ones that were too long into sections, and hooked them on the hook. Initially, it was the winged knights who fished. Later on, it was the ordinary soldiers who fished. The two provincial commanders did not bring any fishing gear. No one would bring fishing gear when they went to war. The hooks and lines were provided by the winged knights, and they had them on the back of their swords. They tied the swords to their spears and attached the earthworms to the spears. The fishes here were more stupid and did not recognize the fishing gear. They would bite anything they saw. One by one, the fishes were fished up and cleaned by the river. The innards were thrown into the river to attract the fishes that ate meat. However, using the innards of the fishes was not very effective, and everyone still looked for the earthworms. Your copper kettle is better than our iron kettle. It feels heavy. The soldier continued to chat with the winged knights while they were eating. Only after the mushrooms were cooked would they be cooked. When they grilled the fish, they carefully brushed salt water on the fish to prevent salt from being wasted. The copper kettle is also rusty. It is indeed heavy. Dongzhu said that he is thinking of ways to make a lighter kettle that will not rust. The winged knights looked at their copper kettle and shook their heads. It was heavier than iron kettle. The soldier took a bite of the fish and spat out the bones. Li Dongzhu knows everything. I only want to know how to read and write. I also want to know how to do bookkeeping. Learn? We didn't know how to do it in the past. We were forced. No, we were willing to learn. Yes, willing. If we don't learn, we will kill ourselves. The winged knights knew that he had said something wrong, and quickly corrected him. If this were to spread, they would know who said it. They said that as long as someone teaches us some pronunciation, we will be able to read the newspaper. The soldier said. After he learned how to read, he would be promoted. Adults can do it, but young children can't. There are some words that they cannot understand. Even if you want to learn how to read, you have to teach them how to read. The winged knights shook their heads. It was impossible for anyone to learn pinyin and know everything. When reading the newspaper, they had to use pinyin to read. They had to know the meaning of a sentence before they could understand the meaning of the words. The soldier nodded his head. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will ask someone to read the newspaper. Beg them? No, let them beg to teach you. The scholars of the capital government will take the initiative to find someone to teach you. It can be considered that they have their own students. The winged knights shook his head again. The scholars of the capital government were very enthusiastic. If there were only a few students around, they would be too embarrassed to speak up when they were with others. The soldier drank a mouthful of rice before replying, "It's a pity that we didn't get to visit the capital. I really wish I could go and take a look. If the war is over." "Oh, I can't say. I'm very worried about you right now. When we advance forward, if we encounter any enemies, you should hide behind them." The winged knights glanced at the soldier. The Yulin Forest flying cavalry never said such things. They were not allowed to say such things. Previously, someone had said that he was tired from patrolling in Zhuangzi. He said that he would get a good night's sleep after this night. At the end of the night, Li Dongzhu singled them out for anti-fatigue training. Those who spoke were unlucky, but those who listened were also unlucky. Throughout the day, they were only given half a bun. They even felt like dying. It was only later that they understood that there were surveillance cameras everywhere. There were people in charge of watching and listening 24 hours a day. But they had already formed a habit of not saying such things. When they wanted to say something, they would stop and look around nervously. The sky had already turned dark in Chang'an. A group of people had just rushed back. The winged knights were protecting them. There were also some people who were held in wooden shackles. Let's not go back yet. Let's go to the Li family Zhuangzi immediately. Let's go outside to drink some water and eat something. Remove the shackles. Lu Huaishan sat outside the carriage and fanned himself. He was sweating from the heat. Today's weather was not good. It was stuffy and cloudy. It looked like it was going to rain. Many dragonflies had flown around in the evening. Now, they were hiding somewhere to rest. Moths and other insects flew around the lights and torches. From time to time, there would be insects that were burned by the flames and fell to the ground. The group could see streaks of light in front of them. It stretched from the Li family Zhuangzi all the way to the city gate. It was more crowded. A gust of wind blew from the front, and they could smell the smell of barbecued meat. There were about 200 people with shackles in the group. There were also 6 prison wagons. The people in the prison wagons looked old. They probably could not travel long distances by themselves. Yao Chong turned around and glared at the people in the prison wagons. They are rotten from head to toe. They still want to fight. They found dozens of people to kill us. Humph. The people in the prison wagons did not see Yao Chang's eyes. After hearing Yao Chang's words, they looked like they had nothing to live for. They did not talk back. Not only were there Liyang and Dangta county magistrates in the group, but there were also the provincial governor of He province and the military officers. It did not take long for them to reach Baqiao. The people of the 16 guards ran over to see the situation. They took over the winged knights. The winged knights crossed the bridge and went back to rest. They had brought pickled heads. There were 76 people in total. They were going to kill the important officials of the imperial court. The 1,000 bull guards and the right might guards who were on duty raised their swords and took out their bows. The prison wagons were opened and the wooden shackles were removed. A group of criminals was arranged together. There were no suspects. They were all guilty. What do we eat? Lu Huaishan wanted to take a bath. He was sweating. Give them free soup and black bread. I want to eat. Is there an eggplant box? Yao Chong suddenly wanted to eat fried eggplant box. Someone go and tell Li Yi that the inspection team is back. Yao Chong wants to eat fried eggplant box. Li Riji ordered. Li Yi was copying a medical book. It was a modern medical book. When he learned that Yao Chong wanted to order, he thought about it and asked the kitchen to make it. The other dishes were pushed out in the dining cart for the others to eat. The winged knights ran to the bathhouse to take a bath. When the fried eggplant box was ready, Li Yi rode a bicycle and carried the uncovered basket. The palace maids Cui Lu, Bai He, and the eunuchs Qing Song and Ziyu followed him. The other 4 people were resting and preparing to take over at night. When he arrived, he saw several important members of the group. He showed some doubts. This is Prime Minister Yao. He looks familiar. He looks similar to the surnamed Zhang and Wang I've seen before. Others also said that there are a few people who look like me. Yao Chong looked at Li Yi and felt relieved. He was shocked just now. Why did you come out in person? Come, Prime Minister Yao, your fried eggplant box. Li Yi took the bowl out of the basket. I'm not a prime minister anymore. Yao Chong shook his head. It doesn't matter. A title is enough. No one is talking about me. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good in a while. It's the same as soft fried pork tenderloin. After Li Yi finished speaking, he looked at the people who were controlled in an area. Were you arrested during the meeting? He asked. Your idea didn't work. We were attacked before we arrived. We hired a boat. They wanted to set fire and sink us. There were 76 people. Hearing Li Yi mention this, Yao Chong was dissatisfied. The plan was good. Who would have thought that something would happen on the way? Didn't you send the winged knights? Then you attacked? Li Yi spread his hands. It wasn't his fault. Who leaked the news? He was thinking about how big the problem was in Mount Manshan for them to take the risk of killing the court officials. Chapter 1035. Wine. Yao Chong picked up an eggplant and took a bite. It tasted good. You still have work to do and you want to drink? Li Yi was surprised. It's your work time now. We can only enter the palace tomorrow morning. Yao Chong glared at Li Yi. Obviously, he did not have a pleasant journey. He was not afraid anyway. What could he do to him? He had already joined the group. Okay. What do you want to drink? Li Yi let the old man drink. The old man was probably exhausted. Aren't you a divine doctor? What kind of wine is suitable? Yao Chong continued. Poisoned wine. Li Yi replied. Come, bring it over. Poison me. Yao Chong blew his beard and glared. Iced wine, iced rice wine, ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed. Qing Song did not move. The two palace maids looked up at the insects flying around the lamp. The cub glanced at the suitcase on the back seat of Qing Song's bicycle and had to ride back to get the wine. It thought that Li Yi would check the bodies of the ministers, so it wanted to hand over the tools. Obviously, Qing Song also thought so it was a good opportunity to get the wine. I'll take your blood pressure before you drink. Sure enough, Li Yi wanted to check. Qing Song happily opened the suitcase and took out the primitive blood pressure machine. In fact, it was electronic. Li Yi wanted to listen to it. Yao Chong rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his arms. Lu Huaishan was not in a hurry to eat. Without the winged knights, our boat would have been burned and the holes would have been drilled. That night, he told Li Yi that they were a large team and took several boats. When they encountered small boats, there were 10 of them. The small boats directly shot rockets. At the same time, some people had already gotten under the boat. The winged knights reacted quickly. When the other party's rockets were still flying in the air, the winged knight's arrows had already been shot. Picking up the bow, knocking the arrow, and shooting according to his feelings, all in one go. At the same time, some of the winged knights quickly took off their clothes and dived into the water. They put on water goggles, a tactical saber, and a tactical flashlight provided by Li Yi. It didn't take long to drag the bloodied attackers out of the water, while others swam to the attackers' boats. Amazing. The winged knights should be good at archery, but I didn't expect them to be so good at underwater combat as well, Lu Youqiu praised. I'm wearing diving goggles. I can use a flashlight and a knife. Li Yi did not think that the winged knights were that strong. In the water, nothing could be seen. The person who was drilling the boat had to hold his breath. He probably didn't expect that the people above could also dive, and then he was dazzled by the flashlight. What the attacker saw was a bright light. He couldn't open his eyes, so he couldn't determine the enemy's distance and precise location. Only when he was stabbed would he know that the enemy was near him. What was the use of knowing after being stabbed? If the flashlight was suddenly turned off and then suddenly turned on again, the attacker would be no different from a blind man. You go next time. Yao Chong took another bite of the eggplant box. It's easier for me to go than you. Where are their families? Are they not guilty? Okay, you're fine. Next, don't eat first. I'll check your pulse later. Li Yi did not see the criminals' families. Sending people to kill the people in the group, just this alone deserved to be punished by 3 clans. Not all of the winged knights are back. A new officer was transferred over. I'll sort out the affairs of the state and county, and the new officer will be in charge of interrogating their families. Lu Huaishan sat over and let Li Yi check his blood pressure. Serious? Li Yi seemed to have guessed something. They privately forged weapons and armor and prepared to ship to the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Many local people were forced to mine. Lu Huaishan said. He adjusted his breathing and waited for Li Yi to check his blood pressure. Your blood pressure is higher now. You're angry, right? Take a break and drink. I'll give you a routine blood test later and take blood from your finger. Li Yi could not do it. Lu Huaishan looked calm, but in fact, he was angry. If it was another person, Li Yi would not mention the things over there. The people who were caught for dinner ate black bread for the second time. They had to pass through Lantian County. In Lantian County, they ate free soup and cheap black bread. The only difference was that the free soup of the Li family Zhuangzi was delicious. After the blood pressure was measured, Li Yi thought for a moment. Go see who's awake and check their pulse. I'm not in good condition either. Therefore, Ziyu, who came back with the wine, rode the bike and went to find the people sent by the Imperial Physician Bureau. As a result, 90 people came together. They heard that they were going to check the pulse of the former Prime Minister and Minister. Everyone wanted to try. Did you get sick over there? Li Yi filled a bowl of soup for himself. The weather was hot, and it was mainly stuffy. I used oxygen and it rained for several days. It was stuffy and humid. I'm old, and it's hard to breathe. Lu Huaishan's situation was not only difficult to check. They also had to manage the accounts and the previous administrative documents. If it were a younger person, they would not know what to do at all. It was a mess, but they sorted it out bit by bit. The only good thing was that the team, including the Winged Knights, could help find the data. The Winged Knights also took the form to collect information and then organized it into a book. What a pity. Yin Xijin shook his head and sighed. Mr. Yin, are you talking about the Winged Knights? Li Yi said respectfully. Although Yin Xijin had never been a prime minister, he had been an army officer, a county magistrate, a junior supervisor, a provincial governor, an assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, a vice minister of the imperial household, a minister of the Supreme Court, a supervisor of generals, an imperial censor, an official of the prince's mansion, a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and a minister of the Ministry of Works. From these, it could be seen that there was nothing he did not know. Military, politics, law, punishment, finance, industry, and logistics. He had been promoted from a county magistrate to a provincial governor in many places. He was good at war and could govern. He knew how to manage internal affairs, and at the same time, he knew how to build the Ministry of Works. He could be a member of the Commission for Discipline Inspection, the president of the High Court. He could. Of course, it was also because of this that Li Yi arranged for him to join the military and did not let him die. Many people had died in the past 2 years. Li Yi did not say anything because he did not care about those people. If they died of illness, then so be it. Now that there were new medical books, some people who should have died were not dead, but they could not join the military. Not everyone could join the military. They had to meet the standards set by Li Yi. Yin Xijin did not know Li Yi's position, but when he heard Li Yi call him that, he felt flattered. Li Dongzhu, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Old Yin. This old man calls you Shao Yi. Yin Xijin liked Li Yi. Okay, Old Yin. do you think the winged knights are a waste? However, the winged knights sent 12,000 people to the battlefield in Tubo. Li Yi knew what the other party was thinking. The winged knights were useful. They could fight and help the officials. In the future, they would develop into local officials and help the army and the government. That was a matter for the future. For now, they were mainly in charge of the military. No wonder the newspapers said that there were great victories. Great victories after great victories. Are the soldiers at the front line eating well? Yin Xizhen had been in the army and quelled rebellions. He was concerned about the war at the border. Thanks to His Majesty's grace, at least there is no shortage of necessities. The weather is cold, there are leather clothes, boots, and military coats. As soon as the weapons are made, they are sent there. Li Yi's voice slowed down as he spoke slowly. Chapter 1036. Our casualties? Yin Xizhen asked. More injured, less dead. The number of dead is less than 1% of the enemies. Li Yi was more happy when he said this. He wanted 0 casualties. There were always all kinds of accidents on the battlefield. Non-combat casualties were also counted as casualties. What was more helpless was chasing the enemy and being killed by the fleeing enemy. It showed that the chasing Tang dynasty soldiers were not calm. Yao Chong came up with a glass of wine. It was said to be iced yellow wine, but in fact, it was cold. Li Yi didn't have time to fill a big basin with ice, so he chilled the wine together with the glass. He couldn't make a glass with special liquid in the middle, so he had to make do. If I drink this wine, will I have diarrhea at night? Yao Chong was more worried. He still wanted to live a few more years. Yellow wine, have you eaten cheese? He looked at the imperial physician. The imperial physician shook his head, so he assured him. If the imperial physician said it was okay, it was basically okay. How much did you spend? Yao Chong wanted to know how much it cost to win a war. How do you calculate? Previously, I spent more than 700,000 yuan. I haven't finished the war yet. Indirectly calculate the technology cost. More than 700,000 yuan. How much did the imperial court spend? Yao Chong didn't want to hear about the technology cost. Technology cost a fart. You made it yourself. Old Yao, please respect the contribution of the researchers. The imperial court didn't spend much money now, except for shipbuilding and weapons materials. When this war is over, the imperial court will invest more than 5 million yuan. I can't continue to spend money in winter. We have to occupy the whole Yellow River Basin. Do you know which sister lake it is? Li Yi estimated that the imperial court didn't invest much money at the moment. Later, it would gradually increase. It was easy to attack the place, but difficult to defend the occupied area. There must be many castles, not military camps. In winter, people would freeze to death at the source of the Yellow River. The air pressure was low, the temperature was low, the wind was strong, and the ultraviolet radiation was strong. Many things had to be sent from the back. What did Long Zhe say? Yao Chong didn't answer Li Yi's question. He used to be the Minister of War. He was not Su Yi. He just became the Minister of War and didn't know anything. He had also received Tubo's Prime Minister's book. How could he not know about Jialing Lake and Erling Lake? He even knew how Tubo would counterattack if he occupied the Yellow River Basin. Li Yi poured some wine for himself as well. Old Bai, what do you have to say? This year, with the things from Hunan Prefecture, the Ministry of Revenue will receive 30 million taels after deducting the normal rent. We didn't have this last year. It was less than 20 million yuan. Li Riji recalled the previous financial situation. Last year, There weren't as many people in the capital office as there are now. Last year, the Yellow River wasn't navigable. The economic situation of the people determined the demand for goods, and the demand for goods determined the supply of goods from outside. The amount of goods imported from outside the capital determined the amount of tax collected. The capital and Hunan prefectural governments' combined consumption amounted to only 30 billion coins. When more cement factories are built, if the extra revenue this year doesn't reach 30 million, it means that someone is evading taxes. Li Yi mentioned the cement factory. No matter who invested in the cement factory, they had to pay taxes. If they didn't pay, the factory would be confiscated. Xiao Yi, that's a little too much. Yin Xizhen calculated that Hunan Prefecture couldn't pay that much money. He had a rough idea of the situation in Hunan Prefecture. The people were indeed raising chickens and even maggots because there weren't enough locusts. Yes, I will earn back the money deducted from the taxes within 2 months. After that, I will sell the goods. With 80% tax, I am prepared to contribute 4 to 5 million taels. Li Yi was certain that he had new products that would be bought by merchants and sent to various places to be sold. You want to sell mirrors? Yao Chang's voice was very loud. Everyone around them heard him. He was excited. He didn't want Li Yi to sell mirrors in large quantities. For him, or perhaps for all the important officials, once Li Yi started selling mirrors, it meant that there was no other way. They would occasionally cause trouble for Li Yi, but they didn't want Li Yi to go to the step of selling mirrors. Don't be excited. I'm not selling mirrors. I have something. Drink. The messenger who came back from the front line said that military kettles rust easily. Copper kettles are almost rusted. Iron kettles need to be maintained. During war, you still have to think about maintaining your kettles. You should use tinning or galvanizing technology, or even the aluminum that I made. But it's not easy to make them. I'm also in a difficult position. They need some things. It's either a lot of materials or electricity. You said that the aluminum that you made can't be mass-produced. It can only be produced in small quantities. Is it? Li Yi's mumbling stopped at this point. He finally reacted. He could only produce electrolytic aluminum in the laboratory. But aluminum used to be more expensive than gold. At that time, it was extracted using chemical methods. Now, he could use chemical methods to extract aluminum, but it was not worth it. Could aluminum also be sold at a high price? As for carcinogens, the aluminum toothpaste and aluminum kettles were used every day. How many people got carcinogens because of this? Let me think. How can I make use of this? In the whole world, only I can make aluminum. How can I make use of it? Li Yi muttered to himself. Someone next to him was just about to speak. Yao Chong pointed and motioned the other party not to move. Under the light, the people in the team saw Yao Chang's finger and quickly held back. Zhang Jiuling will be transferred back next year. Replaced by Gu. Old Bai is too tired. Send a new person. I want to export. Li Yi thought for a while and mentioned Zhang Jiuling. Long Zhe will not agree. He would rather die in this position. Seeing that the imperial court's finances are getting better, how can he be willing to leave? Lu Huaishan advised Li Yi not to move Bai Gu into the group. Bai Gu was likely to get sick because of this. He could only persuade. In the end, it depended on Li Yi's thoughts. Li Yi was determined to put Long Zhe into the group. No one could stop him. Li Yi frowned. I have to talk to old Bai. Either let go and let the people below do it and rest more, or join the group. Let's also talk to him. Lu Youqiu agreed with Li Yi's method. Bai Gu almost couldn't do it before. What if he was tired to death? The people in the other teams turned back to eat. They once again confirmed who had the final say in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. What will be the final sentence for those people? Li Yi looked at the group of people from the state of Japan. Women will enter the palace to work, adult men will be beheaded. The older children will be hanged, and the children will be pardoned or sent to the palace. Li Riji gave the final outcome of those people and their families. The crimes were too serious. Colluding with foreign countries, intercepting and killing important ministers, resisting the imperial order, and using good people as slaves, other administrative crimes were found to be minor. They had to be considered when convicting. In fact, it was the same whether they were guilty or not. To put it bluntly, the crime committed by those people was rebellion. What was the result of rebellion? If I didn't take out the location of the iron mine and coal mine, there would be no such thing. Li Yi sighed. If you don't eat, you won't choke. Yao Chong despised him. He didn't believe that Li Yi was soft-hearted. When they passed through Lantian County, the local officials had made a report and then continued to mine. Now you are sighing. You are a cat crying for a mouse. Chapter 1037. After dinner, a group of people went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Yao Chong didn't want to go in before because he was afraid that his identity would be exposed. However, Li Yi solved the problem easily. Then he could come often in the future, and the previous people would use the same method. Anyway, when Li Yi saw him, he said that he looked familiar and said that he looked like someone from his family. In this case, they went to Zhuangzi to take a bath. Some of the people in the team actually wanted to go to Chang'an. They didn't miss home. They wanted to take a bath in the bathtub next to Pyongkang Square, and then have a rest. Unfortunately, they didn't have the final say. They could only go to Zhuangzi. There were beautiful women in Zhuangzi, but they didn't have the chance in this life. I want to sell this thing. It takes 12 hours to spin a circle. In fact, it can also be made. It takes 12 hours to spin a circle. It's too delicate. After the people in the group took a bath, they came to Li Yi in loose silk clothes. Li Yi held the little fellow and introduced the sitting clock. It was not too big. It was 50 centimeters high and 30 centimeters wide. It could be hung up. The little fellow had diarrhea. Li Yi had guessed that it would be like this before. The little fellow was stuffy and hot. Empress Wang was pregnant, so her sleeping temperature was low, maintained at 23 degrees Celsius. Then he didn't hold the little fellow to sleep for fear of touching her stomach. Li Longji went to another woman's place today, so the little fellow slept by herself. Then she had diarrhea. The temperature was one thing. The key was that she ate half of a watermelon at night. Her mouth was full of bubbles and 2 small blisters. Either scraping or taking medicine. Li Yi competed with the little fellow to eat watermelon, and the little fellow won. For watermelon, water went down, so it didn't hurt. If it was medicine, the little fellow would resist. For example, gold thread water couldn't be added with rock sugar. The bitterness of gold thread was special. Moreover, the little fellow couldn't drink gold thread alone. Licorice and a little gypsum were also needed. Chinese medicine rarely used a single medicine. It was usually mixed according to the monarch, minister, assistant, and messenger. Li Yi didn't want the little guy to take medicine. Let him eat watermelon. Anyway, the little guy didn't have any other problems. The watermelon was indeed effective. The little girl's blisters had not disappeared, but the color of her lips and her complexion had changed. Li Yi was helping the little guy soak, prick, and spray watermelon frost. It would be done the next morning. Yao Chong and the other 4 saw the clock first, and then the little fellow. They looked at each other, and in the end, pretended not to see anything and ignored it. The little guy was eating egg custard, which was steamed eggs and egg paste. The difference was that a lot of water was added to the steaming process, and the steamed meat would be packed with honeycombs. Then, he poured the water out, pressed it with a spoon, added some soy sauce, and stirred it until it looked like caviar. Long Zhe knows. Lu Huaishan fell in love with the clock as soon as he saw it. The water armillary sphere looked prettier than this one, but it was not as practical as this one. I know, but I didn't take it out at that time. I used this to offset the previous tax deduction. Later on, when I release things, I can help Old Bai earn tax money. Li Yi was very calm. Was this thing worth money? Was it scary? Next time you want to deal with someone, Xiao Yi, you tell this old man, and this old man will do it. Yin Xizhen gave such a sentence. The other four did not say anything, which was considered a tacit agreement. They could imagine that if the war situation had not reached the current level, Li Yi would still be leisurely. As the pace of the war sped up, Li Yi also sped up. If they wanted money, he would give them things. If they wanted technology, he would give them technology. Yao Chong was depressed. He breathed out through his nose like a horse, but when a horse breathed out, it carried water vapor. He could not breathe out. Xiao Yi, when this old man was the prime minister, why didn't you take it out? Yao Chong asked the question in his heart. He had resisted and set up a special department, but in the end, it was disbanded. Some craftsmen who had not achieved much before happily entered the Li family Zhuangzi. At that time, there was no industrial machine, so I had to do it bit by bit. Old Yao, what is your eldest son doing? If I give him something that can help the imperial court earn a lot of money, do you dare to let him do it? Li Yi tilted his head and looked at Yao Chong. Provocation. You don't accept. If I give your son benefits, can your son handle it? No need, this old man has already told him to compile a dictionary. Yao Chong refused. He knew his own son's situation very well. If he was the prime minister, he could still take care of him. No, if he was the prime minister and had Li Yi watching over him, he would still be useless. Li Yi would not give him face. Li Yi had given him face and saved his eldest son. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Now that he gave his eldest son power, if he became greedy, he would probably be kicked out of the group. Then, his family would not have a fixed residence. That's right. Li Yi smiled. Look at the others. Who thinks I'm not doing enough? Let me tell you, I'll give you power directly. The next day, the first inspection team brought people into the palace. A huge clock appeared on the clock tower that was previously built in front of the imperial city. It was rung according to the current time. That was to say, it was the 23rd hour of the midnight hour. Half an hour of the clock would ring according to the number of Arabic and Chinese characters on the clock. It needed to be wound, and someone would go in every day to take care of it. Otherwise, there would be extra time for the 24 hours in a day. It was very troublesome to calculate. In the Tang dynasty, 15 minutes was not 15 minutes. It was more than 14 minutes, and there would be extra time. There would be extra time and leap months. Now that the clock was out, there was no need for extra time. Everyone would calculate according to this. If there was a mistake, Li Yi would have ways to adjust it. When Li Yi was young, he would set the clock back by an hour during the summer solstice. After that, he would not set it anymore. What was the result of this? The country on the other side of the world that always felt that it was the best in the world had a time difference with his country. Sometimes, there was a 13-hour time difference. Sometimes, there was a 12-hour time difference. At that time, his country was actually struggling. Why should they use you as the standard? Later on, when digital currencies appeared, many people could not feel the difference. This was because the currency worked similarly to the other software. In reality, it was not. The software was not a separate currency. It was just the carrier of the currency. If they dared to say that this was a currency, they would be executed. The reason why Li Yi's people did not feel it was obvious was that the people were very adaptable, including the QR code. Originally, this thing was created by Japan. In the end, the people of Li Yi's country were the fastest to accept it. Just like the Kaiyuan Tong Bao of the Tang dynasty, the people of the Tang dynasty accepted it. Then, the Kaiyuan Tong Bao of the Japanese Empire could only be popular in Pingcheng and Beijing. When the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupon was released, as long as the people of the Tang dynasty knew about it, they would be willing to use it. This was a national characteristic. They were the fastest to adapt and had their own foundation. Therefore, the people of Li Yi's digital currency were not obvious at the beginning because they had already adapted. It could not be helped. Their nation was different from others. And this digital currency was not only targeted at domestic use. It was targeted at another international currency. It could be used in any way within the country. The people were very obedient. It was targeted at countries that had a 13-hour or 12-hour time difference. Previously, it was targeted at international trade and special economic regions for settlement. The digital currency was targeted at small trade and currency settlement in non-fixed regions. Chapter 1038. Yao Chong and the others didn't know that a clock would cause such a stir in Li Yi's heart. They also didn't know what Li Yi's understanding of the international monetary system was. They stared at the clock tower in a daze. They had countless questions to ask Li Yi, but Li Yi wasn't with them. Xiao Yi told me last time that he would make it. He's bringing it over today for a trial run, Bai Gu said as he looked at the bigger clock on the clock tower. In fact, the clock was still small. It was several times smaller than the clock tower that Li Yi used. It wasn't that the technology wasn't good enough, but that Li Yi didn't have the time to make a big one. With so much good steel, he might as well make guns. Now he had 20,000 guns. The winged knights and the 16 guards took turns to practice. Guozi was in charge. His requirements were strict. He would take a random gun, make the first shot, and hit the bullseye with the second. So Li Yi stopped being an instructor. He couldn't help it. He couldn't reach Guozi's level. Even though he had been reborn, his memory and physical coordination had improved by leaps and bounds. There were some situations and people that you couldn't compare with. He said that he has other ways to make money. The money that he takes out in 2 months will be used to offset the extra money he paid. Lu Huaishan and Bai Gu had a good relationship, but Yao Chong didn't. Yao Chong and Song Jing had a good relationship. I watched Xiao Yi grow up. He's been like this since he was young. I'm going to invite him over for a meal today, Bai Gu said shamelessly. Xiao Yi also said that he'll bring Zhang Jiuling back next year and you'll join the regiment, Yao Chong said. Xiao Yi has changed. No, I'll go find him tomorrow. No, I'll go today at noon. I'll eat his meal first. Bai Gu changed his mind instantly. Everyone chose to ignore it and began to deal with the people who had attacked important officials. What were they thinking? They also took the heads of the people who had been killed. The winged knights were dispatched on behalf of His Majesty. The winged knights were taught by Li Yi, so there was no possibility of them killing people for personal gain or because they were in a bad mood. The feathered forest flying cavalry looked at everyone the same way, without any emotions. After the group of people were dealt with, there was still the problem of his family. Li Longji was not happy. He slept in another woman's place last night, but he was thinking about Empress Wang. Empress Wang was pregnant recently, so she didn't exercise much and was studying. What she learned was something written by Li Yi. It taught women how to control men. It involved the field of behavioral psychology, which Li Yi used to be a system. Li Yi had specially written a booklet for Empress Wang. He would never tell anyone else. He didn't object to Li Longji looking for other women, but a woman's charm wasn't just reflected in her appearance. Even if Empress Wang's hair turned white, he would dye her hair, give her a facelift, and inject something. Because what was that sentence again? Oh, it was, since ancient times, beauties were like famous generals. They were not allowed to see their hair turn white. This was in a work called Suiyuan Poetry. There was no need to take it seriously. Just like some things in the novel, it was nothing more than an author's idea. Every author would make mistakes. When reading, one should be rational. There was no need to chase after or criticize. For example, there was a sentence that sounded very interesting: who tastes the pear blossom snow at the end of the world? This was because the author had been promoted a lot. In fact, there was no such thing at all. The real sentence was, who hangs the pear blossom pavilion at the end of the world? Li Yi had encountered it in the Yuan opera before. He didn't study it further. It was meaningless. Li Yi had the means to freeze Empress Wang's age. Let's see how much he would have to pay. Empress Wang had a son. Now, she wanted a daughter. Unfortunately, it couldn't be seen yet. She studied hard. A woman's charm wasn't just in her appearance. It was in her intelligence, posture, and cultural heritage. Just like Nankou, some women in Nankou couldn't even compare to Nankou in terms of beauty. When it came to Li Yi, it was the difference between a real socialite and a peripheral woman. Peripheral women weren't pretty. No, some of them were much prettier than socialites. Li Longji didn't know that this thing could be systematized. He was fascinated. After spending a night with another woman, he felt that something was wrong and wanted to go home. So he came back and saw Empress Wang practicing Taiji sword. It was indeed a dance. Empress Wang's movements were slow, but her body was plump and her movements were smooth. Yorong, let's go in. Li Longji was already very tired last night. Now, he was thinking about doing that again. Empress Wang rolled her eyes. No, I still want a princess. You can bring someone else in under another name. Then forget it. Li Longji instantly calmed down. He knew that other than Empress Wang, other women couldn't be brought in. Of course, other than she, and the others, Li Yi wouldn't care. Even Tao Hong and the others couldn't do it. Once they had sex, how would they deal with their status? Would they let Li Yi give in? Third brother, sister-in-law, I'll give you a pair of couples watches. I can't make a tourbillon watch yet. I'll slowly make one in the future. Li Yi appeared with 2 watches. He glanced at them and wanted to leave. Because Li Longji hugged Empress Wang and wanted to kiss her. Let's see, is our pose right? Li Longji said naturally. He turned his behavior into a pose, which meant that the 2 of us were acting together. Li Yi expressed his admiration and went over to help the 2 of them put on the watches. At the same time, the news spread outside that Li family Zhuangzi was going to sell a timepiece, which was the clock. The people knew that they couldn't say that they were going to buy a clock or give a clock. Zhong Tongzhong, only a dead man would say that. But there was a difference. How should they say that they were going to give a clock to someone? Let's say that it was a clock. Hua Biao meant a clock. Whether it was waiting for the emperor to come out or waiting for the emperor to return, Hua Biao was actually a clock. Judging the time by the shadow of Hua Biao after being illuminated by the sun. Brother Yi, those people don't need to be killed, and then sent to do the most dangerous work. Li Longji put on the watch and felt very happy. Kill. Li Yi changed his previous gentleness and suddenly became decisive. Others can go to work, why do they have to be killed? Li Longji asked as if he was considering. Treason, when the heart is hurt, the heart changes. The law of the country is treason. For other things, I can think of a way to leave some people to do work. But I can't find an excuse for them to commit treason. If they don't die, won't they tell others that they can live? Kill, they can't be spared within 3 generations. Under the law of the country, it can't be taken lightly. Li Yi didn't want to let people do the hard work and atone for their crimes. His request was to kill, 3 generations. Some bottom lines can't be touched. Like the problem of the officials in Lantian County, they wanted to reap benefits for themselves. They didn't have the idea of cooperating with external forces, they just wanted to make money. If they changed to iron mines, these people wanted to contact external forces, was it a matter of money? If we let them go, what would the soldiers on the front lines think? The soldiers will think that we are risking our lives and providing weapons for the enemy to kill us. Your Majesty, say something. Chapter 1039. Let me see what time it is now. It's morning now. Morning refers to 8 o'clock. If we change it to a bigger one, can a day become 24 hours? Slow down a bit, 12. Below the clock tower, a group of people looked up at the time. The clock was still small. Zhuangzi didn't have the time to build a bigger one. A big clock costs a lot of money, and it takes a lot of time. In Zhuangzi, Li Yi had already finished the design of the big clock. Actually, it was just a copy. If he was asked to design it, he wouldn't be able to do it even in a year. There were so many parts in the clock tower. The bigger the clock, the harder it was to make. Of course, the smaller the clock, the harder it was to make. He added something to the clock so that when it spun a circle, when it reached a certain position, the clock could be spun at the corresponding time. It was like looking at the date on a mechanical watch. When it was turned, 12 hours would change at the same time. This way, it could be used to look at the time. There was no need to learn new rules. There were advertisements for wall clocks and floor clocks on sale in the newspapers. The prices were naturally different according to the size and decoration. The cheapest was 100 CUN for a small clock that could be hung up. Not everyone could buy this small clock. There were restrictions. Only people who had bought kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, and bicycles were eligible. After that, there was only one type of clock that could be bought casually. It was priced at 1,000 CUN and had a warranty. It had glass and beautiful glass beads on it. The big merchants were already waiting at the bridgehead for Li family Zhuangzi to sell their clocks. Some of them wanted to send their clocks to other prefectures to be sold. Some even wanted to ship their clocks overseas in exchange for large amounts of gems and gold. Bai Gu was at the bridgehead. He didn't look for Li Yi yesterday, and he didn't want to look for him today. He looked at the merchants lining up and felt at ease. He handed over the work to others and was currently resting. He didn't want to tire himself to death. Bai Gu wasn't afraid of joining the regiment. He was afraid of dying. The capital office was almost the same every month. The war at the border was going smoothly. He wanted to live a few more years and experience the prosperity of the world. Now, he wanted to see how many people were buying clocks. The tax for each one was 800 CUN. After he had accumulated 700,000 yuan, he began to collect taxes from the Li family Zhuangzi. Good stuff, buy more. Buy 1,000 of them and send them overseas. Sell them to the kings or chiefs overseas. They have money. Bai Gu drank the sour plum soup. He took a small sip every now and then. It was iced. He did not dare to drink too much. He looked at the merchants with friendliness and appreciation. To him, the merchants were the pillars of the country. Old Bai Gu, why aren't you going in? Li Yi got the news. Bai Gu was wearing his official robes and sitting there. The Prime Minister's carriage was parked, so he came out to take a look. Join the group. I heard that you want to get me into the group. Do you believe that I won't bang my head on the bridge and die? Bai Gu glared at Li Yi when he saw him. Who said that? It's just a rumor. Li Yi glared at him. What did Zhang Jiling say? Bai Gu had evidence. Tell him to come back and be a minister, not a prime minister. Be the minister of the Ministry of Revenue and steal my position. The minister of the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Education. The minister of the Ministry of Rights has no real power. Bai Gu thought that the Ministry of Rights was not good. Give the imperial examinations to the Ministry of Rights. The Ministry of Appointments is now in charge. The Ministry of Appointments is enough to assess officials and appoint officials. Li Yi had a way. What's the use of the imperial examinations? There's also education funding. Your Ministry of Revenue gives the Ministry of Rights money every year. The Ministry of Rights will use it to build schools, teachers' salaries, organize activities, and reward outstanding students in various parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi continued. He did not think that the Ministry of Education had little power and could take advantage of it. For example, restricting non-local children from going to school and building good schools. There would be school districts nearby. Bai Gu thought for a while. Being the minister of the Ministry of Rights is also good. You can also be an official in the Ministry of Revenue. He felt that Zhang Jiling was more upright. Previously, when he reported the Ministry of Appointments for county officials, he found that neither of the two prime ministers went down. Therefore, he got angry and wrote a report home. He stopped playing. Don't worry. Wait for them to come back. You are allowed to buy clocks at will. After selling them once, you will be able to pay your taxes. Li Yi looked at the businessmen in the queue. These businessmen were rich. Have they sold all the things they bought previously? How many rich people are there in the Tang dynasty? Bai Gu took another sip of the sour plum soup. They have rented out many kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. This way, they have enough space to buy bicycles. Li Yi knew about the situation. He released 3,000 bicycles at 1,000 yuan each. He could not produce them for the time being. He continued to produce and let the businessmen pick up the goods. However, more than 6,000 sets of kerosene lamps and thermos bottles were sold. After the businessmen bought the bicycles, they would advertise and see who would want to buy them. The businessmen would increase the price and wait for the Li family Zhuangzi to supply the bicycles again to pick up the goods. The businessmen were not selling bicycles. They were selling thermos bottles and kerosene lamps together. The later the period, the more valuable the items were. Now, the businessmen were renting a kerosene lamp for 500 yuan for a night. A thermos bottle for 100 yuan a day. They were not afraid if it was damaged or old. They could just bring it back for a new one. Even if they went to Jiangnan, how much would the travel cost? They could get back the money by renting it for a few days. If someone accidentally damaged it, it would be better. They could ask for more money. Unfortunately, they could not ask the other party to pay the original price. If they paid the original price, it would be equivalent to the other party buying it. The other party would not suffer a loss. Bai Gu saw that there were many people and was in a good mood. Sure enough, technology is money. You might lose your life. If it was an ordinary person, I would have helped. If it was someone from the state government, Li Yi stopped. How many people would be watching if they had good technology but did not have the strength to protect them? Others don't have this technology. Can they make the same thing if they take it apart? Bai Gu was slightly worried. No. There are requirements for the weight of each part. That spring can't be made by others. It needs to be replaced after a long time. If the other parts wear out, they also need to be replaced. Li Yi had made the clock himself. He knew how difficult it was. What was the use of taking it apart? There were only so many parts. If he took out each of them and reversed the mold, how would he reverse the spring? Just get some metal pieces. He would know once he tried. Not to mention a clock, even the frogs that were wound in the past could not be made by people now. Bai Gu was relieved and said, "How do you repair it if it's sold overseas?" "Bring it back for repair. Tell the merchants that when you sold it, you agreed with them that if it's broken, it will be repaired free of charge, but you have to send it back. If it's really broken, they can only wait for the merchants of the Tang dynasty to go over. This includes the glass mirrors that they sell in the future. If they accidentally break it, collect the pieces. When the merchants go over or they send people to the Tang dynasty, I will replace it for them." Li Yi had a way to deal with this. He encouraged the merchants to bring things out. After they went over, they brought back more food and could even enjoy tax relief. Bai Gu smacked his lips. "Why don't you sell them new ones? Why do you need to replace and repair them for free? Old Bai, you have to think of who can buy it. If our merchants go over, how will they be welcomed and protected?" Li Yi smiled and reminded Bai Gu. If the glass mirror was broken, others would buy a new one. Of course, he would make money, but he could not make money. Chapter 1040. Bai Gu was stunned. Li Yi saw someone selling glutinous rice lollipops next to him. He walked over and picked one up. He turned around and did not pay. The seller smiled at him gratefully and continued to make the candy. A group of people came over and bought the candy. They knew Li Yi. Li Dongzhu ate it, which meant it was delicious. They wanted to try it. "You should ask him for money. You can't eat it for free." Bai Gu saw this and said to Li Yi, "I think so too, but I'm too embarrassed to ask." Li Yi broke off a piece and gave it to Bai Gu. "It melts in my mouth. It sticks to my teeth when I bite it." Bai Gu took it and looked at it. He did not want to eat it. "Just bite it quickly or keep it in your mouth. Your teeth will be fine. If they break, I'll fix them for you." Li Yi said and bit it himself. Crunch, crunch. Then it stuck to his teeth. He licked it with his tongue. Bai Gu did not eat it. He put it on the table and said, "I've thought it through. Things can be fixed if they break. They want the Tang dynasty merchants to go over. They are more willing to organize people to go to the Tang dynasty to buy more good things back and sell things to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty merchants enjoy a different status in the local area. With the protection of the Tang dynasty navy, the merchants are more active in going to the sea. Yes. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi brand will be passed on. If there are good things, they can be exchanged for a lot of things outside." Li Yi added. This was how a brand was established. Even if it was the same thing, as long as it had the Li family Zhuangzi brand, it could be many times more expensive than others. If your Zhuangzi exchange coupons go with the luxury goods, I think the local government will accept it. Bai Gu thought of another thing, currency. Yes. The Li family Zhuangzi exchange coupons can be exchanged for the corresponding collateral at any time. My Zhuangzi is not a credit currency. You can overpay, and no one will look for you to exchange. All the merchants and commoners in the capital will be your guarantor. Bai Gu understood once again. The most valuable thing about the Li family Zhuangzi was their reputation. In the capital magistrate's office, they could buy anything they wanted with their coupons. That's right, but I don't dare to. Li Yi was very honest. It wasn't that he didn't dare to overpay for fear of being bullied by others. He was worried that his heart would change. If there was a first time, there would be a second time, and then it would get out of hand. He knew about finance, so he didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. Bai Gu's face sank. If that's the case, how will the Tang dynasty's banknotes be issued in the future? The common people only recognize your Li family Zhuangzi exchange coupons, and not the imperial court's banknotes. Do you know your crime? What are you doing? Are you trying to pin a crime on me? If the imperial court is not trustworthy, do you still have the face to criticize me? Are you the chancellor's assistant, or am I the chancellor's assistant? Li Yi also roared back, licking his teeth at the same time. The candy that stuck on his teeth earlier had not melted yet. You need to ask the merchants to exchange more gold and silver for the imperial court's reserves. Then, the imperial court will issue banknotes, and you will be the guarantor. Bai Gu first pinned a crime on him, then made a request. Li Yi picked up Bai Gu's sour plum juice, took a sip, rinsed his mouth, and swallowed it. Old Bai, we're just playing a little trick. Li Yi reached out to take the candy that he had just broken for Bai Gu. Bai Gu grabbed it first. Let's go back and give it to our youngest son. I'll wrap it for you. Li Yi got up and went to the candy stall. He took a small piece of cut paper and a stick and brought it back. He wrapped the one in Bai Gu's hand together with the one in Bai Gu's hand. Then, Bai Gu put it in his sleeve. Suddenly, a new customer ran over to buy the candy. The imperial court's assistant chancellor ate the candy. The candy seller was overjoyed. There was a long queue in front of the stall. He was sad because he did not prepare enough today. He did not know that the imperial court's assistant chancellor and Li Dongzhu would sit outside and take his candy. It looks like it's going to rain. It was stuffy yesterday. Then, the clouds dispersed. Bai Gu put the empty bowl aside. His sidekick quickly went to fill another bowl. Li family Zhuangzi sold a big bowl of iced sour plum juice for 1 yuan. If it was someone else, they would lose money. You have so much ice in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu looked at the ice floating in the bowl. Yes. Li Yi replied with one word. In fact, he was using the refrigeration equipment exchanged from the hospital to make ice. However, he could not say it out loud. He felt that there were any germs or something. No, including the place where the cadavers were. The refrigeration equipment was fine as long as there was electricity. In the past, there was solar energy. Later, there was a generator. He also exchanged some gasoline. Now that he had gasoline, why not use it? The labeling was not a problem. If the equipment was broken, he could replace it. I don't have any ice in my house. Bai Gu began to suspect. There was definitely a problem. You don't have ice in your house for winter. Everyone has ice now. Her Majesty doesn't give you ice. I heard that the Forbidden Garden dug a lot of cellars. Li Yi also suspected. Because of the water network, there was too much ice in winter. Many people began to build ice cellars and use grass curtains as partitions to store ice. Bai Gu stared at Li Yi. There are still a few months before the weather turns cold. You have to leave a backup plan for your house. Take it out and use it. The ice in your house is river ice. You should use it to cool down the house. As for the ice for food, I will ask someone to send 5,000 caddies to the palace every day. Everyone can share it. Li Yi could not manage the people, but he could take care of the court officials. I will take 100 caddies back first. Bai Gu thought about it and said the amount. Your house can eat 100 caddies a day. It will melt. Can't I find someone who can do things quickly? It will take a lot of effort to get some ice from you. Alright, old Bai, I like to hear you talk. Here, I will give you 300 caddies. It will not take a lot of effort between us. Give it to your subordinates. Also, Tell them that if there is a problem and their heads are chopped off, they can use ice to cool them down before burying them. Li Yi did not care how much ice he gave. He wanted it to be worth it. Bai Gu really took the 300 caddies of ice and left. He did not eat at the Li family zhuangzi. 300 caddies of ice was not much. It was just 300 caddies of water. The density of the ice was just a little lower. Li Yi was still sitting outside. He took out his medical book and occasionally looked up at the merchants who were queuing up. There were not many bells. The merchants needed to pay first and get a number. When the bells were made, they would receive them according to the number. Bai Gu hurried back to the government hall. He took a look at the place he was in charge of and distributed ice. Each person was given 10 caddies of ice. He distributed it to 8 people. The 8 people quickly sent people to send the ice home. Bai Gu did the same. It had to be placed in a cool place. It was best to throw it in the ice cellar. The ice was clean and it was healthier to eat. Dongzhu, you have sold 920 bells. You have paid first. During lunch, Songda came over and reported the results of the morning. During lunch, Li family zhuangzi stopped selling the bells temporarily. The merchants queuing up did not leave. They ordered their subordinates to help them get the food. Some even asked their subordinates to stand in their place. Some of them had their subordinates standing there while the merchants went to eat, drink and rest. Some of them stood by themselves and asked their subordinates to guard their money. When they were thirsty, they drank some soup. Deduct the taxes on the money we spent. Send the extra money to the imperial court before they get off work. We will have a lot of money to spend. Li Yi instructed. He was relieved. There were many rich merchants who were willing to buy the bells. Most of the bells would be shipped to Guangzhou. The merchants had to negotiate with each other. No one could lower the price. They had to agree on the price. They would sell the bells to the barbarians who came over by boat. The barbarians would take the bells away and sell them for a price. Chapter 1041. Before leaving work that night, Bai Gu received 228,800 liang in tax, which was 80% of the tax for 286 hours. Xiao Yi will help the imperial court complete 30 million liang in tax this year. I hope the merchants can quickly get their money back. Bai Gu had some understanding of the liquidity situation. Merchants had to quickly exchange things for money before they could continue to buy. This time, they had bought a large amount of things, so it would take some time before they could explode again. 1,000 liang was not a small amount. Seeing that his subordinates had finished counting the money, he went out to meet the others and go home for dinner. Today, he invited the people in the group, Song Jing, Su Yi, and Wei Zhigu to eat at his house. Oh, and the Minister of Rights, Zhao Tian, was also invited. Because Zhang Jiuling had come back, he went down. Bai Gu felt quite embarrassed. Today, there was sashimi, so he invited a chef. The chef had experience and knew what kind of fish did not have parasites and would not cause problems after eating it. At the same time, there was a lot of ice. Didn't Bai Gu ask someone to send home more than 50 kilograms of ice? It was just enough to freeze the fish and kill any parasites that might exist. A large group of people traveling together represented the peak of the Tang dynasty's power. Seeing such a lineup, people all made way. There were so many guards, indicating their identity. Then, as the group walked, they suddenly stopped and became motionless. There was a blind man in front, crossing the road with a stick. Someone wanted to help him, afraid of offending an important official of the imperial court, but found that the group had stopped, so he stood aside and watched. Why is there no movement? Don't hit me. The person with the stick did not know the situation. He felt the stick touch the ground and listened for movement at the same time. His surroundings suddenly became quiet. He stopped, turned his head, and listened again. He felt very scared. Su-yi got out of the car, lifted his robe, and quickly walked over to help him. "Brother, why don't you take the car? You don't have to pay to take the car. If you always take the car, you won't remember the road. You can't always rely on others to help you. It's better to walk on the road yourself." The person with the stick did not touch the ground with the stick when he was supported. It showed that he trusted the person supporting him. If there were any gaps or obstacles, the other person would remind him. Elder brother is right. We can't always rely on one person, even if that person is very powerful. Su-yi gave an explanation. He realized that the people in the imperial court relied too heavily on Li-yi, which was not good. That depends on who it is. If it's Li Dongzhu, it's reassuring. Why is everyone not moving? There's no sound. The man with the stick turned his head to listen again. Some people from the imperial court went to Bai Zaifu's house for a meal. When they saw your procession stop, they just watched. Su-yi told the truth. That was all. No matter how big the group was, would they let a blind man make way for them? Even if the censorate did not impeach him tomorrow, Li-yi would. "I'm sorry for delaying your meal. I'll leave now." The man with the stick understood immediately. No. Let's wait a little longer so that we can eat more." Su-yi found an excuse. This path was too wide, and they still had to walk dozens of steps. "Who are you?" the man with the stick suddenly asked. Su-yi. "I'm the youngest. I'll help you." Su-yi was still honest. "Prime Minister Su. Thank you. With you here, the Tang dynasty has hope. If you can help me, you can also help the Tang dynasty. I'm helping the Tang dynasty now." While talking, they crossed the road. Su-yi turned back to get on the car and the procession moved forward again. The people in front all made way and stood on both sides of the road to watch the procession pass. Many people bowed slightly. They avoided the procession because of power and influence, but now they made way for recognition. The Tang dynasty has changed. Bourgeois, who was standing in front of the imperial city gate and happened to see this scene, sighed with emotion. For Tubo, such a situation did not exist. He did not care if you were blind or not, and you were so old. "Blind man, didn't you hear the sound of horse hooves? How dare you leave? Even if I don't beat you to death with a whip, I'll be grateful." In the Tang dynasty, Chang'an, when the prime ministers and the prime ministers were traveling together, they suddenly stopped. The prime minister even went over to help them. What gathered the people was the will of the people. How could the people of the Tang dynasty fight against the Tang dynasty in the future? Isinba shook his head. "It's Li-yi. Every time Li-yi goes out, as long as someone crosses the road in front of him, he will make way." Isinba could not understand. Li-yi was so powerful. Why did he have to please others? Since you can please ordinary people, why not please me, Tubo? Send back the 10 clocks you bought and see if I, Tubo, can make them. Then write to our people and tell Princess Jincheng that the Tang dynasty did not give her anything good. Bo Qiao tried his best to sow discord. He was almost crazy. Isinba clenched his fists. "There's a luminous pearl in Jianpu. Anyone who holds it will fall ill, and we can't find out what the disease is. Why don't we give that luminous pearl to Li-yi?" He was talking about a luminous pearl that was said to have been enchanted. It was the luminous pearl that God wanted but couldn't get, so the person who called it would fall ill and die. Okay. Bo Qiao also thought of that thing, but he had to avoid Princess Jincheng and the people of the Tang dynasty who served her. The two of them did not want to go to the night market anymore. They hurried back to write a letter, which they also wrote in secret. Bai Gu and the others arrived at his house. His house was newly renovated and turned into a house. Nowadays, it was popular to build houses in various districts, as long as they were not too tall and did not block the sunlight of other people. The fish were raised in a bucket. The cook and the others were ready to kill the fish and bleed it in front of them. The best way to bleed the fish was to first make an opening, then throw it back into the water and let the fish swim. The fish bled from one side to the other. When the blood was almost gone, the fish would die. However, there was no place to do this in the capital government. It was said that Li Yi objected. There were many ways to kill fish and bleed it. Why did they have to do this? After the fish was killed, the meat was sliced and put on ice for a while to freeze any parasites that might exist. While waiting, other dishes and wine were served first. There were vinegar-preserved eggs, roasted garlic, pork tendons mixed with chili oil, and other things. Do you still remember a few years ago? Some of us had a meal together, but there was no meat. Wei Zhigu suddenly sighed. At that time, the Prime Minister didn't have meat for every meal, especially the officials who rented houses. They had families to feed. That's because they didn't know how to cook pork, mutton was expensive, and fish wasn't good. If they didn't handle the fish well, they would fall ill. Lu Huaishan explained the reason. Exactly. Bai Gu said. Now, the cooking methods of all kinds of dishes were publicized by the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone could even cook with pottery jars. Those who could afford it made an iron pot. Those who couldn't used a bigger shallow pottery jar or even a special pottery pot to cook. There were also all kinds of seasonings, including wormwood and perilla leaves by the river. The Li family Zhuangzi and even some businessmen specialized in selling chickens, ducks, and geese. Who knew that the fishy smell of pork could be washed away by soaking it in cold water? There was also pork skin that could be boiled and frozen. Pig trotters could also be boiled with some sauce. After the fish was cold, the frozen fish wouldn't have a fishy smell. I wonder which aspect Li Yi contributed the most. Su Yi hadn't participated in these people's gatherings, so he asked Li Yi. Chapter 1042. Everything is good. Zhao Tian stared at the frozen fish. He loved to eat fish. In the past, he could only eat fish fillets and fried fish. Stewed fish had a fishy smell. Later, he found out that some wine was enough. He added some yellow wine and 2 pieces of ginger. Stew it slowly, eat it after stewing, and leave the leftovers. After a while, it would turn into frozen fish. The frozen fish on the plate had probably been stewed for a long time. The meat had flown away and then mixed with the frozen fish. It would definitely taste like fish bones. There were many pieces of ginger. Unfortunately, it couldn't be eaten. Li Yi said not to eat ginger at night. The ginger has been stewed long ago. It can be eaten. Xiao Yi said that eating ginger in the morning is better than ginseng soup. Eating ginger at night is like eating arsenic. She was referring to ginger. Bai Gu knew what Zhao Tian meant. Her eyes were staring at the ginger in the frozen fish. It was too obvious. Is that so? Zhao Tian sighed in relief. She smacked her lips and reached for the ginger with her chopsticks. Everyone started eating and drinking the chilled yellow wine. It was aged 3 years. Did Long Zhe make money today? Song Jing took a sip of wine and asked Bai Gu with a smile. I want the merchants to make more money quickly. It makes sense to hide wealth from the people. Only when the people have money will they buy things and then collect taxes. Bai Gu wanted to pray for the merchants who bought the clock. They should quickly sell it, exchange it for money, and come back to buy more. There was an 80% tax. Li Yi gave you more than 200,000 yuan. Yao Chong mentioned the number. It's for the imperial court, not for me. Bai Gu emphasized. Don't talk nonsense. He made more than 1,000,000 yuan today. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to give the imperial court so much after deducting the tax. Lu Yu calculated. The front line is short of money. The imperial court needs to wait for the Yellow River Basin to be occupied and send large amounts of supplies. Li Yi is anxious, so he has money. Wei Zhigu said casually as if he could buy anything with a few dozen coins. Before Li Yi arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, he said that the imperial court would send people to arrest whoever made 1,000,000 yuan a day. Why do you have so much money? The rent I collect a year is only 8,000,000 yuan, and you earn 1/8 of that in a day? There's no need to explain. Come, in the future, you'll earn 1,000,000 citizens for the imperial court every day. Even 100,000 is fine. Earn every day. At this moment, Li Yi was earning $10,000 a day. It was not a big deal. Everyone knew that he could not earn it every day. Others would only buy it if they had the money. He probably has millions of cash in his hands. The imperial court should make preparations. They shouldn't wait until they have taken over all of it before they start providing baggage. Lu Huaishan was calculating what Li Yi's money would be used for. The Ministry of Revenue's money could not be piled up there. The frontline soldiers were fighting with their lives on the line, ready to deal with Tubo's crazy counterattack at any moment. Arrows, packs of explosives, skyscraping monkeys, armor, swords, and bows should be sent over. There was also food. When I came out, I met His Majesty. His Majesty said he would ask. Song Jing was not worried. When Li Yi earned money, Li Yi would definitely throw it out. It should be converted into things. 500,000 yuan in shu would be enough. Bai Gu used his chopsticks to cut a piece of fish jelly. Before the autumn harvest, the Ministry of Revenue will loan out 3,000,000 yuan without interest. The more the war, the more the imperial court has to show enough confidence to attack the usury in convenient places. Bai Gu did not care about the war and played support for the border. He would wait for 2 months. He had calculated Li Yi's money. Li Yi had mentioned a loan from a time when there was a shortage of money. Li Yi had said that the interest rate was low. He simply waived the interest and did not want the money. A large-scale war would calm the people. Therefore, in these 2 months, Li Yi should be organized. Xiao Yi had always been good at supporting. Communicate more, don't make mistakes. Li Riji picked up his chopsticks. Brother Yi, what's the arrangement? Li Longji returned home and asked Li Yi. His legs were a little weak. In the afternoon, he doted on 2 people. Tonight, Li family Zhuangzi also ate fish slices. He caught them himself and tested the cotton silk net. Fish was a byproduct. It was the same situation as the rabbits. Li Yi tested the sashimi. There were carp and snakehead. He tested the ones he ate. He gave the others a microscope and looked at them one by one. Empress Wang first picked up a piece of meat for Li Longji. Li Longji picked up his chopsticks. The little guy was happy. This way, he could eat. Otherwise, he had to wait for his father to eat first. If his father did not eat, he could only endure. He had been running around in the afternoon, so he was hungry. Li Yi put the plate of braised pork ribs in front of the little guy. I'm making pressure cookers. 5,000 pressure cookers are enough for 100,000 people to eat in batches. The matter of the clock is too urgent. I need some help. Send 5,000 winged knights to help. I don't trust others. The 12,000 cavalry in front will be left there first. Send the cavalry of the 16th Guard to help transport things. The capital government doesn't need so many people. The 16th Guard guards all day long. No one can attack. Li Yi did not trust others. He could only ask the winged knights to help him assemble the clock. The parts were unified. The assembly only needed to be practiced. He handed over a batch of goods for the clock and let the merchants quickly transport them to other places to exchange for money. He was making pressure cookers. There was no rubber seal. He used a spiral buckle. Adding an exhaust valve and operating according to the instructions, there was basically no problem. However, it could not be used to cook noodles or dumplings. Noodles and dumplings in a normal pot would pop out when the lid was opened, let alone in a pressure cooker. At this time, the little guy was biting pork ribs in his mouth. He began to give the ribs to the adults. His chopsticks could only hold them for a few seconds. He put them on a plate and put them on the adults' plates. Li Yi kissed him. Empress Wang kissed him. Then, they carried him and put him in front of Li Longji. Li Longji was thinking about something and did not react. The little guy was anxious. He took the initiative to put his face on his father's face. The juice on the ribs in his mouth rubbed on Li Longji's face. Li Longji smiled and raised his hand to touch his son's head. Among all the children, this son was the most lively. Even if the other children were not sensible, they were taught by their mothers from a young age. When they saw Li Longji, they had to behave like adults. Those who did not behave well or cried were unqualified. The little guy was not. He was not afraid of his father. Sometimes, he would miss his father when he did not see him. However, he had many friends. Other children would want their father to hug them. The little guy had fun all day. The only thing he learned was that if his father did not move his chopsticks, others could not move. He learned it himself. All the cotton this year will be supplied there. Li Longji comforted his son and thought of the climate there. This year, the capital government has a lot of leather and raised a lot of ducks. After selling this batch of clocks, it will enter a period of silence in the production of products for people's livelihood. I have to shift my focus to the survival of the soldiers in the front line in winter. The imperial court must send more coke, including simple stoves. I have collected a lot of chili powder and ginger powder. When the time comes, I will send it over together. Li Yi told him about Zhuangzi's deployment. He actually had a lot of things, but if he let go, he would be able to help the soldiers in the front line quickly, but his skills would be exposed. For example, he could have canned glass bottles. If glass bottles were transported to the front line in large quantities, it would prove that their value was low. It was impossible for the soldiers in the front line to accurately recycle glass bottles, let alone transport them all back. The price of selling glass was high, so it was obviously wrong to release glass bottles. They could only continue to store them in bamboo tubes, which had a short shelf life. The only thing that could be released was the pressure cooker. Even if the enemy snatched it, they could not imitate it. The screwdriver could not be released, and the pressure relief valve did not know the pressure, so how could it be calculated? Chapter 1043. Where is he? Where's the main force? On the 21st of the 5th month, many more people from the Shu lands rushed to the front. After passing through a military camp, they arrived at another military camp. They sent large amounts of ginger, pepper, pickled mustard, and chopped green onions. There were a lot of onions, so they dug out gas wells and used pipes to draw out gas for cooking and salt. While he was at it, he could also make chopped green onions. The step was called dehydration, and it had to be flipped back and forth on a heated iron plate. It had already formed an industrial chain, and now it was being taken out and given to the soldiers at the border. The Shu people felt that the local weather was cold, so they brought their own food over. However, there was no chili in the pickled vegetables, and the locals didn't know what the pickled vegetables with chili tasted like. Anyway, the pickled vegetables now were very delicious. Most of the troops have gone to the front. The military camp will be the resting place for Baggage's troops in the future. The general who was in charge of directing everyone to work looked a little lonely. He wanted to go to the front. If there was a chance to kill the enemy, he could earn military merits. I'll leave the things with you. We'll send them to you when we return. The main thing is that we're here to check on the situation and see what you're lacking. The people from the Shu lands were preparing to hand over the goods to the other party. Whatever they gave, the other party had to check and write a receipt. The recording officer in the army brought people to look at things and write down the quantity. Usually, they wouldn't be able to enjoy such good things, especially the preserved vegetables. They couldn't give a grade, but since it looked good, they would write it as the best. It's not Sichuan pepper. We send good Sichuan pepper to be sold at the imperial capital. It's now a third-grade product and can be eaten at home. The people from Shuzhou saw that the other party had written an excellent. It's the best for us. It's cold here at night. If we grind the pepper into powder and boil it into soup, we won't get sick easily. The military registrar insisted on writing an because he wanted the other party to go back and report the debt. He thought that he had written an A and would settle the bill according to the when he returned. There was no such loophole in the real situation. How could he not know what he was buying? How could there be the best? What's more, who would reimburse him if he wrote an excellent article? Looking for Li Yi. Li Yi only cared about giving the money and did not interfere with how it was spent. When the fruits come in winter, I'll send you oranges. Now, the fruits will spoil when they arrive. How are we going to deliver cherries? The people who delivered the gifts felt their hearts ache when they saw the traces of the wind on the soldiers' faces. We've picked a lot of mushrooms. We'll bring them back for you. When Colonel Shen heard that the other party was going to give him fruits, he wanted to return the favor. You can't take it. You guys keep it. We have mushrooms when we go back. We also grow vegetables in the winter in Shu County. We can give them to you as gifts. Do you eat cucumbers and salted vegetables? The people from Shu shook their heads vigorously and refused. They had come to understand the specific situation. After taking over all of them, they said that they could raise a lot of cattle and sheep locally. When the time came, they would slowly move to the Shu lands, and the meat in the Shu lands would be cheap. If the local troops could not defeat Tubo and lost their territory, they would be beheaded and Tubo would send troops to Shu Di. Now, what he had to pay was things. At that time, he would have to risk his life. After the handover, the Shu people were forced to drink the fried mushroom soup. Some of the teams that had set off earlier arrived at Tubo's tribe. The tribe was in a mess. There were no people, no cattle, no sheep, and no horses. Leaving behind some things that could not be taken away, they burned the remaining ashes. The troops were divided into 4 groups, each with at least 20,000 men. They searched for the local tribes. Qin Li was in charge of finding Zaisiku's tribe. They were mostly cavalry. There are still 30 miles to go. I don't see any Tubo scouts. Let's take a break. Guo Zhiyun commanded the troops. They rested their horses first. If there was an ambush ahead, they would be able to deal with it. At the Qianhu's tribe 30 miles ahead, the main force had crossed the river. There were still small groups of people shouting. Guan Lin, where are you? We have to go. Dr. Guan, come out. I see you. Guan Lin, you cured the commander. You can't go back to the Tang dynasty. Guan Lin, come with us. We'll give you 20 slaves. There's a secret passage here. I found the secret passage. Ha! Guan Lin, if you don't come out, we'll catch you. Do you know the consequences? Go down. We have to take him with us. The Qianhu's people shouted. Finally, they found the secret passage in Guan Lin's tribe. They rushed in and found the exit. It was the first exit. They ran from here. Go after them. The group of people rushed in other directions. They did not even find the hole next to them. The trap was taken away by them. Guan Lin's family hid in the innermost area. Guan Lin was in the tree. He looked outside through a small gap. The two children were arranged in the corner of the house below. The adults carefully covered their mouths. The family came in last night. During the day, they agreed to run together. They came back to pack up and crossed the river in the morning. Their medicine and other things were taken away first. 2/3 were taken away. The remaining 1/3 was in the tunnel. The best tasting medicine was left behind. They also ate some food. An hour passed. Suddenly, there was the sound of horse hooves. Then, there was a shout. Is anyone there? We're the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Is anyone there? The eyes of Guan Lin's wife and two children lit up. The Tang dynasty was here. Don't make a sound. You're tricking us with your Tubo accent. Stay here for a few days and we'll see, the old woman warned in a low voice. After a while, Tubo's voice was heard. I don't know where he went. Did he dig a secret passage somewhere else to hide? Let's go. The Tang dynasty's soldiers are really here. Don't let me catch him. After a while, the group of people left again. The family of 6 still did not move. They were determined not to be tricked. The food they hid was enough to last them a month. It was just that the taste of the water would change. But it didn't matter. They had medicine. They would not get sick from drinking water. The sun was high in the sky. The rumbling sound of horse hooves was heard. The adults and children were nervous again. They tried to hold their breaths. They ran away. The ones here also ran away. Zaisikus ran here. Let's go to the river and have a look. Qinli found that something was still smoking. A group of cavalrymen followed the traces on the ground. Qinli got off his horse to observe. There's a hole here. The wooden board was covered with soil and grass. But it was lifted. One of the winged knights found the hole. There's one here too. The place that was burned collapsed. Another person shouted. Light a torch and go down with the crossbows. Qinli did not go. His fighting skills were not as good as many of his brothers. People went down the 2 holes at the same time. They walked and suddenly saw a light in front. Who's there? Don't move. Both sides shouted. Connected? People on both sides said at the same time. They went up again and found Qinli. Qinli went down in person this time. He walked around inside. What's the use of digging a secret passage here with both ends open? He strolled back to the door and stood there muttering. As the torch swayed back and forth, he looked at the grass on the ground and smelled the scent of herbs. He squatted down and lifted the grass mat. There was nothing. Just as he was about to cover the grass mat, he stopped. The color of the soil under the wall next to him seemed to be different. He reached back and touched it. Gradually, he used force and pushed a big piece of stuff in. Check it out. There's a hole in a hole here. The exit in front is for others to see. Qinli understood. Chapter 1044. While the winged knights were nervous and cautious, they went down. They were indeed nervous. They couldn't walk and could only crawl. If there was someone waiting in front. After crawling for a while, they finally found some space. They lit torches and walked forward. About 20 steps ahead, the road stopped. There was a ladder at the side. They placed the ladder and went up. They pushed with all their strength. The wooden planks were pushed away and there was another patch of grass. There were no traces on the ground. Who is it? Is this fake too? One of them scratched his head. Qin Li carefully observed the wall. He looked at the place where they had just entered. He lifted the grass mat and looked around. There was nothing. Calm down, there's no hurry. If it were me, how would I avoid the enemy? Dong Zhu taught me to put myself in the enemy's shoes. I think. As he said that, Qin Li raised his head and thought. He found that there were a few holes in the ground. Normally, there would be nothing, but there were holes in the surroundings. Bring the ladder over. He shouted. The ladder was brought over. He went up and pushed. A piece of soil was pushed away. Everyone crawled forward in the dark. They climbed all the way to the top and pushed with all their strength. As expected, they pushed away a plank. They crawled out. There was a big tree beside them. There were footprints on the ground. They didn't know if they were new or old because there was grass that absorbed the dew. They ran up the mountain from this place. Then why? Since they were running, why did they have to crawl here and there? Qin Li supported himself with the tree. He wanted to know the purpose of the person who dug the hole. Many people came over and gathered together to analyze. What was the point of digging a hole like a maze? After thinking for a long time, no one could figure it out. The people who went to the river came back and reported that the enemy had set up camp by the river. Smart. They gathered everyone together and played a clearing game with us. At the same time, they faced each other across the river. There weren't enough boats to cross. Qin Li said and left with the team. Guo Zhiyun knew the situation and was relieved. They could build a stronghold on this side of the Yellow River. There was no rush to attack. When more horses arrived, the enemy would run across the river. It would be easy to defend but difficult to attack. Both sides faced the same problem. They would be beaten if they crossed the river. There was no need for them to attack halfway across the river. They would shoot arrows as soon as they entered the river. Their side had more arrows than the Tibetan army. Everyone started to build a stronghold on the spot. They estimated that they would have to wait for a few days to figure out the situation of the Tubo people. Their side still had the advantage. They had the hot air balloons to help them keep watch. In fact, when the wind was good, they could even release the hot air balloons to take a look at the rear. The hot air balloon then adjusted its altitude and flew back in another direction. The wind was strong, and the gliders could also go over to take a look. It's going to be lively along the Yellow River. After dark, Wang Juankue and Zhang Zhongliang both came over. The two of them arranged for people to build strongholds at other locations. Both sides used the Yellow River as the boundary and built a camp every few li. As the defensive line grew longer, both sides had to worry about the other side suddenly crossing the river to launch a sneak attack, especially at night. At least during the day, we'll be able to see the enemy's situation. Wherever they're concentrating their forces, we'll be concentrating at the corresponding location. Zhang Zhongliang was well aware of the current situation. The defensive line was too long, so both sides secretly gathered and attacked the enemy's single camp. Tubo could only quickly deploy troops at night, run with sheepskin rafts, and find a place to cross the river to attack. When the attack came, it was also possible that other positions would be attacked by their own side. Tubo didn't have hot air balloons, so they could only build a high platform for observation. They didn't have binoculars yet. This is a comfortable battle. Binoculars, hot air balloons, explosives, and sky monkeys. Guo Zhiyun sighed. He had never fought such a battle before. First, the enemy discovered them, then they calmly set up their formations. Super long-range weapons with high damage floated in the air to attack. There were countless times when he thought about how his own army would fight against an enemy with such weapons. The conclusion was that they couldn't fight. Only by using similar weapons could they draw even with the enemy. Next, both sides competed with numbers. Who had more explosives, hot air balloons, and sky monkeys? No army in the world can win against an enemy with such a difference in weapons. Guo Zhiyun concluded. Everyone started to cook. The winged knights prepared to keep watch. This tree is not bad. 2 of you go up. 2 winged knights went up. It was the tree that Qin Li had supported. You guys have worked hard. At night, you 2 take turns. Put the things down. When we need to fight, don't be a target on top. The others knew that this was a hidden sentry. They couldn't move at night. They put the crossbow, bow, compressed biscuits, and bamboo canned fruit under the tree and tied the rope separately. The space on the tree was small. They couldn't carry the food up. If they wanted to eat, they would carry the rope. If they really encountered an enemy attack, they would call the police first. Then they would see if it was suitable to kill the enemy. If it wasn't, they would quickly run. After the arrangements were made, everyone left. The moon hadn't risen yet, but the stars in the sky were very bright. Half an hour later, a figure came out from the side of the tree. The sound crawled to the place where the things were placed. Not long after, it went back. In the middle of the night, a sleeping sentry was awakened. It was time to change shifts. When the sentry woke up, the other one tightened his military coat and picked up the rope. He wanted to eat something. When he picked up the rope, it was light. When he picked it up again, it was still light. His expression changed. He went to pick up the rope to tie the crossbow. Hey, it was heavy. He whispered to his companion who had just woken up, canned food, compressed biscuits, the rope is untied. I'll bring the crossbow up for you. I'll go. The person who had just woken up wanted to go down. I'll go. The man picked up the crossbow and handed it to his companion. He took out his tactical knife and went down. The person above held the crossbow and listened to the movements. At the same time, he simulated the situation in his mind. His head moved slightly. From this position, other people couldn't shoot directly to kill him. The other person landed and put his ear to the ground to listen. After a few minutes, he came to the place where the things were placed. His hands searched the air and found the rope. He followed the rope down. It was empty. He untied his military coat and covered his head. He took out a lighter and lit it. He looked at the rope and the ground. The rope was untied. There were no compressed biscuits or bamboo canned fruit on the ground. His head was full of question marks. He didn't believe that someone could break through the winged knight's open and hidden sentry and steal his things. It was even more impossible for his own people to make such a joke. What the hell? At this time, in the room under the tree, an old lady was watching her 2 grandchildren eat under the candlelight. The 4 adults took turns to guard. The old lady used to be a Jianghu person. She was very cautious. She wanted to confirm again whether they were from the Tang dynasty. If she found something, she would bring it back for a look. Now she knew that it was the army of the Tang dynasty. She remembered that a newspaper once said that there was a method to make compressed biscuits and bamboo canned fruit. Tubo couldn't make it. The water temperature was not enough. The 2 children ate the compressed biscuits in small bites and drank the juice from the canned fruit. They were full of happiness. It was so delicious. Even the Tang dynasty started to eat this kind of food. They wanted to go back. They didn't want to work for the Tubo people. After a few mouthfuls, the two children stopped. They couldn't bear to eat. If you don't want to eat, then go to sleep. The old lady helped put the things away, blew out the candles, and let the two grandchildren lie down. She covered them with a leather coat. She went back into the tree again and kept watch with the winged knights. Chapter 1045. The two children slept soundly, and the old lady was also at ease. The winged knight's sentry who had lost something was confused. The small animal was taken away and eaten. The small animal could untie the buckle now. Could it be a monkey? A monkey should be able to learn. There were monkeys here. Dongzhu said that the local monkeys were called macaques and were very smart. But could it be that the monkey could take the item away without making any noise? Did a monkey know how to hide? The sentry thought for a while and made a pheasant's cooing sound. Soon, a group of people rushed over. Qin Li was leading the team. The food was untied. We don't know what took it away. The sentry explained the situation. Qin Li put his hand on the tree trunk and looked around under the light of the torch. There was no trace of a monkey. He also thought it was a monkey, but how could a monkey not make a sound? Is it the military forces of the Tang dynasty? A voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Come out. The winged knights cooperated with each other and pointed their crossbows in different directions. It seems that they are elites. Yulin, are you the winged knights? The voice sounded again. The winged knights asked nervously. Where were they? Qin Li thought for a while and knocked on the tree with his hand. He did not feel any hollow sound. You have to hit it with a hammer. We only dug out the heart of the tree. The voice sounded for the third time. Come out, you're pretending to be a ghost. The sentry just now stared at the tree trunk and shouted. We are from the Tang dynasty. We were captured because we know some medical skills. When the prisoners were exchanged, we were not exchanged. Don't do anything outside. This time, everyone was sure that someone was talking in the tree. Come out. We'll know if it's real or not. Qin Li calmed down. Soon, a head popped out from the hole. Here. The exit on the other side of the tree was blocked by you. Everyone was shocked again. How could a head pop out from a place where there was no one? Looking carefully, it was a white-haired old man. The old man came out, followed by an old lady, followed by a young man, a big child, a small child, and a woman. The big child was holding an unfinished compressed biscuit in his hand, and the small child was holding a bamboo canned food. The children looked at each other and handed the things to Qin Li together. Qin Li didn't take it. He looked at the 6 people and asked the man, do you know how to diagnose diseases? The whole family knows how to do it. The children can help to fill the prescription. Guan Lin stepped forward. How do you prove it? Qin Li continued to ask. There are medicinal herbs here. Take them out and ask me what they are. I'll tell you after I smell them. You can ask my eldest son. Guan Lin pointed at the hole they came out of. One of the winged knights went in and soon came out with a wooden box. He dug a house right next to it. His ability to dig holes is simply amazing. I'll study it later. As he said that, he put down the box and went in again. The others followed. Some of them came out first, and then continued to go in. Can't you guys use ropes and clothes? The 5-year-old child reminded them when he saw that the others kept drilling. Okay. I'll give you something delicious to eat later. You're so smart. Qinli didn't say something like, we don't need you to teach us how to do things, just to save face. Such words were usually said by the law enforcement officers of Li Yi's time. There were also words like, speak properly, how can you say that, stop filming, did you hear me, and so on. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to show their identity and status as public servants. They would also say that they didn't bring the law enforcement recorder or that it was broken. Qinli accepted it humbly and immediately did as he was told. Ropes and clothes were sent in, and a pile of wooden boxes was brought out at a time. There were no words on the boxes. When one was opened, there was a smell of medicine. No, some were like plaster, so the smell wasn't obvious. The family of 6 had already put on their military coats. The child also had an extra hat on his head. When the hat was folded and put down, the 2 sides were tied up from the chin. The child's eyes, nose, and mouth were exposed. Let's go to the tent. We can talk slowly in the tent. There's soup and a stove there. Qinli touched his head and felt a little cold. He gave the hat to the child. He had a buzz cut, so it was convenient for him to fight. He hadn't overinterpreted the saying, my body, hair, and skin are all given to my parents. Did the winged knights have short hair for fighting? Was the hair more important, or was their life more important? The family of 6 entered the tent. They were directly brought to Guozhiyun and the other 2's tent. The 3 of them didn't sleep. They were making tactical deductions. If he was a Tubo general, what would he choose to deal with? If he fought, where was the best way to break through? The 6 of them. Qinli explained the situation first. The 6 of them each took a stool and sat there. The 2 children were holding compressed biscuits and canned food. Tell me. Guozhiyun looked at the child. They only know that my father is a doctor and knows how to treat illnesses. Actually, my family knows how to treat illnesses. I can also get medicine for them. My family always wants to run. The child was sensible and told everything he knew. How he was on good terms with the others, how he dug the hole, who he poisoned before, and how sick Zeisiku's was when he ran back. Unfortunately, his father cured him. I cured him alone. It has nothing to do with the others. Guan Lin raised his chin. It was up to them whether they wanted to kill him or not. Good. If you cured him well, it will be a great achievement. Guozhiyun nodded and praised. How? The old lady narrowed her eyes and retracted her hands into her sleeves. Your poison is useless to us. We know how to deal with it. Unless you can take out a poison that can kill once it is inhaled. Qinli stood aside and watched the old lady's actions. He wasn't afraid. Then he explained, if Zeisiku's dies, there will be a new commander here. That commander will be eager to win and fight with us. We don't want to fight now. People will die in a war. Who wants to die? We are waiting for more good weapons to be sent to us. At the same time, we are not used to this place. We need some time. Zeisiku's won't dare to act rashly. He knows how he lost. We are waiting for this time difference. Makes sense. What do you think, old man? The old lady stretched out her hand. There was a paper bag. What? There are insect eggs in it. Qinli narrowed his eyes and looked at the paper bag. It's powder from the tree sap of the arrow poison tree. The old lady carefully put the paper bag on the ground. Qinli touched his face. There was a wound on his face. Good. Ordinary people don't know about it. They can really be poisoned to death. What is it? Wang Juankue asked Qinli. It's really throat poison. If you know about it, it will be easy. If you don't know, it will delay the treatment time. Now that we are in the highlands, all kinds of symptoms will appear. We have wounds on our faces. They were caused by the wind. When they touch the powder, they must be cleaned immediately. This thing should be in the southwest. Oh, Dongzhu said that Lingnan Road also has it. The local mountain people know how to use it. Qin Li gave a simple answer. He heard it from Li Yi. You will die if you touch it. Zhang Zhongliang wanted to ask someone to take it out. Not really. It depends on the quantity. If it is poison, then it is medicine. If it can kill, then it can also save people. Dongzhu said that it can be used as a cardiac stimulant. Qin Li waved his hand. He didn't let Zhang Zhongliang call for people. It was better to put it in the hands of the people who took it out. Chapter 1046. Guan Lin's family of 6 looked at Qin Li in surprise at the same time, as if to say, are you so professional? In the same industry? Guo Zhiyun and the other 2 got the answer from the reaction of the family. The winged knights even knew how to do this. You really don't blame my father for saving the enemy? The older child took out his left hand from his pocket. Guo Zhiyun smiled. I think your family is afraid of Tubo, so they didn't kill you. You all have poison on you, right? How can we not save people in order to survive? The old man said. Guo Zhiyun filled a bowl of soup and brought it to the youngest child, squatting in front of him. Even if we wanted to kill Zaisikuz and you saved him, we won't blame you. If we wanted to kill him, we had plenty of chances. If you didn't save him, you would have died. How can the enemy's life be more valuable than the life of the Tang dynasty? We wouldn't even exchange 1 life for 10 lives. In this war, we lost fewer people, less than 1 in 100. In the future, the people of the Tang dynasty will never be taken away again, unless we all die in battle. Guo Zhiyun touched the child's head as he spoke. There was a scar on the child's head, an inch long, but not very obvious. Did they hit you? Guo Zhiyun asked. Last year, their children hit me, and I hit them too. My brother helped me. My injury was treated with medicine. My mother said that she won't be able to see it when I grow up. The child said and wanted to give the bowl to his grandparents. After hesitating, he blew on it and drank it first. They didn't poison it. We don't know how to use poison. Wang Juankue smiled and changed the topic. Zhang Zhongliang filled a few more bowls of soup and gave it to the people of the Tang dynasty who had successfully dug the tunnel to hide. He was quite impressed. He learned from Qin Li that the winged knights didn't find the tunnel. When I made the medicine for Zaisikuz, I added a lot of poppy juice. My mother found it. He got addicted to it and ate it for many days. Guan Lin took the soup and said the important information. Guo Zhiyun and the others didn't understand. Wasn't poppy a flower? It was very beautiful. However, Qin Li knew, it's medicine. If you take too much of it, you'll get addicted. Usually, you'll just have to take a little of it when you have diarrhea. Dongzhu is currently planting them in large quantities. Cooking can improve the freshness of the dishes. Cut pulp is medicine. If you eat too much, you will die. However, it can relieve pain. After the cut pulp is boiled, it will turn into a black substance. It is very hard. The family of 6 looked at Qin Li again. It's a pity that you don't study medicine. Zaisikuz is addicted. How powerful is it? Guo Zhiyun knew what addiction was. Did you leave any medicine for him again? Qin Li asked Guan Lin instead of answering. I gave him a month's worth of medicine, 3 times a day. I said his body was too weak. Guan clenched his fists and raised them in front of his face. Great merit, I'll write a letter to Dongzhu. Your family can wait for a good life. Qin praised Guan. If the other party was a woman, he would have kissed her. Of course, Guan wife was a woman, and she was quite beautiful. He did not dare to kiss her. What will it be like? Zhang Zhongliang was not sure. He will even have thoughts of dying. It will be like Dongzhu taking us to play. Let's not talk about it. Qin regretted. He should not have thought about this. His heartbeat quickened. Oh no, he was poisoned. What will happen after a month's worth of medicine? Wang Junkue asked. If he wants to eat, if he doesn't, he will scratch his heart. If you want to exchange a tubo's head for a dose of medicine, he will chop off his subordinate's head in exchange. Qin gave such an answer. The training he had received was really indescribable. At this moment, the old lady suddenly asked, "Can you hold on after eating it?" Qin thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Yes. I can be considered as someone who has died once. At that time, I had already lost consciousness. Dongzhu saved me. I thought it was over, but in the end, after resting for an hour, I went back to training. Then, I collapsed again. Dongzhu saved me, but I still have to go back to training. Is this how you train?" Guan wife seemed to be in disbelief. Training someone to the brink of death, and then training again after saving them. Do you still have canned sweet fruits? Brother can't bear to eat them. He hasn't eaten fruits in a long time. The older child pointed at the small bamboo tube beside his younger brother. Yes, others don't have it, but you have to have it. Guo Zhiyun glanced at the bodyguard. He had benefits, but he did not use them. He wanted to share the joys and sorrows of the soldiers. The bodyguard ran out. The bodyguard was not stupid. He knew that this family was the most skilled in medicine in the group. Moreover, there were many boxes of medicinal herbs. Using canned food in exchange for the family's work was worth it. The old lady looked at her husband. We won't go back yet. We will stay here and help. I don't want you to go back immediately. We will take care of your 2 grandsons. Qin was the most direct. He did not play tricks. Even though he was very skilled, and his fighting skills were below average among the winged knights, he was very scheming. There was no need for that now. This family of 6 was finally free. He had to make things clear. I have a request. Let me see your Dongzhu. I have something to give him, and I want to learn his medical skills. The old man interrupted. Not our Dongzhu. We are His Majesty's private army. We only take orders from His Majesty. However, I can contact Dongzhu. Dongzhu will be very happy. Qin emphasized his identity. He did not want to get mixed up. The canned food arrived. There were canned chestnut chicken, canned braised pork, and pancakes. The family of 6 drank the hot soup and began to eat. The children enjoyed the taste, while the adults enjoyed the feelings. This was the food of the Tang dynasty. They had finally escaped successfully. This meal was to celebrate. Do you drink? We have alcohol. It will not be so strong if you mix it. The bodyguard beside him asked. No, drinking alcohol will delay the treatment. The old man waved his hand. He did not need to drink alcohol to relax. After meeting the people of the Tang dynasty and eating delicious meat, he was ready to treat the patients after the meal. However, after they finished eating, they did not need to treat the patients. They arranged for them to rest first. The winged knights took turns patrolling outside the tent. The sound of footsteps never stopped. Ordinary people would not be able to sleep from the sound of footsteps. However, the family of 6 slept very soundly. They woke up from nightmares. When they heard the footsteps and the moving shadows outside the tent, they fell asleep again. The next morning, except for the 2 children who still wanted to eat the canned meat, the other 4 adults refused. They ate the same food as the soldiers. The people who were not feeling well nearby came over. The family of 4 sat outside and treated them one by one. Guan Lin's medical skills were actually the worst in front of his wife, father, and mother. "Zhen, you have been lying to me before." Guan Lin looked at his wife and complained. "I suddenly learned how to treat the soldiers. It's all because you taught me well. Teach me again at night." Guan Lin's wife knew how to comfort her husband. She gave him a charming look and solved the problem. "Of course. I know a lot of things." Guan Lin was in a good mood. "Stop talking nonsense. You are the dumbest. You can't learn it even if I teach you 100 times. My daughter-in-law can teach you once." Guan Lin's wife did not give him face. "Mother, stop talking." Guan Lin's father suddenly scolded Guan Lin. "Father, I didn't say anything." Guan Lin felt wronged. "Husband, I will tell you tonight." Guan Lin's wife quickly mediated. "Spoiled." The old man and the old lady said together. Chapter 1047. If we don't take the mainstream route, can we pass from here? We are the boats sent by the imperial court to deliver things to the front. Can we? Will Baisher's boat get stuck? We are carrying military supplies. I'll give you a handful of money. Tell me the truth and don't hit me. I'll believe you. I'll really give you money. Thank you. You don't have to pedal. It's been a few days. Don't you need to work if you follow us? On the Yellow River, 2 boats were moving forward quickly. They were not sure about the many tributaries and rivers, so they wanted to ask. The other party said that they could reach the front in one breath through the tributaries. They asked the fishermen who went into the shrimp cages at night. When they mentioned money, the other party wanted to hit them. Then the other party's son got on the first boat and wanted to help guide the way. There were countless tributaries here. One of them was not damaged or changed, and the other was not in the Little Ice Age. The weather was so warm that even tubo could grow crops in large quantities. "Are you from the Tang dynasty?" When one of the people on the boat made way, he wanted to pedal. If he didn't let him, he wouldn't give directions. "Nonsense. I'm not from the Tang dynasty. Why would I care about you? You almost went into the lake and had to come back." It was the first time for the young man on the boat to ride this kind of boat, so he pushed hard. His leg muscles were not weak because he used a paddle boat at home. Paddle boats gave people the feeling that they were rowing with their arms. In fact, they also needed to exert strength with their feet and waist, especially when they were going against the current. Now, they were holding the handrail with their hands and pedaling with their feet. It was a novel feeling. "Do you know how the battle is now? Did the Tang dynasty suffer?" The man on the propeller boat asked. "We beat the tubo people away. In the past, we had to give money to the tubo people and sometimes we had to sell things. The local didn't avoid the fact that they had transactions with the tubo people. What about now? Did you make less money? Now we're fishing. The tubo people don't know how to fish. Their fish are fine. We gave them things in exchange for fishing opportunities, but they didn't catch us." The man explained the situation. Although the Tang dynasty and the tubo people were fighting fiercely. In fact, the local people could use some means to bribe the tubo people and then get benefits. The tubo tribe was by the water, and they could benefit from it. Why would they need to capture people? If they did, no one else would come. The two sides formed such a balance. It was just like Li Yi's time on the other side of Earth, saying that the army of the world's strongest country was attacking Afghanistan, and then paying protection fees for passing through. War wouldn't affect cooperation. What should be paid should be paid. Can you get there before dawn? We'll be there soon. Don't you know where you are now? We're transporting military supplies. Why would I help if it wasn't for military needs? In the future, the Tang dynasty will have the final say in this area. I can catch fish however I want. Was the battle intense? What's so intense about it? Tubo has run away. He ran away. They were beaten and fled. There was a rumble. I heard that someone called, Zasikuz, ran away with less than 300 people. Then when the other Kiliarchies saw that so many of them had been beaten up, they decided to run as well. Now that they're shouting at our army across the river, the wind should be better. Blow slowly to the west and blow them up with hot air balloons. You know about this? Who doesn't know? We're drawing a water map now. When we're done, tell the soldiers of the Tang dynasty that they don't have to attack the main stream of the Yellow River. Can we not go the main stream? What are we going to do now? If we go the main stream, we have to go around from below. It'll take more than 20 days. No, your boat will take 5 or 6 days. What kind of boat is this? How can it be so fast? Are you selling it? You can rent it. It's flying. Rent a boat to catch fish. My boat is enough for fishing. We want to give something to the Tang dynasty soldiers in front. Think about it. If we occupy it, we don't have to give Tubo any benefits. We can fish as much as we want. I can also go ashore to pick mushrooms. The mushrooms here are good. If I bring a bow, I can hunt some game and have meat to eat at home. This boat can't do. This is special. I know. We just want a boat with 2 big wheels. I saw it last time. It's not bad either. Paddling is tiring. When we reach the destination, we don't have the strength to pull the bow. Going against the current and going on a small river is also tiring. This year, my family wants to hunt 2 more skins. My nephew is just born. Before winter comes, I want to make clothes for him. Don't freeze to death. Children get sick when they're cold. When we get there, I believe they'll be hunting. Ask them for a few skins and give them to our little nephew. Okay, I believe you. Ordinary people can't see this boat. Is it Li family Zhuangzi? Winged Knights. It's you. We've made a deal. If you give me the skins, I'll give them to my nephew. I won't take advantage of you. When you come over in the future, I'll watch the river and guide you. Here's 10 coins. Do you recognize it? If you recognize it, take it. I recognize it, but I can't take it. Are you looking down on me? I want the skins for my nephew. You're Winged Knights. You're good at archery and riding. Okay, when we get there, I'll hunt for you personally. That's what I meant. When we get there, I'll cast 2 nets and give you fish to eat. If it weren't for my little nephew, I wouldn't want anything. Then we're here. No, don't shoot. Winged Knights, I'm from the Tang dynasty. Bring me a torch. The locals suddenly shouted. Just now, there were sparks. He immediately understood that the other party was going to shoot a rocket. Password. The other side shouted. How would I know the password? I'll bring the Winged Knights over. The local was angry. ABCD, Winged Knights. The Winged Knights on the boat shouted back. Wait. The other side replied. Will I be killed? The local wanted to jump into the water. No. Besides, you can't swim faster than us even if you jump. We have waterproof flashlights and water mirrors. In the future, I'll pass if I shout this password. I'll remember it. What should I do? No, you'll know when you see it. The cavalry came over with torches. It's a small group. The cavalry was the winged knights. Old monkey, hurry up. 2 boats, 3 groups in 1 boat. The people on the boat saw the other party's appearance. They're so damn fast. Are you tired? Go quickly. We'll be there in 15 minutes. Stick to this side. Tubo is pushed to the other side of the river. Do you have any leather? My brother's nephew is just born. I don't have any good gifts. Give me 1 sheepskin and at least 6 rabbit skins. 1 yak skin. Wait a minute. A large piece of yak skin was brought over. After being folded, it was also a big bundle. The person who led the way stopped pedaling the boat. He went to the back and hugged it, smiling foolishly. This yak skin would be a big gift and his nephew was 1 month old. The whole yak skin was spread out on the ground and the little guy was placed on it. It was like having heaven and earth. The yak skin was too big. When he got married in the future, it would be his nephew's family property. A piece of yak skin was equivalent to a house. It was no problem for 2 people to sleep together. With the sheep and leather given by the others, life started to get better. Chapter 1048. They're here to deliver. The winged knights are here to deliver the goods. Along with the shouts, more people rushed to the shore. Another delivery of goods from the river meant that there were enough ships to transport goods continuously. It was more convenient than walking. Walking was too heavy for horses to carry, and carriages couldn't cross the narrow roads. Under the light of the fire, such a big boat could transport a lot of things. One by one, the sky monkeys were unloaded. There were also 20 bags of flour, 60 bags of flour, and sesame oil. The sesame oil was just sesame oil. In the past, other than rapeseed oil, it was an expensive oil used to fry things. Li Yi didn't give them soybean oil. There weren't any peanuts or sunflower seeds. If there were, he would give them these 2 kinds of oil. Sesame oil could be eaten directly. How could they eat raw soybean oil? The weather in the northwest wasn't good. It was a highland climate. If they had gastrointestinal problems or needed to go to the toilet, drinking 2 spoonfuls of sesame oil would help. Drinking 2 spoonfuls of soybean oil, the goods were moved up and people disembarked. The boat was docked at the side. With the weight reduced, the boat's height increased. Didn't you say there were 3 groups per boat? Why are there 6 groups? The person counting the goods was puzzled. The Li family Zhuangzi's standard is 40 pieces per group. You can adjust it to 20 pieces per group. The Li family Zhuangzi's carriage has 80 pieces per group. Old monkey gave an answer. The standards of both sides were different. The truth was that Guo Zhiyun couldn't bear to fire so crazily. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't bear to fire so much. If someone could force Li Longji to the Li family Zhuangzi, how many people would the enemy need? Did the 16 guards betray them? At that time, they would use dense sky monkeys to attack. At the same time, the winged knights would charge and kill the enemy's commander. They would use horses to charge. The horses would have explosive packs attached to them. The fuse would be longer. If someone dared to charge forward, Li Yi would use the heartless cannons. It was like a hot air balloon throwing down explosive packs. They didn't need to directly hit people or use shrapnel attacks. They would be shocked to death. In reality, such a situation did not exist. Li Yi could fly, and he could kill whoever he wanted. Whoever was the leader, he would just kill them and be done with it. The soldiers were not clear about the Li family Zhuangzi's deployment. They carefully carried the Sky Cun monkeys, each of which was precious. Use the boat to pull them into the river. We can hit them where the enemy's crossbows can't hit them. You can hit them from behind. The Sky Cracker monkey flies very far. If it's a little further, it'll blow up all of Tubo's generals to death. The soldiers knew that the sky-piercing monkey meant long-range attacks. They could hit the enemy, but the enemy couldn't hit them. Old Monkey smiled. Yes. Yes. Xiao Tuan replied, Fire Dragon out of the water is longer than this Sky Cracker monkey. 2 polar fire arrows can be shot directly from here to the opposite shore. What does he look like? The dragon is more powerful than the monkey, right? The soldier looked at the torches on the other side of the river and estimated that the distance was about 3 li. Is the monkey lacking? Old Monkey wasn't happy. His surname was Ho, and he was a battalion commander. Xiao Tuan's surname was Yuan, and he was also a battalion commander. The password was fake. What was really needed was for the other members of the Feather Forest Flying Cavalry to check. The 8 people disembarked from the boat and sat on the ground. They were on the same shift, and it was time to change shifts. They had arrived at their destination. Their legs didn't feel like their own anymore. The other 16 people had time to rest and were in a better condition. Hurry up and bring the stretchers over. Arrange for a few people to massage their legs. The people who went to report the news were all massaged. The leader of the soldiers called for his men. The people from the boat who came last time groaned after disembarking. This time, it was the winged knights. They just sat there and massaged their legs. A group of people came over and carried the 8 people away. Others went to get food and soup. The young man who led the way wrapped a bundle of yak skin and continued to smile foolishly. What else do you need at home? Guo Zhiyun asked gently. No, I have something for my little nephew. In the future, I will lead the way every time and catch fish for you. The young man shook his head. He didn't want anything. He only accepted it for his little nephew. It's the first time I feel so comfortable in a war. War is about logistics. Guo Zhiyun didn't force him to give them anything. With his hands behind his back, he went to find the new winged knights to ask about something. The sky above Chang'an was bright. The bell on the clock tower rang. 2 more propeller boats set off. They were loaded with skyscraping monkeys and pressure cookers. As long as the boat was loaded with propeller boats, every 2 boats would leave. Li Longji didn't go to work today. He had asked for leave. His body couldn't stand going to court every day. He watched the things being taken away and said the same thing, we are fighting logistics. So if we don't develop the economy, we can't fight at all. Let's do it slowly and force the Tubo into a corner. Li Yi knew how difficult it was to deal with the Tubo, the Turks, and the Tukashi. They were worried about the development of the Tang dynasty, so they kept sending troops. After years of war, the Tang dynasty ran out of money. They needed a prime minister who could make money. Li Linfu took the position. How long will it take to ship things once every few days? Li Longji had a headache when he thought about the details. The boats were built continuously and things were sent forward continuously. A few years ago, he didn't even dare to think about it. Which one of them wasn't money? Li Yi didn't care. He was used to this mode of operation, making money and spending money at the same time. He was much better now than he was then. At that time, he almost cut off his cash flow several times. It seemed that he had a lot of money without deducting debts. In addition to debts, There were also creditors' rights, which were bribes and medical equipment funds that had not been settled. Bribes were also creditors' rights. It was convenient to do things if the leaders were right. The most terrible thing was that the leaders were arrested. Not only would they lose all their initial investment, but they would also have to spend extra money to get themselves out of trouble. Now Li Yi was guarding the Li family Zhuangzi. He didn't care. He had enough money. He could make a lot of money by just throwing out things. The key was to improve production. Otherwise, what if people didn't have money to buy things? Thinking about it, Li Yi replied, "It'll be fine by winter. Tubo won't be able to fight again this winter. According to third brother's plan, we want to exchange the people of the Tang dynasty. We're not in a hurry to exchange the remaining captives for Tubo's livestock. We can raise the captives. Tubo's military strength is lacking. When the Yellow River Basin is stabilized and my production capacity increases, we'll exchange the captives for them." It was your sister-in-law's idea. She said that the captives have been outside for a long time and their families have changed. When the captives return, there will be disputes. Li Longji was not greedy. He realized how powerful Empress Wang was. The captives had family members, old people, women, and children. If they didn't return for a long time, someone would bully them. When they returned, what would happen to them and those who bullied their families? "I heard that Wu Jieyu is pregnant," Li Yi suddenly asked. "She's about to give birth. If it's a difficult birth, Brother Yi, it's a royal matter. As long as His Majesty gives the order, I will naturally take care of it. The female nurses in Zhuangzi should be able to do it. If I do it personally, I'm afraid that His Majesty will behead me." Li Yi discovered that Wu Huifei's child had been born. It should have been born last year and died this year. Now that she was about to give birth, it didn't matter if it was the same child or not. The key was that it would not die prematurely. No matter how much prejudice he had against others, he had to save the child. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.